Yo, Atlas speaking, and welcome to part 2 of What If I Was Reincarnated into Fullmetal Alchemist and Became the Blue Flame Alchemist. Let the tale begin. Chapter 21, Advance of the Fool. The hospital was shown. You're an idiot, Mustang said before Riza was shown with her eyes shut. Mustang was shown to be sitting in a hospital bed, reprimanding Hawkeye. It's bad enough you believed her, but then you gave up. Please forgive me, Colonel, Riza said, not opening her eyes. You've got to stay strong. Don't you ever give up on living. I need to know you can keep your cool no matter what happens, Mustang said. Riza opened her eyes. Sir, I'm gonna continue to rely on you to watch my back. Don't let me down, Mustang said as Riza closed her eyes once more. You ought to think about taking your own advice, Colonel, Havoc said, causing Riza to open her eyes once more. Havoc was shown to be lying on a bed next to Mustang. Since you were the one who abandoned his post, Havoc said. Mustang shot up into a sitting position. Hey, shut up, Havoc, he yelled angrily before his sudden movements caused his body extreme pain. Mustang grabbed at his side, grimacing. And what the hell? He said as his face was zoomed in on to show his narrowed black eyes. Why are we even in the same room? Mustang's eyes slid to the other side. At my rank, I should have my own room with a hot nurse. Try to understand, sir. It's easier to guard the two of you in the same place, Riza said. Mustang raised a finger. Which reminds me. Why haven't they tried to kill us yet? Gears appeared on the screen as Envy said, What's wrong with you? The scene moved down to show Envy and Bradley standing on some stairs. Envy was glaring at Wrath's back. How could you let that bastard go after what he did? He threw his arm to the side angrily. You should have yanked his spine out of his mouth, Envy said. The scene changed to show them from behind, which showed Gluttony sitting in the darkness higher up on the stairs. Lust, Gluttony sobbed. He killed Lust. It's not too late to kill him, so get to it, Envy shouted. We can use Mustang, Bradley said. He's worthless if we kill him, however. Use him, Envy echoed. The scene started to move up. Hold on, you mean the portal? Bradley chuckled. You don't need to worry about it. And forget Mustang. The scene changed to Hohenheim standing in an environment surrounded by towering rocks. Father wants me to handle him. The screen moved around to get closer to Hohenheim. He turned his head to the screen, staring into it for a moment before the opening song suddenly began. Al appeared on the screen. What if I started to rot? Ed, Aaliyah, and Winry were shown to be looking at him. Huh? We all said. Al was shown, hands shaking a bit. I doubt that my body's getting any nutrients or any sleep either. So even if we get it back from over there. A picture of Al with his face all blurred out with flies flying around him was shown. Brother, Aaliyah, Winry. They all screamed in horror. The scene went back to the dorm where Winry was looking at Al worriedly while Ed and Aaliyah just frowned and stared at him. Is he right, Ed? Winry asked, looking at the blonde. Ed closed his eyes, sighing as he crossed his arms. Now this is just a hypothesis, but I was thinking about the transmutation and trying to retrace our process, he said as the scene moved down to show the 5 teenagers. A finger was shown to being cut with a knife. You remember how we mixed our blood to create a blueprint for Mom's soul? Ed's voice asked as Ed and Al were shown to be letting their blood drip into a bin for their transmutation. Yeah, Al replied. Al was shown, screaming as the black hands pulled him away. Well, right after that we passed through the portal where we were both deconstructed, Ed's voice said as Al's body disintegrated. It would be a possibility that you guys' souls are connected, Aaliyah said, had a hand on her chin. Yeah, that can be it, even though I'm here and your body's over there, Ed said. Ed raised his automail hand. See, That might actually explain why I'm so sh. Ed's automail hand twisted backwards as a sickly look appeared on Ed's face. He fell into a dejected state with mushrooms on his head. Short. Winry, Aaliyah, and Al stared at him. He admitted it. Winry said. He's starting to face reality. Al added. It's okay, Ed. Aaliyah said. Winry sat back on the couch, arms crossed. So you think you've been supplying all the nutrients for Al's body too? That seems a little bit far-fetched. Ed put his hands on the coffee table and leaned forward. Well, what's your explanation? Aaliyah turned her head to look at him. You don't grow because you refuse to drink your milk. Don't start with that again. Ed said. Well. Aaliyah said, speaking to Ed, but her voice quieted down so it wasn't heard as Al's thoughts took over. Al's head was shown from the side. A small picture of Ed sleeping on a train appeared on Al's helmet. It seems like brother is always sleeping. A picture of Ed sleeping on the couch at Winry's house was shown. Ed sleeping in the library appeared next to it as the first one disappeared as Ed's and Aaliyah's arguing voice were detected. I wonder if his body could be resting for mine as well. Drinking it. Aaliyah said as she and Ed were shown to be arguing. You have to. It's not gonna happen. Ed said angrily. Drink it. Aaliyah said. No. Ed said stubbornly as Al was shown to be watching them. Fine, stay a runt. Winry said. I'm not a runt. Ed said as Al chuckled. I hope so at least. Al thought. I'll make you. Aaliyah said. Just try. Ed retorted. Advance of the fool. The military hospital was shown. Are you here to visit the colonel? Fury asked as he was shown to be walking down the hall with Ed, Aaliyah, and Al. Mr. Havoc is recovering too. Al replied as the scene zoomed in on him. I hope he is all right. Aaliyah said with hand on her cheek. We figured we should pay our respects. I definitely owe it to the colonel. He saved me right at the last second. Ed appeared on the screen next, frowning. Are you also dropping by for a visit? Ed asked. Fury was shown. He held up a rolled-up piece of paper. And bringing a little present. A map of the city was shown. Riza, Ed, Aaliyah, and Al were shown to be standing in front of Mustang, who was sitting on the bed, looking at the map. I counted the number of steps I took to get to the basement under the third laboratory. Riza said. The white room where Barry was standing in front of his fallen body was shown with Riza and Al staring at him. And I was able to calculate the approximate location of that doorway. The doorway was shown. Riza appeared on screen once more. It's not exacted since the hallway curved, but I was able to deduce a radius with the lab at the center. The map was shown with a red circle with the third lab in the center of it. Dark music began as a part of the map was zoomed in on. Ed was shown with his eyes widening. That's Central Command, but this is even more alarming. It's the presidential estate. Al said. I wonder if they don't want us to know? Aaliyah asked. Right above where we found the homunculi. Al said as the scene zoomed out to show Havoc lying in his bed. Which means there's a very real possibility the Führer is connected to them. Mustang said. Havoc was shown in a close-up, looking at the group out of the corner of his eyes. But that doesn't make sense. Al said as he was shown. Why did he kill Greed and his group if he's connected to them? Ed put a hand to his chin, looking down at the ground. Strange he killed them anyway. Why would he slaughter them before interrogating them? If he was getting him back to their leader, maybe? Aaliyah said. Mustang was shown. Probably. He said. The scene pulled out. One thing's for sure. Mustang said, looking away from the map. The enemies infiltrated high up the command. So extreme caution is necessary at all times. Riza appeared on screen. I'm starting to worry that it's too big. All the more reason to pursue it. Mustang said. He was shown to be sitting on the edge of his bed with Fury and Riza still standing by him. He turned his head very briefly to show he included Breda and Havoc in this. So I hope you're ready to work yourself ragged. Havoc raised a hand. About that, Colonel. He put his hand down. I think you're going to have to count me out. Mustang turned to stare at him in shock with Riza also staring at him. The scene moved along slowly to show Fury as well. The screen moved to Havoc and slowly moved down the bed to where his legs were. Your work requires legs and I can't feel mine. Mustang appeared on the screen, gasping. Riza gasped next, brows moving down a bit in shock. I hate to say it, but I'm retired. Havoc said. Mustang was shown to be sitting in the hospital's waiting room with Riza standing behind him. Dr. Knox dropped onto the couch next to Mustang, causing the colonel to look up at him. Hello. Dr. Knox greeted, biting on a toothpick. Hey, what brings you down here? Mustang asked. Back problems. Knox replied, put a hand on his lower back to rub it. My spine can't stand all this standing that comes from being coroner. Mustang looked back down at his book. Riza turned around so she wouldn't intrude on the conversation. Knox was shown. I got a sinking feeling when I heard you were the person that scorched that thing. Are you plotting something? Knox asked. The scene moved to Mustang. You suspect a plot, but you still ID the thing as Maria Ross. He said. 3 cheers for old war buddies, huh? Knox's mouth was shown. Old war buddies, my butt. More like accomplices. The scene pulled out to show the two sitting on the couch. You'd incinerate them and I'd dissect what was left. We treated them like rats and Ishval was the lab. Riza was shown. After a moment of silence, Dr. Knox stood up. I know you like to play with fire, but someone will get burnt if you push this too far. You should have warned me earlier. Mustang said, causing Dr. Knox to look at him. Huh? A sad tone began to play as the book Mustang was reading was shown to be about the spine. Did somebody get injured? Knox asked. Mustang was shown, staring sadly down at the book. One of my men. Havoc was shown in his room, smoking. He was paralyzed from the waist down. Mustang said. The cigarette in Havoc's mouth was shown. Part of it fell off into an ashtray. Surprised, Havoc looked over to see Breda holding the ashtray. Damn. Havoc said as he took the ashtray. They only let me smoke one of these a day and I go and waste it. Geez. You know, I thought I'd retire because of a woman, but not like this. So what happens next? Breda asked. Havoc looked out the window. My family owns a grocery store. And I can at least take calls. Isn't automail an option? Breda asked. Havoc knocked his cigarette over the ashtray. The nerves in my lower spine are completely severed. And they can't make those out of steel. TCH, Breda said, and he turned and walked away. The retired life doesn't suit you. He exited the room as Havoc was shown to be frowning. Mustang and Riza were shown in the waiting room. Colonel. Breda said. Mustang looked up. There's still hope for Havoc. Breda whispered in Mustang's ear. Fullmetal and Blue Flame passed this on. Breda said, holding out a slip of paper. Mustang opened the paper. Durf Marco, huh? A medical alchemist in possession of a philosopher's stone? Breda leaned down next to Mustang. Well, sir, should I find him? Permission granted. Mustang said before dramatic music began. Get going. Breda stood up straight and walked away. Armstrong appeared on screen, walking down a hall. Oh, Major. Brosh's voice said. Armstrong stopped to see Brosh standing in a doorway. I didn't expect you back so soon. Brosh said, smiling. How did you enjoy your vacation to the east? Armstrong was shown, remembering Maria Ross as she said, "Shoof, loose lip sink ships, Major." Armstrong put his hands on Brosh's shoulders. The scenery was luminous and the women desirable. Oh, before I forget, this just arrived from the Provost Marshal's office." Brosh held up a paper for Armstrong to take. As Armstrong looked at it, Brosh continued, "It's an urgent bulletin for all state alchemists." Armstrong's eyes widened. Good heavens! The night sky was shown with dogs barking in the background as the scene moved down to show a building. Ed and Aaliyah was shown walking down a sidewalk towards Al. "How'd it go?" Al asked as they approached. "Easy," Ed said, taking a paper out of his pocket. "We told them we was a state alchemist and they let me right in with no questions asked." "Did you find the basement?" Al asked. Ed looked at the map he drew on the paper. "There wasn't one." Al gasped. Ed was shown once more. "But I did find a trace of some hasty alchemy." There was a flashback of Ed and Aaliyah following a scientist in the lab. Aaliyah tapped Ed's shoulder and pointed at a wall. The wall was shown with traces of alchemy left. "It was like they were hiding it, so we can't find it?" Aaliyah said with an exclamation. "It was stupid of us to think that they wouldn't seal up the entrance." "I guess so," Al said as he, Aaliyah, and Ed reappeared on the screen. Ed and Aaliyah started walking across the street. Following them, Al continued. "Where else are we going to find a homunculus if we can't get down there?" Ed's, Aaliyah's, and Al's backs were shown as they walked down the sidewalk. "I'm not sure," Ed said. "Remember how they told me we was their sacrifice and they needed us alive?" "They told me the same thing," Al replied. His face was shown. "Lus told me that when she found out I opened the portal." Ed was shown, looking down as he thought. "Well, there's one piece of the puzzle. They're looking for alchemists who managed to open the portal and make it back out alive." Ed's face was zoomed in on. "But the real question is why they want to sacrifice us?" His hand curled into a fist. "So we have to beat an answer out of them." "Edward!" "Aaliyah!" Brosh yelled, causing the brothers to stop. "Wait!" "Huh, what the?" Ed said. "Is that Sergeant Brosh?" Aaliyah said. Brosh ran up to the fore. He bent over a bit. "I'm glad I found you too." "Yeah, why don't you tell me what's wrong?" Ed asked, approaching him. "Did something happen?" Aaliyah said. Brosh stood up and held the paper out to Ed. "You should go back to your hotel right now." Ed took the paper and opened it with Al reading it behind him. "I can escort you if you want me to," Brosh said. Ed's eyes widened as mysterious music began. "Attention all military personnel," a voiceover began. The scene changed to a rooftop view to show smoke rising up into the sky. It has been verified that Scar has returned to Central. A destroyed building was shown with soldiers running around. 3 casualties have been reported. The voiceover continued. Soldiers were shown to be helping another soldier out of the rubble of a destroyed building. All confirmed as state alchemists. A room full of higher-ups and Bradley was shown. According to eyewitness reports, he is described as an Ishvalan with an X-shaped scar on his forehead. A frowning Bradley was shown close up. Other identifiable markings include a tattoo on his right arm. Ed, Aaliyah, and Al reappeared on the screen. "A tattoo, it was him," Ed said. The military dorms appeared on screen. "So you're saying that Scar killed Winry's parents?" Al asked. Ed and Aaliyah appeared on screen, leaning against a couch. "I don't know for certain, but that's the way it looks." Al was shown to be sitting on the couch. "Poor Winry." He turned to look at Ed. "Brother, Aaliyah, you two weren't planning on telling her, were you?" "Of course not, Al." Ed bowed his head. "I couldn't stand to be the one to make her cry again." Al appeared on screen. "Neither could I." Ed stood up straight. "It's the last thing I wanted to do, but we have to confront Scar." To find out if he did it? Al asked. Well, that's one reason. Ed turned to look at Al, but there is another. We're going to lure out the homunculi. Al gasped. They need us alive for their sacrifice, don't they? So I doubt they'll be willing to just stand by while Scar kills us. Ed said. How are going to do it? You think so? Al asked. Sounds like a pretty big gamble to me. Ed turned to face him, putting his hands on his hips. Well, it's much better than doing nothing. Al looked at him. Oh really? Because Scar literally tore us apart the last. Sweat poured down Ed's head. Well, we've gotten stronger in these past few months. Al towered over Ed. What happens if the homunculi do show up? How are you going to catch one? They're super strong and pretty much can't die. Lon Fan and Ling appeared on the windowsill, pushing the curtains aside. Can't die? Ling asked, grinning. Was that hyperbole? Ling asked. Or are they actually immortal? Lon Fan asked. Why don't we lock the windows? Al asked. The ceiling fan was shown as dramatic music began. Count us in. Ling said. We'd love to help you guys. Ed and Aaliyah was shown to be sitting on the couch with Ed's automail arm resting on the back of it with his flesh arm resting on the knee of his leg that he had pulled onto the couch. Al sat by them with Ling and Lon Fan sitting opposite them on the other couch. Why is that? Ed asked. I can't say I care about the military stuff, but it sounds like these homunculi are just what we've been looking for. Ling said. His brows rose when he saw Ed glaring at him with a frown. What's wrong? You look kind of skeptical. Ed put his foot on the ground and leaned forward. Don't get me wrong. I am grateful for the help you've already given. But this. You've got better odds with more help. Ling interrupted. I'm serious about this. This could be what rescues my clan. Ling said. Ed was shown, staring at him. Ling was shown. Ed was shown once more, smiling. All right then. Just remember, we're in this together. Ling and Lon Fan were shown. The former leaned back on the couch. I promise not to run off with them. I owe you that much. What for? Ed asked. Ling reached into his shirt and brought out a paper which unrolled as he showed it to Ed. Ed was shown to be holding the paper, shaking in shock and anger. Is this for room service? Ling and Lon Fan appeared behind Ed. Ling chuckled nervously. The outside of the dorms was shown as Ed yelled angrily, You're damn right you owe me. Ling and Lon Fan were shown being kicked out of the closed window with the sound of glass shattering echoing around them. Winry slammed the door to the room open, holding a pillow to her chest. Will you guys shut up? Do you know how early I have to wake up tomorrow? Ed and Al turned around to look at her. Oh. Right, I forgot. You're catching the early train to Rush Val. Ed trailed off as a mental image of Scar destroying his arm was shown. You know what? You should cancel that. Why don't you stick around and relax? Huh? Winry said. Ed nervously scratched his head. I mean it's just that. You know, well, there's always the chance my arm could get broken. His voice became even smaller. Or even, destroyed. As Aaliyah's sweat dropped and Winry was holding a bloody wrench with Ed lying on the ground, covered in blood, and Al trying to save his soul. Are you planning on destroying it? Winry asked angrily. Al grabbed his brother's soul. I got your soul, brother. He pulled the soul back down into Ed and helped him sit up. I can't believe you. Just promise you won't do anything too dangerous. Winry said. Ed and Al stared at her. A train station was shown before Breda was shown to be walking up the stairs to Marcoa's door. He knocked on the door. Hey Doc. Are you home? I could use your help with something. Breda grabbed the door handle and pulled the door open a crack. Immediately he saw broken dishes on the floor and he stopped. He pulled his gun out and ran into the room. He looked around before slamming a fist into the wall. Damn. Mustang was shown to be talking on a phone in the hospital with Riza by his side. Is that so? Report back to base. Mustang said before hanging the phone up. His face as shone with a frown. Yet another dead end. Mustang and Riza were shown to be walking down the hall when a door opened, making them stop. A soldier and a woman stepped out of the room. Well, if you'll excuse me, the soldier said as Mustang watched on. When the two left, Mustang entered the room with Riza. Who was that? He asked. My mother and an officer from the Veterans Council. Havoc said. Havoc was shown to be sitting on his bed. I decided to go ahead with my retirement. Mustang and Riza walked over to Havoc's bed. I don't know for certain if your wounds are inoperative, Mustang said. The scene moved down to Havoc's hand, which was clutching the bed sheets tightly. I'm not dumb enough to think I have a chance. I'm useless. Mustang was shown. You're wrong. Havoc's downcast face appeared on screen. He looked over at Mustang angrily. Look, don't try to tell me you need a pawn that can't move. Mustang gritted his teeth. And don't you look at me like that. Havoc growled as his angry blue eyes were shown. He grabbed Mustang by the collar of his white shirt and pulled him forward. Forget about me. Move on already. You don't have time to worry about me. You need to think about the promise you made to General Hughes, instead of pitying me. Riza wrapped her arm around Havoc's chest. Lieutenant Havoc. A heavily breathing Havoc was shown with a worried Riza pushing him down. His hand loosened on Mustang's shirt. Just let me get on with my life. He bowed his head. I beg you. Mustang stared at him for a moment before grabbing Havoc's wrist and lowered it from his shirt. All right. You're cut loose. Havoc gave a sigh of relief until Mustang continued. I'll leave you behind so you can catch up. I've got to keep moving, but I'll see you at the top. As he finished speaking, sad music began as Mustang walked out of the room, leaving Havoc staring down in shock. Riza helped Havoc sit back. He doesn't give up. He didn't even think about turning his back on me. And I had given up on living. Havoc's face was shown to show blank eyes. It's not in him to abandon others. He refuses to. Havoc turned his face to the ceiling and put his arm on the top of his face. He's a fool. He's not gonna make it to the top. This country will chew him up if keeps on acting this soft. Well, I don't know about that. This country needs a fool like that man, Riza said with a smile. Mustang sat on a couch, holding his side as he grimaced in pain. Riza walked down the hall towards him. I need you to bring me my uniform, Mustang said. But you're not ready to leave the hospital yet, Colonel, Riza replied. Just go get it, Mustang ordered. He looked at her with narrowed eyes. Riza stared at him for a moment before saying, right away, sir. The scene changed to look at the city from the sky with smoke rising into the sky. Ah. That's my livelihood, you idiot. A man yelled. He was shown to be pointing at a food stand that a car ran into. I'm really sorry, sir. Arg, well, sorry is not going to fix my stand. Next scene. Looks like you could use some help, Ed's voice said. We can help, Aaliyah said. It's a good thing I happened by. Edward Elry, State Alchemists at Large, Ed said, giving a winning smirk as Al and Aaliyah jumped in the background with fans. Ed clapped his hands and the car and food stand fixed themselves as fun music began. Wow, the food stand owner said. That's amazing. Thank you very much, sir. Please, you have to let me pay you too for this, the car owner said. Ed shrugged. Pay me? Oh, that's not necessary, but thank you, he said with a grin as Al and Aaliyah continued to jump around in the background with his fans. A woman holding a broken vase asked, "Could you please help me with my broken vase? It's a priceless family heirloom." "Why, no problem at all," Edward said. She clapped her hands and fixed the vase. Al and Aaliyah spun across the screen with his fans. Ed was shown to be fixing an old man's cane. Al and Aaliyah spun across the screen once more. Ed was shown to be finishing a cabin for some construction workers. Al and Aaliyah spun across the screen again. Ed transformed a baby stroller into a demonic version with a drill on it. Ed appeared to be standing up top of a lamppost on one foot. "That's right, I'm here to help. I'm your friendly neighborhood state alchemists. Don't forget I'm Edward Elric." Al and Aaliyah jumped up from the crowd, waving his fans. He disappeared and jumped out of the crowd on the other side, still waving his fans. The scene changed to Ed sneezing as he sat at a table with Al. He laughed. "I'm pretty sure everyone in Central knows my name by now." Al looked at the people behind them, then looked the other way as he said, "Well, you were a little over the top." A car pulled to a stop in front of the restaurant, blocking the boys from the screen. Aaliyah's POV. "What's with the theatrics, Fullmetal?" I hear the Colonel low voice creep out of the car window as his rolls down. I see Ed roll his eyes in annoyance. "Colonel? What are you doing here? Shouldn't you be in hospital?" "Probably," huffs Mustang unconcerned. Ed leans against the car and starts to whisper. "Wait." The Colonel interrupts. "We're being watched. Get in." I give him a skeptical look as we all climb in. I laugh as Al squishes him in the back seat. "On second thought, let's get out." Mustang wheezes. We all clamber out of the car onto the sidewalk. Ed begins pulling me up from the ground. "I heard about your doctor, he has gone missing." The Colonel brushes the dirt off his uniform. "What? Gone missing? How?" Ed's eyes harden. "Most likely abducted," Mustang says coldly. "Damn it. I'm sure you've heard Scar is back in town. Are you trying to be found?" Ed smirks, and Mustang gives a skeptical look. "Yes, I am. I want to fight him and you're not going to talk me out of it." "Are you crazy, Fullmetal? Did you forget how he tore you apart in East City?" Oh, it looks like the Colonel is scared of big bad Scar. "I'm not surprised by how useless you were against him." Ed begins to taunt the Colonel. I try to choke down the laughter that has began to bubble out. "It's not my fault, it was raining that day." "Was it raining when you were beat up and sent to the hospital?" "You're still useless. Watch your mouth, Fullmetal." Mustang starts to growl, but then I see Scar out of the corner of my eye. I watch Hawkeye reach for her gun. "Wait, Lieutenant, don't shoot." I grunt as I grab the gun. "Are you crazy?" she shouts. Ed smiles. "We're trying out the Colonel's sport." He sneers and lunges at Scar. I begin to chase after them, faintly hearing Al explain the plan to Mustang. No one's POV. Mustang was shown to be leaning against the wall Al made. "That's crazy," he said as thuds were heard from the other side of the wall. "We're not going to let anyone else get hurt," Lissa said as Mustang turned to look at them. "Using ourselves as bait was our only option." Mustang stared at her. "What are you going to do if Scar happens to get shot?" he asked as Ed was shown to be creating spikes that shot at Scar, who dodged. "The MPs might get here before the homunculi." "You can stop that from happening, can't you, Colonel?" Al asked. "So now I take orders from you, is that it?" Mustang said, closing his eyes and smirking. "You've got a lot of nerve." He looked at Al sharply once more. "You had better plan on sharing what you catch." "Of course," Al said as he ran around the wall. Scar was shown to be charging at Ed and Aaliyah again when Al and Lissa joined his brother. Together, Al, Aaliyah, and Ed clapped their hands and put them on the ground, creating a great amount of pillars that shot at Scar, who jumped in the air to avoid them. Mustang backed up with Riza as he said, "Sergeant Fueri's townhouse is close by. Come on. Let's go." Mustang said, and he and Riza turned around and walked away. "Yes, sir." Riza said as she followed him. The scene pulled out to show the two walking away from the sky before the screen quickly moved up to show Ling and Lan Fan on top of the building the soldiers were walking past. The scene moved closer to them to show Ling kneeling. "Any time now," he spoke. Ed propelled himself forward, slamming his hands on the ground to create a pillar that took him in the air. Scar was shown, stopping as Al created a lot of pillars to propel at him from behind. Scar destroyed them before MPs were shown to be arriving on the scene. "Hey, get out of the way. We need a clear shot," one of the MPs said. Al stood up and looked at them as Ed crouched on a pillar and looked down at Scar. "Don't shoot," Ally shouted as Scar destroyed the top of the pillar Ed was on. Ed balanced on what was left of the pillar until Scar destroyed that and Ed jumped to the ground. "You'll hit my brother. Damn it," Ed thought as he dodged a punch from Scar. "Everything's lost if those guys shoot Scar," Ed thought as he dodged Scar's hand again. "How long can I keep this up?" Ed just barely dodged Scar's hand which passed right by his neck. "Way too close. Hurry up you stupid homunculi." A window was shown with a bunch of antennas on the balcony outside of it. "Which channel's the Provost Marshal?" Mustang's voice asked. A notebook full of notes was shown. "Got it. You haven't let me down, Fury." Mustang flipped a switch on for a radio. He and Riza were shown to be sitting in front of a great amount of communication equipment. Mustang pinched his nose and said in a deeper voice, "Attention, this is Sector 3 Patrol. We're under attack from Scar. Request immediate backup." "What? No. No. Eh." With that transmission ended, Mustang put his hand to his headset and chuckled. "All right. On to Sector 17. Mustang said, looking at Fury's notebook again. Riza was shown to be sitting behind him with a dry look as Mustang said, "Ha ha ha. This is pretty fun, come in, come in." Dramatic music began as a communications room full of MPs was shown. "But that can't be right," Douglas said into a phone. "He's in Sector 17. Then what about Sector 3? Colonel Douglas, AMP said, looking at the colonel. "He's in Sector 8 now." "What's that?" Douglas barked at him. Mustang appeared on the screen, pinching his nose once more. "MPHQ calling Sector 8. Scar is currently fighting a young man. The young man is a state alchemist. Do not fire. False reports in all sectors." AMP said as Bradley was shown to be sitting in a car. "That will be a shocking revelation." Ling said. "Reports of a fourth Scar." Another MP said. "This is Sector 3. All streets are clear." The door to his car was opened and Bradley stepped out. "Sector 8 requesting backup. We're currently engaged with Scar." Bradley walked down an alley. "Come now, Gluttony," he said as he walked past a side alley. Gluttony appeared out of the darkness, drooling. "I smell the Ishvalan. He's here. I get to eat him, right?" Ling and Lan Fan appeared on the screen. Ling opened one eye. "That's a strange presence," he said as he pulled the tip of his sword off the ground. "You can feel it too, right?" "Yes," Lan Fan said with a nod. "Then it's time to move," Ling said. He and Lan Fan jumped from the roof. Scar was shown, destroying the ground once more. Ed jumped back to avoid the attack, but a piece of rubble fell from the sky and hit him in the head, cutting him, causing blood to trail down his face. "At least it was just a rock and not Scar's alchemy," Hughes said. "Doesn't make it better," Ed muttered. Scar was shown, charging with his hand ready as Ed thought, which will it be? Is he going to destroy my body or my automail? Al appeared on screen. "Brother." Ed was shown, glaring at Scar. He clapped his hands before throwing his automail hand out with his flesh hand on his arm. There was a bright flash of light as their hands connected. Scar stumbled back with his right arm showing since that blast destroyed the sleeve of his cloak. Ed's own arm was revealed as his cloak's sleeve was burned away as well. Lucky, Ed said. He cancelled out Scar's alchemy? Aaliyah asked. Ed smirked. Because I'm awesome like that. How reckless can he get? Aaliyah said. Al gasped when he saw Scar's tattoo. He's got the tattoo? Ed was shown. Bastard. You were the one. He shouted as Scar removed his sunglasses. I smell him. Gluttony said as he ran across roofs. Time to eat. A foot slammed into Gluttony's face, sending him slamming into a roof. Gluttony pushed himself up, confused. Lon Fan was shown to be crouching on a pipe that went through the city. Hey! How's it going? Ling asked as he was shown to be standing on a roof. That is one pretty unusual body you got there. Just how many people are inside you? Gluttony looked at the two. Who are you? Lon Fan was shown. Don't bother running. I sense your presence. The scene zoomed in on her. And I can follow it. Gluttony smiled. Follow? Me? His smile turned cruel as he opened his mouth to show his tattoo. Then I'll just eat you now. There it is. Ling thought as he was shown. Lon Fan was shown. He's a homunculus. Bradley was shown. So, you're able to detect his presence, are you? Ling appeared on the screen. He and Lon Fan looked down at him as Bradley pulled his sword from its sheath. Bradley threw the sheath to the ground. Well, that's quite the nuisance. He pulled his second sword out. Let's take care of it. Bradley suddenly ran at one of the ladders leading up to the pipe that Lon Fan was on. Ling, gasping, opened his eyes and turned to Lon Fan. Lon Fan. Lon Fan stared down at Bradley, seeing his one eye glowing red before her mask was broken and fell to pieces as she screamed. No. Lon Fan. Ling screamed. Chapter 22, Backs in the Distance. Bradley suddenly ran at one of the ladders leading up to the pipe that Lon Fan was on. Lon Fan stared down at Bradley, seeing his one eye glowing red before her mask was broken and fell to pieces as she screamed. No. Lon Fan. Ling screamed. Lon Fan fell to the ground on a nearby roof, blood spilling all around in the air from a cut on her arm. When she hit the roof, she bounced across it, kunai tumbling alongside her. Bradley's sword was shown to be broken into two. Clever, he said as he lifted his sword up. You took a swipe at me with your kunai. Can I eat her now? Gluttony asked. Just make it quick, Bradley said. Gluttony jumped off the roof he was on and over Bradley to get to the roof that Lon Fan was lying on. His face was shown before a streak of white light passed through his face. The scene pulled out to show Ling behind Gluttony with his sword in the air as the top half of Gluttony's head and his hands were shown to be chopped off. Dramatic music began as Ling was shown with his eyes open and a frown in place as blood flew in the air in front of him. He landed in a crouch by Lon Fan as Gluttony's body hit the roof next. Lon Fan. Please stay with me, Ling said. Lon Fan's face was shown to be half covered by her hair as she grimaced in pain. Ling picked her up and put her over her shoulder as Bradley appeared on the roof, pointing a sword at him. If you thought you could escape from me that easily, then I'm afraid you'll find yourself surely mistaken. Bradley charged at Ling. Ling ran across the roof, defending a blow from Bradley with his own sword. Ling moved behind Bradley on his left side. As Bradley turned around, Ling blocked another blow as he moved behind Bradley on his left side again. Bradley turned to look at Ling. Ho. I see you're no stranger to combat, he said as they continued to move and their blades struck against each other again. As Ling jumped into Bradley's blind side once more, he was forced to jump into the air to avoid Bradley's sword. He dodged under the sword when he landed. Bradley was shown as he thought, all this jumping around, he's trying to stay in my blind spot. Bradley stopped and called, Gluttony. Gluttony appeared from behind Bradley and swung his hands into Ling's chest, sending the boy flying back off the roof and through a window on another building. Glass shattered around as Ling was shown to be crouching in the room with dust all around him, with him grimacing in pain. He stood up painfully and took a step back. A foot was shown to be stepping on a piece of metal and glass. Ling looked up, gasping, as Bradley was shown to be in the room with Gluttony looking in through the broken window. Excellent. We should have some privacy in here. If you don't mind, I have some questions. Bradley said. Ling finally looked at Bradley with narrowed eyes. First, I like to know who you people are. And how you found out what's in Gluttony. Bradley asked as he was shown. You don't give up, do you? Bradley asked as Ling looked back at him. You might stand a fair chance of getting away if you only abandon the injured girl, because she's just excess baggage at this point. Excess baggage? Ling asked before the stars on Bradley's uniform were shown. I can see all those stars on your uniform. You're the ruler here. Führer King Bradley, unless I'm mistaken. Ling was shown. A ruler's duty is to his people. Without them he is no king at all. Lan Fan was shown, still thrown over Ling's shoulder and staring down at the ground. Ling's eye was shown. King Bradley, you're no true king. Not now or ever. Bradley was shown. Naive boy. The scene rapidly zoomed in on his face as he opened his eye. Don't you understand that there are no true kings in this world? Lan Fan was shown ripping a safety pin off of a flash grenade with her teeth. She tossed it over her shoulder to land in front of Ling. It exploded, filling the room with a blinding yellow-white light. Bradley scrunched his eyes shut and groaned in pain. Ling was shown running along a wall with his eyes shut. That ought to hold him, he said. The doorway he was running towards was shown. Judging by the draft, there's the exit. Just as Ling reached the doorway, a sword slammed into the door frame, forcing Ling to stop. Ling turned to look at Bradley, who was crouching on the floor, and Gluttony, who was lying down and covering his head. Nice try, Bradley said. His face was shown and he lowered his hand to reveal the Ouroboros tattoo in his eye. But your flash bomb didn't succeed in blinding this eye. Ling stared in shock at the eye. Backs in the distance. A faded-out scene of the Rock Bell house was shown. A man kneeled down. Winry. The man put his hand on Winry's head. We won't be away too long. You be a good little girl, okay? Take care of things while we're gone, Mr. Rockbell said. Winry's face was shown with tears shining in her eyes. She and Pinako watched as her parents walked down the path with the soldiers. Present-day Winry was shown with her eyes closed. Winry. Winry opened her eyes. A cemetery was shown. Here we are. Sad music started as families were shown all around the cemetery in front of graves. Gracia led Winry and Aaliyah through the cemetery. Each of the older two women were holding bouquets of flowers. They were shown in front of Hughes's grave. The grave was shown with the flowers laid on top of it. Winry was shown, looking down sadly at it. Hughes appeared on the screen to be talking to her at Alicia's birthday party. Next he was shown to be greeting Winry at the hospital, then he was shown to be walking away from his apartment the day he was killed. Winry reappeared on screen. Watching Mr. Hughes leave that day was like the last time I saw Mom and Dad. Just their backs as they walked away. You'll come and visit once in a while, won't you? Gracia asked. Winry looked at her. Gracia smiled and closed her eyes. After all, we wouldn't want him to get lonesome here. Yes, of course I will, Winry replied. She looked down in surprise when Alicia grabbed hold of her hand. She curled her hand around Alicia's, making the girl smile. Winry's face was shown with her eyes bright with wetness. The scene pulled out to show more of the cemetery before it changed to a sky with the sounds of people walking around heard. Winry was shown walking through a market. I hear the Elrics and Martin are wreaking havoc, a civilian said. What? Again? a woman said. Winry turned around in surprise. The MPs have been running around like crazy, another man said. Winry looked over at him before turning back in the direction she was going. They're in another fight? Good grief, she said before she started walking once more. It seems they're after that guy who has been killing off state alchemists, another man said. Winry looked at him as she walked past. Seriously? They haven't caught him yet? Another man said. What is the military waiting for? A woman said. A faded-out flashback of Winry's parents walking away was shown with dramatic music beginning. Then Ed, Aaliyah, and Al walking to their room with their backs to Winry was shown. Winry reappeared on the screen, running down the street now. No. Not again, please. Ed's POV. I watch Aaliyah throw herself at Scar. I'm frozen. What the hell is she doing? She can get seriously hurt. Oh wait, she can't. Her hands collide with his, the blue light flashes around her and engulfs them. I run towards them and duck out from a hand reaching for me. Crap, that was close. I try to slow my breathing that's coming out in ragged huffs. I see Al jump forward and stop a blow from hitting Aaliyah. What does she have planned in that head of hers? She keeps trying to throw herself at him, she trying to get him to just attack her. Damn it, reckless, I like that. I smirk to myself as I join the fight, dart this, dart that way. I'm lost in the rhythm of the fight, until Aaliyah sends a flash of blue light towards Scar and he freezes. Aaliyah's POV. Scar. I hear Al shout. You say alchemists have defiled God, isn't that a bit hypocritical? Oh no. Winry must be close if Al is talking about this. I'm trying to gasp down air from my lungs. Then I hear it, the sound of footsteps. I can hear the anger in Ed's voice as he yells at Scar. The order came down to end the uprising and exterminate Ishval, but that didn't stop them. They kept right on helping your people, Ed said. Al looked up in shock and upon noticing Winry shouted, Wait, brother. Ed was shown. Don't you remember them? Those doctors saved your life and you killed them. Scar's brows twitched and his eyes widened a bit. His tattooed arm was shown. Brother, Al said, throwing his arm to the side towards Winry. Confused, Ed stood up straight and looked towards the alley where Winry was standing, staring at Ed. Winry freezes. Brother. Ed's eyes draw to where Winry stands. What are you talking about, Ed? Are you saying this man killed my mom and dad? And what's worse, they were trying to saving you. I can hear her voice breaking, but I just watch her drop to ground. They were my mom and dad, what did they ever do to you? And you killed them. Give them back. Give me back my mom and dad. Give them back, you monster. The words get lost in screams and tears. I can feel the pain that is emanating from her. I watch her fingers quiver over to the gun lying on the ground. No, Winry, don't do this. I hear Ed beg. Winry picks up the gun and aims it at Scar. I'm waiting for the realization to hit him before I can do anything. This girl is the doctor's daughter, you have the right. Shooting me would be just. But no, the moment you pull the trigger you become my enemy. His voice is unforgiving. I hear Ed and Al begin to yell at Scar and his angry retaliation. I watch Winry shake and cry, but she still doesn't shoot. Winry, just put the gun down. Al shout, Winry, don't shoot. As I just in time to move the gun direction. Aaliyah. I hear Ed scream. I look at him and give him a begging look. Go. I shout at him. But. Go. I watch Ed shake his head and begin to run, getting Scar to follow after him. I turn back to Winry and her eyes are still wide. The gun is still in her hands, her body is shaking. It's okay, Winry. My voice is quiet. I couldn't shoot him, I didn't mean to. You jumped, it scared me. Winry. I take the gun from her hands and smile, thinking of what Ed would have said to her. You couldn't kill him because your hands aren't meant to kill, they give life. I smile at her, she looks up at me. I see the tears sparkling her blue eyes. You gave me an head and arms and a leg, you delivered that baby in Rush Valley. You were meant to help people just like your parents did. I see her eyes begin to fill with tears, then she throws herself at me and begins to sob. I give a sad smile as I hug her back. I just let her cry, and try to calm the choking sobs. Excuse me, miss? My hand snaps up and I see a soldier. Miss Aaliyah, I didn't mean to interrupt anything. He stammers. It's okay, can you please take Winry somewhere safe? I asks, pulling Winry up as I stand, her eyes dart to mine. I have to get back to Ed and Elle, Winry. They'll need me. I give her a final smile and begin to walk away. Chapter 23, Girl on Battlefield. I keep running and hitting dead ends. I can hear the fighting and the explosions, but I can't find Ed and Elle anywhere. Come on, where can they be? How do I miss 3 people blowing things up at each other? Come on. Another wrong turn. I'm gulping down air as I run towards the train yard. I sprint out into the open and look at Ed's wide eyes. Aaliyah. Look out. He shouts at me. I spin around and see Gluttony coming straight towards me. Shit, jump, jump. I throw myself into the air and just miss the tackle, but I can't get my landing. I land hard when I fall back down. Gluttony continues towards Scar. Just let me eat you. He whines. I shiver at the thought. Here, Aaliyah. Al offers me his hand and pulls me up. Where is Winry? He asks quietly. I give a quick smile. She's back at Central, don't worry, she is safe there. Ling. Ed shouts. I twist my neck quickly to see Ling landing on Gluttony's head. Move it. Ling manages to growl out as he stuffs a grenade down Gluttony's throat. I throw myself at the ground as body parts blast apart. Erg. Ed scrunches his nose, looking at the tongue in front of him. Ed, hurry, we need strong cable. I tilt my head toward the train tracks. I see the realization lighten his face. Yeah, right. Ling grabs the cable and begins to wrap Gluttony. Your own regenerative ability is working against you. Your body won't stop expanding, it will keep you tied up nice and tight. You're mine, homunculus, Ling grunts, pulling the wires tight. Ed's POV. A gunshot cracks through the air, as a car spins around. Get in. The blonde demands. Ling picks up the thing off the ground and throws in the back. Wait, she looks so familiar. It's the lieutenant's. Lieutenant. I begin to call, but she raises a finger to her mouth. The car rips away. Wait, what's going on? Al shouts. Quite, Al, the MPs are watching. The colonel may be a creep and a jerk, but at least we can trust him, besides we have something to do. I smirk and find Scar in my vision. I charge at him and land a punch solidly on him jaw. He grunts and begins to fight back. You killed the Rock Bells and Nina along with many other, now it's your turn to pay. I manage to snarl out the words. I snap my hands together, then Al suddenly falls over. What the hell? I see a foot coming for my head, but Aaliyah jumps in front of me and sends the person flying towards Scar. She manages to land beside him and is glaring at Aaliyah in awe and anger. Are these people giving you problems, servant? This man is the servant of the man who saved my life. You better leave him alone, puny little boy, and you girl. Who are you calling puny? I shout at her in extreme anger. I can hear Aaliyah give a small laugh and stick my tongue out at her. Get away, girl, it's dangerous. The MPs start surrounding us. They have us outnumbered, we have to escape. She throws something I can't quite make out and some more on the ground. She scrapes her foot in the dirt, then puts her hand on it. The trains explode around us. I begin coughing on the soot. What kind of alchemy was that? Al's voice is in awe. She was able to do it from so far away. I grind my teeth. It was alchemy. I hear Aaliyah say quietly, I can't see her, but I feel her hand grab mine. I can't see a thing, damn it. I mutter angrily. No, Scar can't get away, he can't, not after everything he has done. Scar. I scream at the clouds of soot in front of me. I can feel Aaliyah squeeze my hand tighter. Here. Aaliyah takes her hand out of mine. I can hear her hands move through the air and wind comes blasting at us. My eyes dart to where Scar last was, but there is nothing there. Damn it. Mr. Elric. Ms. Martin. The MPs are already right in front of us. I watch carefully as she walks up beside me. Come on, let's get back to Central. She tugs me towards the car. Al clunks behind me quietly giggling to himself. One of the officers opens the door and Al gets in first, then I climb in. Aaliyah sticks her head in. Okay. How are we going to do this? I look around and also see the lack of space. She smiles. Scoot over. She begins to push me over until I'm squashed beside Al. Are you trying to kill me? I grumble as she sits down and shuts the door. Nope, you can still breathe. She smiles. Hey brother, look what I found. He says cheerily and reaches into his armor and pulls out this weird-looking cat. What the hell is that? How many animals can you fit in that suit of armor? Get rid of it. Aaliyah raises an eyebrow at me. What? It's just a little panda bear. How can you be so heartless, brother? She's all alone. I let out a puff of air and grumble to myself. Look how cute she is. Al smiles, the car slows to a stop and the door opens. Thank you. Aaliyah gives the Solider a smile and continues walking. I watch the guy's eyes follow. Hey. I growl at him, his eyes instantly drop. I catch you looking at her one more time. Come on, brother. Al laughs and pushes me forward. He was looking at her, I didn't like it. I say through gritted teeth. Al shakes his head at me. A lot of people stare at Aaliyah, brother. There's something about her that catches people's attention. He says sweetly. That guy was giving the wrong kind of attention. I hiss and put my hands in my pockets. Aaliyah, wait up. I shout to the sandy hair caught in the wind. She wipes her head around and I can see the light reflect off her hazel eyes. Come on, slowpokes. She sticks her tongue out at us and begins to run into the building. Hey, get back here. I shout and run after her. Slow down, brother. Al runs behind me. She's just waiting there with a smile on her face. Finally. Her tone is mocking and it makes me smile. Come on, Winry is this way. I freeze. I didn't even ask what happened. I knew she was okay with Aaliyah. I'll have to explain everything to her now. I let out a sigh and follow Aaliyah. She opens the door. Winry. Al and I both shout at once. She has a huge smile on her face. Then I see someone else, the Führer. Why hello there, Fullmetal and Blue Flame Alchemist. He says in his usual calm manner. I look at Aaliyah, who look like she is looking at him as well. Their hazel eyes are focused on him. Führer Bradley, what a surprise. I mutter shocked. What brings you here? Al asks quietly. The Führer looks up and smiles. I heard a good friend of the Elrics had been brought into our custody. A friend of such a special alchemist deserves our every courtesy. Something about it doesn't sound right, but I nod anyways. Aaliyah is still staring at him with a stare I can't quite place. Well, I better be going. Excuse me, miss. He nods. Thank you, sir. Winry bows a little. I watch him leave, but his stare never leaves Aaliyah. When he leaves, I stick my head out of the door and watch him leave with Al. What was that about? I ask Aaliyah. She just looks at me silently. He has staring at you. I know. It wasn't anything, Ed, don't you worry. She smiles and turns to Winry. Please, Ed, can you tell me everything now? Winry asks quietly. I attempt a smile and nod. The words come smoothly, but they hurt to say to her. When she begins to cry, they hurt more. I watch Aaliyah put a hand on her shoulder and smiles. You'll make them proud. I just managed to catch the words. She never says anything about the future much, and she is trying to comfort her with it, Aaliyah. Winry's eye widen. I will. She stands up. Yes, just remember you were made to help people, to give life. Aaliyah is still speaking so quietly. Thank you. Winry cries and hugs Aaliyah. Come on. Let's get back to hotel, this place gives me the creeps. She tugs Winry along and she follows. Come on Al, we better catch up to them. Thank you, for stopping me back there. Winry smiles as she sticks her head out of the train window. No problem. Aaliyah gives a small smile back. I accept you to take good care of your automail. Winry gives me a mocked glare. And I'll make sure to send you some good polishing oil soon Al. Okay. Al says in his usual sweet manner. And Aaliyah. Winry looks at her seriously. Take care of them. Of course. She says simply. Till we meet again. Aaliyah turns and walks away. And you make sure, you look after them too, both of you. Winry gives us both a stern look. Yes, whatever Winry. I smirk. I'm serious Ed, I don't know much about this girl but she seems to know a lot more than any of us will ever know, and that means she can get hurt and even though Lissa seems like the kind of girl that can handle herself. She will need someone to watch out for her. We will Winry. Al says convincingly, the train bells siren off as the train pulls out of the station. Goodbye Winry. Al and I both say at the same time, we turn and begin to head to where Rose went. Do you really think Winry was serious when she said Aaliyah could use protection? I tilt my head towards Al. Well, she does have the homunculus's attention whenever they are around, they almost have as much interest in her as they do us brother. I think it over in my head as we exit the station. They always do have a certain interest in her, they always make comments about her being in. Hello Fullmetal and Blue Flame Alchemist. A deep familiar voice tears me from my thoughts, I look up and see the Colonel and Aaliyah having a stare down. Oh great, what does this bastard want now? Get in the car, we have some things to deal with. Aaliyah walks around the Colonel, I walk closely beside her. What was that about? I whisper to her, she gives me a quick look. Ever since Hughes has died, he has been trying to get information out of me. Aaliyah mutters so just I can hear it. I knew that bastard wanted something. Keep moving brother. Al laughs as he bumps into me, I shake my head and plop myself down in the car. I wonder where we are going. Al whispers, Aaliyah looks out the window. We going to get the doctor. She trials off, something is wrong. She seems distracted. What is going on Aaliyah? She looks at me and Al, she gives a small sight. Things are about to start moving faster. Things you have been questioning, the answers will be there now. I reach for her but Al is ahead of me. It will be okay Aaliyah. Al says comfortingly and hugs her into his armor, I can see a smile come onto her face. Al. Need air. She gasps and begins to laugh as Al pulls away. Well, isn't it nice that you are all laughing? The Colonel huffs getting in the car and beings to drive, the car lurches forward. It doesn't take long before the car stops and he climbs out again, but when he returns the doctor climbs in. Aaliyah's POV. We scramble out of the car, night has already begun to set in. I take a look at the shabby house and then at the forest. Aaliyah? Ed stands beside me and looks at the trees. I must have been staring for longer than I thought. Then I feel my arm begin to tingle and I swear I see red eyes in the dark, I grasp Ed's hand tightly. What is it? He puts his arm around me defensively and I smile at his protection. I thought I saw. It must have just been an animal, wild animal, oh totally a wild animal, not envy or anything being a total creeper in the shadows, nope. You just let her wander the sewers with her arm cut off. I can hear the doctor shout at Ling, I tug Ed away and into the house. Ling. Al smiles, but Ling looks seriously at him. What happened? Ed's golden orbs harden, then a scream rips through the cabin. It's Lon Fan. I say sadly and sit beside Ling, his squinty eyes follow me and he looks at me. Another scream echoes and I cringe. I'm sore. Ed starts but Ling cuts him off. Don't apologize. I can't take the screaming anymore. I get up and walk into the room. I can feel all three of them stare at me. I can't heal it or it would raise too much suspicion, but I need to do something. What are you doing? The doctor snaps at me but I ignore him and reach out my hand. I place a hand on Lan Fan's head. The screaming stops and she relaxes. I keep my hands on either side of her head. I can feel blood on my fingertips. Keep going, doctor. I look at him but he gives me an annoyed stare. What did you do? Why are you even here anyway? He puffs at me. I took away her goddamn pain. I couldn't take the screaming. So just do your job. I hiss at him, feel the anger rise in the throat. I can see Ed, Al, Ling, and the Colonel all standing in the doorway. They are all closely squished together to have room to look in. The doctor continues to work away, bloody bandage after blood bandage until finally it's over. Aaliyah? You can let go now. I hear Ed's voice float through my head. I look at him and try to focus. He has a small smile on but worry in his eyes. I look down at Lan Fan and take my hands slowly off her head and untangle my fingers from her dark black hair. I must have blanked out. I say apologetically. Ed just shakes his head and gives me a hug. You helped her? I glance over Ed's shoulder and see Ling looking straight at me. I pull away from Ed and feel his cool metal hand linger on my back. I did. I took away the pain, even if it was just for a short while. I sigh. Thank you. I can hear the gratitude in his voice. He reaches out a hand for me to shake but I smile and give him a hug. I can feel him tense but lighten up after a bit. Then I can hear a small laugh beginning from inside his chest. I feel my feet lift off the ground as I'm spun around. Al and Ed begin to laugh as well. It's a moment of ease before the storm and I enjoy it. Will you all shut up? She needs her rest, and with all of you being so freaking noise, how do you expect anyone to stay asleep? The doctor huffs grumbly as he leaves again. Ling sets me down and smiles. Come on, you should see the homunculus. We follow Ling down the hall and he opens the door. Mustang and the doctor are already there. What the hell is that thing? His name is Gluttony. He is a homunculus. You've got to be kidding, that can't be possible. Him and his friends have some connections, high up in the military. Mustang says smugly. Just some, you say? It goes much higher than that. You know your Führer King Bradley? He is a homunculus. What? Everyone says at once. The eye that he keeps behind the patch, it had a Ouroboros tattoo on it. When Gluttony attacked us they were working together. I can feel Ed's eyes fall on me, but I try not to look at him. Our ruler a homunculus. Al begins to panic. Except I didn't get the same kind of feeling with him. At his core, Führer Bradley is still human. But what about his son? In that book it said homunculus have no reproductive capability. No, the Führer's son Salim is adopted. He has no blood relation to his father. Aaliyah. I can hear Ed's voice. I finally look up at all of them. Do you want some confirmation? I say blankly. Ed furrows his brows. Yes, I do. Mustang is glaring at me. It's true, there, I said it. And you didn't think we could have used that information sooner? The Colonel hisses and I can feel my feet lift off the ground. I smile smugly. I couldn't tell you anything anyway, Mustang. That would have changed too much too soon. So what? The Colonel snarls. So if this changes too much, then I don't know if Ed and Al will get their bodies back. I scream at him. I'm so fed up with being yelled at for not being able to talk. He still keeps me up in air by the collar of Ed's jacket. You know too much, to be a good thing. Mustang grunts. Oh, that felt good. I'm just here to help them. I just want to help. Then it's a good thing I'm on your side. I finally say and let my arms fall limp. Let her go, Mustang. Ed begins to yell at him. I can hear the rattling from the room. She could be working for them, for all we know. Wouldn't I be somewhere else, instead of being here? Would I be helping and saving if I was with them? No. I scream at him, but I don't try to free myself. Let her go. Ed is beginning to steam. Are you so blinded by love, Fullmetal? Mustang shouts at him, then I see Ed's golden eyes catch fire. Mustang. The shout stops everyone dead silent. Run. Are the only words I can say, before part of the building is sucked in. Chapter 24, Inside the Belly. Windows on a ceiling appeared on screen. The scene started to move down to show a table and chair, then a couple of chimeras chained up as the sound of a door opening and closing was heard. Envy was shown to be by the door with a plate of food in his hand. He walked over to the table where another plate was left untouched. Oh no, not again. We told you. You're an important candidate for sacrifice, he said as he sat down. He pulled one of his legs onto his other knee and held it there. Envy's face was shown as he held it up by his other hand and closed his eyes as he smirked. We need you to keep your strength up. Understand? So dig in, Dr. Marco. The scene moved forward to show Dr. Marco sitting on the bed. Dr. Marco was zoomed in on. You know what? I've been sitting here a while, trying to decide what you mean by sacrifice. Trying to figure out why I'm here. And what is it exactly you want me to do? He opened his eyes and looked at Envy, who was still sitting relaxed at the table. I'm fairly certain that what you're doing right now is using this land and its people to form a giant transmutation circle. Dr. Marco's hands were shown to be clutching each other. And your hope is the end result will be the creation of a philosopher's stone. His face was shown, then Envy's. Am I wrong? Envy gave an evil smirk as he turned to look at Dr. Marco. So close, not quite. But you're on the right track. Dr. Marco looked up. Then what is it? Envy stood up. The question is, are you going to cooperate with us or not? If not, the village is history. The village that Dr. Marco lived in was shown, then Dr. Marco appeared on screen with a look of horror. Lust told me about your arrangement. If we agree to leave the village alone, Envy leaned down and looked him in the face. Then you'll do whatever we ask. Dr. Marco squeezed his hands together. The scene pulled out to show Envy leaning over Dr. Marco. Which is it? Agree to work with us and kill everyone in this country, or refuse to work with us and watch everyone in your beloved village die. Dr. Marco squeezed his eyes shut. He imagined a bunch of different groups of people from his village. Dr. Marco reappeared on the screen. Fool. You just have to forsake one little village to save an entire country. The scene moved up to show Envy. Too bad you don't have the stomach to do the logical thing. Envy stood up straight. Haha. I shouldn't be surprised. That's just how all you humans are. Dr. Marco was shown. You put emotion before common sense. The plate of food was shown. Envy picked up the knife. I killed a man who was like that once. Envy raised the knife and turned it in his hand. All I had to do was make myself look like his wife and he was helpless. He couldn't even fight me. He stabbed the knife into the steak. His evil grinning face was shown. Humans are so easy to take advantage of. He raised the knife with the bloody steak on it. Lucky us. Inside the belly. The presidential estate appeared on screen. Bradley was shown to be walking down a shadowed corridor with lamps on the wall here and there. The humans seem to be giving you quite a bit of trouble lately, don't they, Wrath? A voice that sounded like an echo said. Bradley stopped. His face was shown. He opened his eye. The scene moved to show Bradley from the top of the corridor. First Scar gets away from you, then those others make off with gluttony. Bradley's face was shown. It's not like you. Bradley closed his eye. Yes, you are right about that. The scene pulled out to show one of the lamps with a moth flying around it. And yet you seem happy. Yes, I won't deny it. Bradley said. The scene zoomed in on him again. This has been. He looked at the lamp. Enjoyable. The moth flying around the lamp was shown. I've been alive for 60 years, and now here I am, in the ultimate position of power. Bradley was shown. All as exactly as father planned it would. There's more though. The voice said. Bradley closed his eye once more. Roy Mustang and his underlings, the enterprising Elric Brothers, and these foreigners who suddenly appeared from Xing. The scene pulled out to show Bradley from a distance. As good as we are, they've still got us scrambling in circles. Bradley was shown close up. Things are changing. The time may be approaching when we have to move over for the younger generation. Don't you see? The moth was shown to be stuck in a web. Listen to yourself, Wrath. The moth struggled in the web. You've been around these humans for far too long. A spider crawled down the web to where the moth was. You may be right, Pride. Bradley said as he was shown. I hope you will stop this foolishness and remember who we are and what we must do. Pride said. I won't tell father what you've said tonight. He might be inclined to see it as treason. The spider was shown to have finished wrapping the moth up in webs. Anyway, about gluttony. Bradley appeared on screen. Don't worry about that. I have access to military information after all. I know where he is. Bradley said. The hole in the wall at the shack was shown with smoke billowing around the edges with dramatic music playing. Riza was shown to be standing next to the crater in the ground from it. The scene moved to show the area from the sky. What was that? Riza asked. Colonel. She jumped down into the crater and started running to the shack. What's going on? Hawkeye, stop. Mustang screamed. Riza stopped. More powerful wind with red alchemical light in it shot past Riza, taking part of her gun with it. Riza looked down at her gun in shock. The top of the shock was shown to be trembling violently. It started to fall apart as Riza watched. The hole in the shack was shown. Gluttony was standing there with glowing red eyes and a mouth on his stomach. He screamed. Riza pulled out a handgun and pointed it at him. A pile of wood from the shack was shown. It started to rumble, so Riza pulled out another gun and pointed it at the pile. Al pushed the rubble away with Nox and Mustang with him. Aaliyah's POV*. We have to destroy it. I hear Mustang snarl trying to put on his gloves. But we worked so hard to catch one of the homunculi. I hear Al begin to panic. Survival comes first, he knows our names and faces now. We would be foolish to let him leave. I watched the fire light up part of building, but it didn't last long before that was sucked up as well. He swallowed it. Ed and the colonel both say at the same time, then another blast sent us flying. Run. Ed pulls me up from the ground and begins to drag me behind him. Well, that worked well. What are you going to now, Mustang? Ed grunts out as we run. You have a better idea, be my guest, he shouts. Or we could just leave you behind, Colonel, you're the one he wants. I hear Al make the quick remark, Mustang would have glared if he could. The trees. Spread out. I let go of Ed's hand to stop running. I should have followed the colonel. The quicker we fool Gluttony, the quicker they can get out of here and be safe. Aaliyah, what are you doing? Ed shouts at me. I just give him a quick smiles and run into the trees. Brother? Where did Aaliyah go? She just disappeared. I can hear their words faintly before I find Mustang. He has an arm holding his side. Hawkeye is helping him stand, then I hear Gluttony scream and I know he isn't that far away. Colonel, your jacket. I'm going to need it. He gives me a suspicious look, but shrugs it off and tosses it. My hands are moving, but I don't know how it's happening. Then a fake Mustang sits before me. I throw the jacket on and help the lieutenant carry the colonel. Hurry. I begin to walk faster, until we're all running. Aaliyah? I hear 3 voices shout to me as soon as we burst through the trees. I smile at Ling, Al, and Ed. Hawkeye let go of the colonel to get the door and I try to balance his weight. What happened out there? Ed has his eyes all full of concern. I shift my weight, leading Mustang to the car. I made a decoy. Just as the word comes out, I hear a scream. Mustang. It looks like he fell for it. Ed smiles. I ease the colonel into the car. Get in the car, invalid. Lieutenant, please take of lawn fan. Al still manages to say sweetly. You expect me to just run away, and leave this to you, Elric? Mustang shouts angrily. I see Ed's eye narrow in annoyance. If you stay, you'll just get in our way. Yeah, leave. Al agrees. They're right, you won't be any use here, sorry. Hawkeye say bluntly, and I laugh at the colonel's face. His eyes jump to me, but Ed says something before he can get out a word. The head of the military is a homunculus, don't you think you should do something about that? The head of the military. You aren't talking about Fuhrer Bradley, are you? The lieutenant stutters. We can talk about this later. Now, get in the car. The doctor shouts to us. The boys all look at each other and nod. The car looks full. You go ahead. Ed smiles, but the looks we get from the car become more intense. You dumb asses. You really don't think we'll leave a couple of children to fight this battle for us? Hawkeye starts to shout. With the senior staff involved, you're going to need all the help you can get. Ling smiles. And that includes getting whatever information we can out of that gluttony guy, don't you think? Ed smiles along. We'll stay here and get whatever we can. I don't think it really matter much that we're children. Al chimes in. I decide it's better to stay silent. This was our mission to begin with, and we're going to see it through. We appreciate your help up till now, though. Here, Edward, I want you to take this. You do know how to use it, don't you? I see Hawkeye reach out the window with her gun. Ed looks at it unsure and shakes his head. That's a weapon. Ed trails off. For killing people. Al finishes. But it's also a weapon for protecting your lives. She looks at me with the same intensity and offers it to me. I reach out and take it. It feels wrong in my hands. Then an explosion shoots out from the trees, then another. Take of lawn fan. Ling leans into the car, then runs off. I look after them and back to the car. Take care of yourself out there. Hawkeye says to me as I begin to turn around. I swallow, thinking about what's about to happen as I run towards them. It doesn't take long till I see the three of them watching Gluttony through the trees. They all spin around and I jump. We thought you were something else. Al sighs with relief, then Gluttony begins to scream again. Okay, I know we said we'd stay and all, but that's seriously freaky. Ed mutters. He looks a bit angry. Ling grumbles. How are we going to catch him? Al says quietly. What was that? Al interrupts. We all turn around to see a huge dog with glowing red eyes. Envy. Stop it, Gluttony. I can hear Envy's scratchy voice. A talking dog. Ed looks slightly mortified. Hey, long time no see. The voice says snarly as red light begins to glow and Envy transforms back into his usual form. Ed looks horrified for a second and walk close beside him, and he looks at me. How are you, Fullmetal Pipsqueak? Then I see the anger fly up into his eyes. Damn it, how many times do I have to tell you to not call me short? Ed screams and sets his foot right for Envy's head. Hey, calm down, I'm just here to get Gluttony back. Nothing more, calm down, Pip. Ed foot comes back again. That's 5 times now. What are you talking about? I roll my eyes and look at Al. Aaliyah. Yeah, Al? You seem a little on edge. What's wrong? I didn't notice I had my fingers fidgeting together. I'm just worried, Al. I don't want you to hate me, especially after you found out about the Fuhrer. I bit my lip, might as well be honest before anything crazy starts to happen. It's okay, Aaliyah. Al smiles at me. I understand the terms why you don't tell us things. I know brother doesn't blame you for anything either. I give a smile, then I see Ling run off with Gluttony chasing after him. Did you hear that, Al? They really aren't allowed to do anything to the two of us, so you know what that means. Ed smirks and touches the ground. A huge wall jumps up that separates Ling with Envy and the three of us and Gluttony. Ling, you take that one. Ed huffs before launching at Gluttony, but I don't follow. I walk over to the other side and Envy smirks at me. Well now. Ling turns around to look at me. Aaliyah, go. You'll get hurt. Envy scoffs at him. She here to make sure you don't get hurt, idiot. I should be offended that you aren't helping family. Oh, that's it. I throw myself past Ling and throw my fists at him. Envy smirks and lands one, sending me back into the dirt. Ling takes the next move and I stand up. I look at my hands and touch the ground. Spikes jet out and get Envy right in the stomach. His eyes dart right to me. I forgot you have also those annoying alchemy tricks. He snarls and comes for me. I feel something stab through my cheek. Aaliyah. Ling shouts. But how about this for a trick? Envy laughs cruelly. What an ugly trick, just like you. I smirk as I send another spike through his legs, then Ling jumps at him. I have a little trouble standing as I get up, then the wall blows up. Watch it, guys, don't get in my way. Ling huffs and then looks back at Envy, who has transformed into Lawn Fan. He freezes and Envy smirks. Now Gluttony. I panic. What do I do? Be sucked up or stay? Think, damn it, I don't know. I reach out and grab Ling. Aaliyah. I hear Ed shout as I feel his grip holding on to me. Damn it, I can't let him eat a sacrifice. I know what's going to happen next. I close my eyes and hold Ling tighter. I hear the sound of a loud wind and feel myself being sucked backwards, then nothing. Until I open my eyes and stare into the abyss of darkness and blood. Chapter 25, Doorway of Darkness. The dark area appeared on screen with the broken stone pillars around with fire on them. Hello? Ed's voice echoed. Can anyone hear me? Ed appeared on screen, trekking through the blood. His face was shown as he looked around. Hello? Anybody? He looked forward once more and cupped his mouth as he screamed, what the hell is this place? Aaliyah's POV. Open your eyes. Wake up, Aaliyah. I stood up from the dream. What was that? I said to myself. I stand up and look around surroundings. Where am I? I said to myself. Wait, where's Ed and Ling? I have to find them. I run towards a direction. Edward. Ling. Where are you? I shouted. Then I heard my name called. Aaliyah. Where are you? The voice shout. It sound like Edward. I run towards his voice and saw him. Edward. I said softly. Ed's POV asterisk. Where the hell am I? I shout in my head. Where's Aaliyah? I look around my surroundings and saw only blood and building and other stuff. I started walking around the place. And look for my girlfriend. Aaliyah. Where are you? I shouted really loud. Edward. I heard a soft voice said my name. Aaliyah. I said to her. Wait, what if you're Envy? I said unsure. Aaliyah raised an eyebrow. Really? Size Y would look like ugly palm tree with the ugliest outfit, like seriously who's wear that? Aaliyah complained to me. Okay. You're Aaliyah. I said to her. Then I walked up to her and hugged her. Edward. Aaliyah said, and as she hugged back. What's wrong? Aaliyah asked me. I was just scared, you know. I thought I lost you. I said to her. Edward, I will always be by your side. And never leave you. Aaliyah said to me. Then we kissed and heard footsteps coming our way. I was about to ask if one of you were Envy. But never mind. Ling said. So what if you're Envy? I said to him. Do you want me to list the room service from top to bottom? Ling said. Alright, you're Ling. I said. Aaliyah's POV. What if you're Envy, you little runt? Ling stated. Ed jumped toward Ling to attack him. He dodged by his hand. Who are you calling a runt, you jerk? Ed shouted. Alright, it's you. Ling said. Doorway of darkness. I was in thought and thinking where we are. Gasp, I know where we are. I mumbled to myself. We're in episode 25, Doorway of Darkness, 1. I mumbled. Aaliyah, where are we? Ed asked. Well, you won't believe me if I told you where we are. I said to him. Try me. Ed said. Well, we are in Gluttony's stomach. I said to him. We are where? Ed said, shocked/angry. Yeah, we are. I said. Well, let's look around the place. Ling said to us. Most likely. Look there. Ling moved his torch to light up the corner of a wooden cabin. That's the abandoned house where we're hiding. Also, he adjusted his flame over a wrecked car. Check this out. And that's the lieutenant's car. And I'm guessing all the fire is from Colonel's attack. Then Ed saw something and on a half pillar, and it was a armored hand. It's AL's. Then Ed started shouting, Wah! Conveniently awake the telepathic power. Elric Brothers telepathy. Ah! I sweat dropped at him. He's so weird sometimes. Good luck with that. Ling said as he walked away from us. As we were walking. Hey, I got an idea. Ed said. What's that? Ling asked. Hand me a torch. Ed said. As he transmute a well and dropped the touch down the well. A few minutes later. It shouldn't drop down by on. Ed said. Then they started running. A wall? There got to be a wall. Ling shouted. No one's POV. A metal box with a fire inside of it appeared on screen. May appeared on screen, downcast, as she walked towards the fire. I still haven't found her yet. May dropped to her knees slowly in front of the fire. Where is she? The scene pulled out to show Yoki standing on the other side of the fire. It isn't like her to just disappear like this. May said. Yoki lifted a rod he was holding and poked the fire and mixed the wood around. Maybe she got eaten by a stray dog or something. May's face appeared on screen. Eaten? She asked. The screen pulled out to show the two again with tears suddenly flying out of May's eyes and into the fire, putting it out. Yoki screamed as darkness took over. I was joking. A piece of wood was shown being waved by the metal crate with a few burning embers in it. She's not a cat. May said softly. The scene pulled out to show May and Yoki by the metal box with Scar's arm on the side of the screen to show where he was sitting. She's actually a panda, but she got a disease when she was a baby and it kept her from growing all the way. I nursed her back to health after her mother abandoned her. May said as Yoki continued to wave the wood by the box to get the fire started. May's face was shown with sad eyes. Since then, she's been almost like a sister to me. Sad music began as the scene changed to a faded color sky with mountains around. My family, the Chong clan, is one of the lowest rank houses out of the 50 clans that make up the Qing Empire. May's voice said as the scene moved down. A little girl that was May was shown to be walking down a road with a leaf umbrella with a baby panda bear sitting in the road. We have little to no power at all. May stopped and looked up when she saw the panda bear. Maybe that's why I was drawn to her. May blinked as she looked at the panda bear. The panda bear appeared on the screen. She looked so helpless and weak, I couldn't help but identify with her. The scene pulled out to show May and Xiaomei staring at each other. But at the time, I guess I just took pity on her more than anything. May kneeled down, putting the umbrella over Xiaomei as well. She reached a hand out to her and Xiaomei's mouth opened widely with sharp teeth showing. She snapped her teeth on May's hand, causing the girl to throw her umbrella away and scream out in pain. May appeared on screen to be kneeling by Xiaomei, who was resting in a bed made of hay. May's head bowed a bit and bobbed from sleepiness. But that changed. May said. May and Xiaomei were shown to be carrying heavy stacks of hay up a hill. And she became a part of my family. We've been through so much together. Xiaomei and May appeared on the screen to be sparring together. She's always been with me. Xiaomei and May were shown to be eating dinner. It feels so wrong not having her here now. They were shown to be sleeping on a bed mat together. May came back on screen. I don't think I could have gone through everything I have without Xiaomei by my side. May said as the scene pulled out to show Scar watching and listening from the shadows. I know for a fact that I couldn't have made it across the desert without her. Yoki leaned forward a bit. Sure, but that was a pointless endeavor anyway. The two were zoomed in on. Why would you risk your life like that for something as preposterous as immortality? May's face was shown. Because it's the last hope that my clan has. If I don't return with a method for obtaining immortality and present it to the Emperor, it's almost certain that my clan will perish. May's hands gripped her clothes tightly. That's why I risked my life crossing the desert. She looked up. With Xiaomei. Tears shot out of her eyes again and Yoki snatched up the metal box quickly before she could put the fire out again. Oh, come on. Cut it out. Yoki said as his hands holding the box were shown. You're going to drown us all. His hands suddenly turned bright pink and he released the box, screaming out in pain before the box fell on his head. He shook his head to throw the box to the side. Yoki curled in on himself, grabbing his head in pain as May continued crying. Scar stood up. Yoki lifted his head and rubbed it as Scar walked past him. He looked up at Scar as he passed. Sir. We got some time before the sun comes up. Scar's face was shown. There won't be as many guards patrolling the streets. He pulled his hood over his face. Yoki said. May looked up at him. You mean you're gonna help me try to find her? Scar started walking away as May rubbed her eyes. He's a good person. May said, looking at the retreating Scar. Yoki looked at her. His people were completely wiped out during the civil war a few years ago. May looked at him. That's right. Yoki said as Scar's face was shown. He knows a thing or two about loss, so I'm sure he can identify with your worries about the fate of your clan. May looked back at Scar, who stopped at the end of the alley. What's the hold up? Scar asked. You coming or not? May was shown with an excited look. Yeah. Let's go. She ran after Scar with a cheerful laugh. Aaliyah's POV. I was running behind them. Guys? Wait up. I shouted. Then they stopped running, then Ling fall down into the blood. I can't make it. Ling said into the blood. You got to be kidding me. Ed said. Go without me. Ling said to us. Fine then, we go without you. Ed said angrily. And walked away. I just stand there. And 3, 2, 1. Ed head back to Ling and lift him up. I took the torch from his mouth. We walked around and made it to something to lay on and Ling's stomach was growling. Ed pulled out his boot and said, leather boots is edible. The boot was shown to be cooking in a pot of water over a fire. Ed leaned over the pot and scooped up some of the food with a ladle. That should do it. He spoke. He handed a bowl to Ling, who was sitting by him. Here you go. Ling looked at it then at Ed. You don't have athlete's foot, do you? A tick mark appeared on Ed's head and he lifted his metal foot and pointed at it as he yelled, My foot is made of metal, you idiot. Are you serious? I'm not eating a boot. I said angrily. Come on, Aaliyah. I just a boot and beside I'm sure you're hungry. Ed said to me. No. I said bluntly. Ed sighs. I rather starve than eat a boot, Edward. I said to him. Ed jumped on me and stuffed the bowl of leather boot into my mouth and I swallow it. Oh my God. Ed. How could you? I ate a boot. I said with depression. Ed rolls his eyes. Stop complaining about it. I glare at him. Geez, how rude. Then we heard footsteps coming our way. Who's there? Ed said. It revealed Envy, who was steps in front of us. Oh, it totally Envy. I said. Tell me the exit. Ed yelled at him. It doesn't matter because there is no exit. Envy grunted, which made us all turn to him in shock. All this work for a hope that would never come. You've really gotten us into a fine mess. I can't believe you got me swallowed with you. Swallowed. So we really are in Gluttony's stomach? Ed recalled. Well, yes and no. See, it's a lot more complicated than that. Just ask the Pip dash. Envy stopped mid-sentence at Ed's face in anger. I mean the alchemists. They should have realized what this place is. I put my finger to my chin in thought. Well, when we did get swallowed. That feeling. It was too familiar. So you do remember it then? Envy asked with a hard tone. This isn't the first time you've been through this. I took a step back and my eyes went wide. No way. No. I could remember the circle's light behind me, the eye when I saw the gate, and the eye in Gluttony's stomach. The portal. I squeaked. The portal of truth. But, it wasn't pitch black and filled with a sea of blood. It was more like an entirely white void. Ed answered. Oh yeah? Envy asked. So that's what the real one looks like. The real one? I muttered, confused. Gluttony is a failed experiment by our father to create his own portal of truth. Envy explained. I took another step back. This can't be happening. Despite how powerful our father is, he still couldn't create one. We're trapped inside a defective portal of truth. It exists somewhere in between reality and truth. In between? I gasped in fear. And I can assure you that there is no way out of here. The only option we've got is to sit here until our strength runs out. And that's it. All we can do is wait here to die. Envy stated. I felt like I was hit by 1,000 bricks all at once. Every shocking moment hit me like a glass vase hitting solid concrete. A loud crash with deviating result. No. Don't think I'm falling for any of that crap. I know you're lying to us, Envy. You're lying. Aren't you? Ed growled. So there really isn't a way out? We're going to die here? Ling gasped in wide-eyed shock and horror. I want to know who your father is. Who would try to create their own portal? It's Führer Bradley, isn't it? Ed demanded in a low voice. What? Are you serious? Ha. Nice try, but King Bradley is nothing more than a homunculus. Envy scoffed. Hate nodded and looked down. Told you so. Ling countered to us. Wait a minute. I trailed off. The fifth laboratory. Human lives sacrificed to make Philosopher's stones. Homunculi. And if the Führer is on your side, then you must be the ones behind Ishval. Oh, Ishval. Envy beamed with laughter. I couldn't have asked for a more enjoyable job than that. You remember the incident that started the war, right? I had always heard it was because a military officer accidentally shot an Ishvalan child. Ed answered. Yep. And the one that proudly pulled the trigger was none other than yours truly. Envy boasted, making our eyes go wide. A little gasp escaped my lips, which I covered with my automail hand. I was then filled with grief. All this. Everything, it was his fault. No. My blood then boiled into anger, which made me stand and start to slowly walk to him. My pace was deathly slow. I ravaged their entire country with a single bullet. I mean, talk about invigorating. Oh, and the best part? The officer that I pretended to be? He was actually a moderate who had always publicly opposed the military's occupation in Ishval. And listen to this. The poor fool couldn't come up with a plausible defense and they court-martialed him. You know, I don't think I'll ever get over how easily manipulated humans are. So you did it. I gritted past my teeth. You killed that child. You drove out the Ishvalans. You destroyed their hometown. You turned Scar into a murderer. You're the reason Winry's parents were killed. I said in annoyance. Okay then. If that's how you want it. Envy growled with a dark tone. Envy stood tall with a dark as midnight stare. I gonna show you for something neat before we die. Consider it a parting gift. His form started to change as he spoke. It was dark green with black hair and a complete inhuman form. Did you notice his footprints? Ling asked. Back when we were all fighting in the forest? Just that he's freakishly heavy for the size of his body. He might be a bit bigger than he looks. Ling answered. When the form was finished, it was a beast that probably 50 feet tall with human faces all over. Damn, he's big and long. I said bluntly as Ed and Ling's eyes widened. Aaliyah, they shouted. What? You thought it dirty. Didn't you too? Dirty-minded. I said to them. He growled and stomped his feet on the sea, sending waves on us. I pushed away from Ed quicker than I could think. I then used a boulder as my landing spot. I winced and held the hand I punched Envy with. I think I broke my hand. Well damn. How can that be a homunculus? They're supposed to be artificial humans, right? No one's POV. The music came to a stop as a chirping bird on one of Al's spikes was shown. The scene pulled out to show Al sitting on the ground with Xiaomei by him and the bird flew off. Xiaomei was zoomed in on to show her staring up at Al. She looked forward when she heard a faint, The scene pulled out to show Gluttony standing in front of Al and Xiaomei. Gluttony stepped to the side a few times, making Xiaomei run around Al's leg to hide. Gluttony moved to the other side where Xiaomei popped out at. When she saw Gluttony, she hid again. Gluttony moved closer to Al as Xiaomei popped up over Al's shoulder. The scene changed to show Al's back with Gluttony standing in front of him, bending down a bit to stare at Xiaomei. Gluttony put his hands together and whispered, "What should?" Al's face was shown with his eyes black right now. "What do I do?" Gluttony asked. "I have no idea." Al replied. Gluttony appeared on screen, looking down as he pushed his fingers together. "What do I do? I'm scared." Al was shown again as Gluttony said, "I don't want father to be mad at me." Al's red eyes came back. The scene pulled out to show all three of them as dramatic music began. "What did you say? You have a father?" "Uh-huh." Gluttony said. "Is he the one who made the homunculi?" Al asked. Gluttony approached Al, making Xiaomei slide off of Al's back in fear. "Father made us." Al was shown. He gasped and leaned forward a bit to put a hand on Gluttony's stomach. Blushing, Gluttony backed up as Al looked at his hand. "Where does everything he swallows go? It's got to be some kind of trick." Al's hand clenched into a fist. "Come on. Think. We made a promise and brother might still be alive. I can't just give up now." Al knocked his hand against his head. Xiaomei was shown staring up at Al as he stood up and said, "Gluttony." The scene pulled out to show Al standing in front of Gluttony. "Will you take me with you? Will you take me to meet your father?" Gluttony looked at Al, then smiled. "I guess so." Al was shown. Gluttony was shown. "He'll be happy since you're a human sacrifice." The scene pulled out to show all three of them. Oh, sure, right." Al replied. "That's why he'll want to meet me." Al bowed his head a bit. "And I guess I'll find out what that means." The scene pulled out slowly to move farther and farther away from the three. Central Command appeared on screen. In regards to the search for potential sacrifices, the room full of generals appeared on screen. Our only candidates are the Elric Brothers and Martin. What about Dr. Marco? Another general asked. Isn't he ready? We still have Kimberly. Raven was shown with his head tilted back on his chair. I doubt that Kimberly could muster up the nerve it takes to open the portal. Another general said. That reminds me. The general continued, looking at Raven. Raven opened his eyes to look at him. How have things been progressing along with Mustang's candidacy? That's a question for the Führer. Raven replied. Mustang, who was sitting in a chair, and Bradley, who was staring out a window, appeared on screen. He plans on having a nice long talk with him. Raven said. The music died down and Mustang asked, Tell me, why are you bothering to let me live? Bradley was shown on screen to be drinking from his teacup. Because you aren't going to learn your lesson if you're dead, soldier. Mustang was shown with his head bowed a bit and frowning. And the military? How long has all this been going on? The scene moved to Bradley's front. The homunculi have been controlling this entire nation since its inception. Mustang tilted his head down a bit more. So, all this time you've been sitting back and laughing at our struggles? Hughes's coffin being buried was shown. I saw you at General Hughes' funeral. Bradley was shown at the funeral with his hands trembling. Your hands were trembling. Mustang reappeared on screen, looking up at Bradley angrily. So did you fake that as well? The scene moved to show the two from behind. Why must everyone make such a fuss over the death of a single soldier? The moment a soldier dons his uniform, he accepts the reality that he might be buried in it. Mustang was shown to be glaring. And about my hands? Bradley was shown. Hughes's child screeched throughout the entirety of his funeral. His hand holding the cup was trembling. Bradley turned his head sharply to look at Mustang. My hands were trembling with anger. The scene moved to show the two from behind again as Mustang said, How can you even say such a thing? You have a child, too. Bradley turned back to the window. You're speaking of Salim? He's more well-behaved than that. Mustang was shown with a dark look on his face. And how do you think he'd react if he found out that his father was a homunculus? Bradley's back was shown. Was that a threat? You'll have to do better. His face was shown. Salim eating with his mother by him was shown. He smiled at her. Salim will never work as a point of weakness in my life. Bradley turned to look at Mustang. But you, on the other hand. Mustang was shown. I know exactly who to use as your weak point. Dramatic music began as the outside of Central Command was shown from the sky. A small figure could be seen moving quickly down the sidewalk. Riza was shown to be standing at attention. Lieutenant Hawkeye. Fury shouted. Riza looked over at Fury in surprise. What's wrong, Sergeant? Fury saluted her. I received a memo from Personnel Bureau. He dropped the salute as the scene moved to show him from the front. And well, I'm being transferred to the Southern Command Center. Riza took a quick step forward in shock. They transferred you? And I'm not the only one, Fury said as Breda appeared on screen, looking shocked. Breda's being sent to the Western Command. Fallman appeared on screen, saluting someone. And Warrant Officer Flaman's been reassigned to the Northern Command. Riza reappeared on screen as she gasped. When they heard a gun being shifted, Riza and Fury turned around to see a MP saluting before two soldiers were shown to be approaching them. Riza and Fury snapped their feet together and saluted. Lieutenant Hawkeye? Yakovlev asked. Yes, sir. Riza replied. I'm Yakovlev, from Personnel. Yakovlev said as Riza and Fury lowered their hands. Riza was shown as she thought, Am I being transferred? And my name is Storch. Storch said as he took an envelope from Yakovlev. I'm the personal assistant to Führer Bradley. I need you to take this. He held an envelope out to Riza. Riza gave a quiet gasp. Am I being reassigned, sir? That's correct. Storch replied. Riza took the envelope. I'd like to look at them. She took the orders out of the envelope and read them silently. Her neutral expression turned to shock. What is this? This can't be right. Her face was zoomed in on from the side. Are you sure that these are my orders? Fueri looked at her. Where are they sending you? Riza looked back down at her papers. First Lieutenant Riza Hawkeye is to report for duty. She paused for a moment before continuing. At Central Command Center. While Fueri breathed a sigh of relief, Riza continued. As personal assistant to Führer Bradley. Fueri gasped. The room Mustang and Bradley were in reappeared on screen. It's as simple as that. Bradley said before he was zoomed in on. She'll be under my watch from now on. Mustang was shown to be looking down in shock. Aaliyah's POV. Envy appeared on with horrid greed faces slid off his body and into the blood. Another one soon followed it. A group of the horrid green faces were shown with an echoing voice saying, "Play with me." Hell no. Ed said as he stood up on the rock he was on. You go and play by yourself. Ling was shown to be watching Envy, who was laughing as the horrid faces on his body made so much noise. This isn't good. Ling said. This is very horrifying and gross. I said with a disgusted look. Envy's tail smashed into the stone pillar Ling was kneeling on, but Ling and I jumped backwards off of it before we could get hit. He jumped over one of Envy's hands in the air, but the second one managed to grab him and slam into a rock. He shouted out in pain as Envy landed in the blood with a huge splash. Ling! Aaliyah! Ed screamed before Envy's tail swung out behind him and slammed into Ed. No one's POV. Envy half-laughed half-roared as Ed went flying back into the blood. Ling and Aaliyah was shown to be running over to him. Ed! He screamed as Envy stepped forward. Be careful! Aaliyah shouted as she and Ling jumped and somersaulted through the air to dodge Envy's foot. He flipped over in the air and landed by Ed, who was picking himself up while rubbing his chest. Ling turned to Ed, can you make a weapon? You got it. With this ocean of blood, Ed clapped his hands and put it on the blood. There's plenty of iron to work with. Blue alchemical light lit up the screen as a sword started to rise out of it. Ed grabbed it by the handle as it finished and dramatic music began. He paused in holding it for a moment to change his hold on it before he lightly tossed it to Ling, who caught it. He flipped it in his hand to change his hold and smiled when he saw the design. You have the tackiest sense of taste. Ed appeared on screen, smiling as he put his hand to his automail arm and transmuted it into his signature blade. Ah, come on. I think it looks pretty damn sharp myself. The smile wiped off of Ed's face as he looked at Envy, who appeared on screen and laughed cruelly. Ed and Ling were shown to be staring up at him. Can we take him? Ed asked. I doubt it. He is a giant monster. Ling and Ed were shown close up. And then on top of that, Ling put a hand to his chest. I'm pretty sure he broke 2 of my ribs. Yeah, I'm pretty beat up myself. Ed was zoomed in on. But that's beside the point. His eyes narrowed dangerously. All that matters now is filling him with some pain. The scene pulled out to show Envy waiting in front of them. The scene changed to show Gluttony and Al standing on a hill. Gluttony was shown, then Al with Xiaomei on his shoulder. Al looked at Gluttony. Are you sure this is the right way, Gluttony? Gluttony looked at him. Aha. Al looked forward again. But this is the way, he said as the scene slowly circled him until it was showing him from behind and that Central was in front of him. It can't be. Your father is living in Central? The scene went dark and reopened as the ending scene. Chapter 26, Reunion. Envy jumped towards the screen and into the blood. Ed, Aaliyah, and Ling screamed in shock as Envy landed right on the spot where they were standing with dramatic, action music beginning. Blood splashed up all over because of Envy, blocking the boys from sight. Ed appeared on screen, being pushed back by the violent waves of blood. Just as he was getting his balance back, Envy's tail slammed into him again, sending him violently flipping back into the ground a few times. Ling was shown running through the blood. He turned around sharply and swung his sword up into Envy's underbelly. As blood gushed out of the wound, Ling jumped away. Envy's face was shown as he screamed in pain and fell flat into the blood as Ling ran away. "Run, Ed!" Ling shouted. Envy's face was shown with his long dark hair falling in it. "Bastard!" Envy said. Ling turned around just in time to get hit by Envy's hand again and slammed upside down into a pillar. He coughed up blood as soon as he hit it. Ling slammed into the ground. "Ling!" Ed shouted from where he was kneeling in the blood and looking at his friend. Ed stood up and ran at Envy. Some of the faces on Envy were shown before the screen moved up to show Ed getting closer. "All right, Envy. Time to die." Ed's face was shown, freezing in shock and horror as he halted. Ed was shown to be pulling his blade back from one of the green faces on Envy that was crying and saying, "Help me, kill me." Ed lowered his blade and stared at it. The creepy green face was shown. "Help me die. I'm begging you." It stretched out towards Ed. "Please kill me, please." Its mouth opened widely as a severely creepy green face of the man came out of it. It laughed manically and zoomed in closely to the screen. Envy's mouth was shown to be having slimy light brown people coming out of his mouth. Ed was shown to have his eyes closed as the creepy brown people grabbed at him and starting to lift his limp body up. Ling appeared on screen. "Open your eyes, Ed." Ed was shown to be lifted towards Envy's mouth. Aaliyah's POV *. We were fighting Envy true form. Ed was charged at Envy but stop. "Edward. Snap out of it." I shouted. "But they're people on him." Ed reply. "They are not real." I said. Then Envy attacked Ed. I shouted. Reunion. No one's POV *. A support beam being lifted by a lift appeared on screen. "Steady. Steady," a worker's voice said. A picture of Xiaomei appeared on screen. "Oh, this little cat?" The scene pulled out to show a worker and Mei. "Yeah, I saw one that looked just like it by the factory earlier. I thought it seemed like a weird pet for a guy in a suit of armor to have." Mei appeared on screen, looking worried. "Armor?" she asked surprised. She then screamed in shock. "That thing we fought?" A scary demon Al and Ed who were laughing appeared on screen. A fence with barbed wire on it was shown as Mei said, "That suit of armor's gonna pay, big time." Mei was shown to be walking in an exaggerated way with Scar following her. "He stole Xiaomei from me. Kidnapped her. That creep." Mei suddenly paused and backed up a few steps to look at something. Scar looked down the alley she was looking in. The scene showed Al and Gluttony standing there. It slowly zoomed in to show Xiaomei on Al's shoulder. "That's her. Xiaomei." She started to shout and run forward until Scar put a hand in front of her to stop her. "Hold it," Scar said. Mei stopped and looked up at him. The scene moved to show Scar's face. "You see that fat one?" Gluttony was shown to be opening a gate in a wall of a building before he turned to Al. "I overheard them call him a homunculus." "A homunculus?" Mei asked. Scar was shown to be leaning against a wall and looking down the alley with Mei standing in front of him. "He has the power to recover from any type of injury. He's practically immortal." "He is?" Mei asked, raising her tiny fists to her chest. "That's even more reason for us to go after them." "You're missing my point," Scar said as Gluttony entered the door with Al following him. "I don't know if we can stop him." The end of the alley was shown and Mei ran into it. Scar stepped away from the wall and watched Mei. "What's the armored boy doing with him?" Scar and Mei were shown to be in the doorway where Al and Gluttony disappeared into, standing at the top of some stairs. Is something wrong? May had a hand to her mouth and was shivering a bit as she looked down the stairs in horror. This place, it's strange, I could feel there was something wrong with this country since I got here. Scar was shown, eyes narrowing slightly. May's feet were shown. But this place, it's the source of it, can you feel those things? Crawling beneath us? The staircase was shown, half-shadowed in darkness. The scene started to move slowly down the stairs. Gluttony appeared on screen with Al following him. Xiaomei was shown to be shivering on his shoulder. Al turned his head slightly to look at her. What's the matter? He lifted a finger to her. Are you cold? The staircase was shown, half-shadowed in darkness. The scene started to move slowly down the stairs. Gluttony appeared on screen with Al following him. Xiaomei was shown to be shivering on his shoulder. Al turned his head slightly to look at her. What's the matter? He lifted a finger to her. Are you cold? Al rubbed her cheek. It's okay. Xiaomei latched onto his finger. Gluttony was shown at the end of the hallway to be waving to Al, this way. He said before he went left. Al and Xiaomei shared a look. Al started following him again. The scene changed to show Al and Gluttony standing in a tunnel. Whoa. Al said, moving around a bit. I didn't know there were tunnels like this under Central. Hearing a crunching sound, Al looked down. A bone skull flashed onto screen, spooking Al and making Xiaomei cry out in fear. Al looked around again to see himself surrounded by bones. Al ran over to Gluttony. Hey! What's with all that? So, I'm guessing Gluttony is the easiest homunculi to talk to. Brody asked. Al said. I guess so. Gluttony stopped. Huh? He looked back at Al. Oh. The gatekeepers did all that. And, of course, he is so casual about it. Jerso said. Al put his hands down and asked confused, the gatekeepers? They won't rip you up as long as you're with me. Gluttony said as he started walking again. Al looked up to see a wired roof there and a bunch of growling creatures with glowing red eyes looking down on him. As soft, gentle music began, Xiaomei held onto Al tighter. Just pretend they aren't there. He said before he started walking again. Al was shown following Gluttony as he asked, do we have much further? Gluttony said, not too far. It's just ahead now. Al was shown close up. You said your father made you. Does he know what happens to the people you swallow? Gluttony's grinning face was shown with Al still seen behind him. I'm sure he does. Father knows everything. Al's face was shown again. Brother, I know you're still alive. Just hang on. He finished his thoughts as the screen went black. The slimy brown bodies appeared on screen, flowing gently like a river. Ed's unconscious body was shown to be traveling with them. Some of the flowing brown bodies were shown before Ed's face appeared on screen. A light accompanied by a strange whistling sound started to light up Ed's face, getting brighter and brighter until one of Ed's eyes opened a bit. The scene moved to show it from Ed's perspective. The screen slowly moved up to show the creepy bodies connected to a red stone. What is that? It looks like a red stone. Ed's face was shown. His mouth hung open a bit and only one of his eyes was cracked open a bit. It's his core, a philosopher's stone. I almost forgot. Ed's flesh hand was shown to be limply stretched out towards the stone. After all my searching. Ed's face was shown. It's right here. His eye closed again. In front of me. A picture of the destroyed part of a stone array Ed saw earlier flashed on screen really quick before Ed's face was back on screen. The stone array he saw in Xerxes appeared next before Ed's closed eye was shown. His eye opened in shock. Ed gasped. Envy's closed mouth was shown before Ed slammed his foot out of it by kicking one of Envy's teeth out. Envy's eye was shown, widening a bit. Ling was shown, gasping in shock. The scene turned and pulled out to show Envy with Ed waving his leg around out of his mouth. Open up, Envy. Your breath is killing me. Ed was shown inside of Envy's mouth. I think I've got a way to get us out of here. Envy's face was shown. Ling was shown, gasping. The scene moved to show them from above. Come on, Envy. Ed shouted. Let me out. Dramatic music started as the scene changed to show a bunch of chimeras charging. May appeared on screen, slamming her elbow into one of them. Scar was shown next, slamming his hand into the head of one. There was a flash of blue alchemical light before the head exploded. The scene pulled out a bit to show Scar as the creature fell and another suddenly appeared behind him. May was shown throwing a kunai which then stabbed the chimera in the head. As it fell back, Scar was shown taking care of another with his destructive alchemy. When the chimera fell, the scene pulled out to show May behind Scar. She turned halfway around. What are these things? She asked. Scar looked at her out of the corner of his eyes. They're known as chimeras. Scar turned around when he heard growling to see a three-headed chimera coming at them. May was shown, throwing kunai that slammed into one of the heads. Then her hands were shown to be pressing into an array on the ground. Blue alchemical light flashed around the array before the screen zoomed up to show the same happening on the array on the chimera's head. It growled before its head exploded. Scar's hand was shown before he was seen to be charging at the chimera. He grabbed the injured dog's head. There was a harsh flash of the blue alchemical light as the dog's whole head exploded and blood splashed all around. Scar's uncaring face was shown as a loud thud was heard. He stood up straight and turned around. The scene pulled out to show a mutilated chimera behind May and Scar, who were looking at a whole group of more approaching them. Scar's face was shown. There's no end to them. May's soft, scared voice said, It's stronger here. Scar turned his head to look at her. May was shown to be shivering. The feeling. The ground was shown. There's something evil beneath us. Is it more chimera? Scar asked. No, it's worse. May was shown putting a hand to her mouth with tears in her eyes. Are those people? Al and Gluttony appeared on. Father can make anything. He made all of us, he did. Gluttony said. He brought his arms to his chest and rocked sideways a bit as he added, He made me and lust. And he made envy. Al was shown. The scene changed to show a bunch of pipes on a ceiling as the sound of something heavy being turned was heard. A wall filled with gears with pillars in front of them was shown next. The ground which had pipes all over it that led to the center of the room was shown. The gatekeepers seemed to have grown restless. Father's voice said. The man sitting in the chair was shown close up, but the top half of his face was shadowed. Someone's comes to find me. I have no memory of my parents' faces or their names. Bradley's voiceover said. A little baby that was Bradley was shown. In fact, I don't even remember my own name. For all I know, I might have been abandoned or sold before I even had one. A room appeared on screen with all the babies now kids. They were sitting straight in chairs with a group of scientists in front of them. Now which one of you will be the one to step forward and lead this country? A scientist asked as Bradley was shown to be sitting in one of the chairs. The scientist stopped in front of Bradley and bent over a bit, showing his grinning face and the fact that he had a gold tooth. How about you? They called us prospective Führers. Bradley's voice said. And they trained us to be leaders. The kids were shown to be in a classroom with a teacher in front of a board. They kept us confined together and they taught us at all times of the day and night. Kid Bradley was shown. We studied political science and humanities. The boys were shown as teenagers, fighting against a partner. As well as martial arts, firearms, and of course, swordsmanship. Two blades appeared on screen, crossing each other. The scene pulled out to show teen Bradley hitting his opponent's sword multiple times, never giving him the chance to recover. His face was shown close up as he parried attacks and attacked himself. Eventually, he stabbed his opponent in the shoulder, causing him to stop in surprise. His opponent was shown lying on the ground, groaning from his injury. Bradley lowered his sword and stared down at him. A hand landed on Bradley's shoulder, surprising him and making him look at the scientist there. "Don't worry. His only true purpose in life was to help you further achieve your goal." Bradley looked down coldly at his opponent. "I was certain that I would be the one chosen to lead this country." The boys lined up as adults appeared on screen. "I firmly believed it, and I endured any training to make it so." A roof with pipes on it was shown as flashing red light was seen in the corner of the screen and painful screams were heard. A bloody hand fell limply onto a table. From the blood, dropped a stone that hit the ground. "How disappointing. Another failure." A voice said as tweezers and a glass tray appeared on screen to push the stone onto the glass tray. "Bring the next." A door opened and Bradley was standing there with some scientists. One put a hand on his shoulder as Bradley stared in surprise. "Go ahead and lie down," a scientist said as he put a clean mat over the table. As a strap was pulled tightly over Bradley's chest, he lifted his head to look at it and asked, "What's going on here?" Bradley looked to the side where a door was opened and something was lying on the ground. "Just try not to think about it," a scientist said as the room was zoomed in on and a bunch of dead and bloody bodies was seen. "This won't take long." Bradley's eye widened. The scene pulled out to show Bradley looking at a scientist by his bed. "What are you going to do to me? Are they dead?" A needle with a red liquid was lifted onto the screen. The doctor with a gold tooth was shown to be insanely grinning as he held the syringe. As Bradley was shown staring in horror, Father said, "You are the 12th candidate." Bradley looked at the man standing by his bed. The scene moved up to look at his face, which was blinded by the light. Father bent over, getting into Bradley's face as he laid back down. "Do you have what it takes to become my fury?" The man's face was shown with the top half darkened. "My wrath?" Bradley was shown to be staring in shock at him. The needle was forced into his arm, making Bradley's eye to move down to his arm. His eye was shown getting smaller and smaller as Bradley's voiceover said, "A philosopher's stone is created from the life force of countless human beings and contains their souls." The scene pulled out to show Bradley's body arching up and only being kept down because of the restraints with red alchemical light flashing and snapping all over his body. The scene slowly moved up to Bradley's face. He was screaming with blood sprouting out of his face from his eyes and nose as his head twisted around to every angle it could. Once injected into the bloodstream, it begins to take over its new host and the human body tries to reject it. The scene moved to his arm which was struggling against the restraints and twisting around with the veins in it pulsating. The veins in his arm exploded at different times before they healed themselves. My body was repeatedly destroyed from the inside out. The room with the dead candidates in it was shown. And then rebuilt by the stone. Bradley was shown with his eyes completely white and blood pouring out of his eyes, nose, and mouth while he continued to scream in pain. The only options I had were to die or to overcome its power. The scene went white. I chose the latter. A group of scientists appeared on screen, looking down. "It's amazing. We made a new type of human." The scene moved to show the gold-toothed doctor looking down as well. "Congratulations," he said as Bradley was shown sitting up, holding his face in pain. "You have been chosen to lead mankind down the path of destiny. Everything has been arranged to provide you with all that you will need." The scientist continued. The scene zoomed into Bradley's face. "From now on, your name will be..." Bradley lifted his face out of his face to reveal the Ouroboros tattoo in his eye. "King Bradley." The scene went white again before it showed Bradley and Mustang in Bradley's office. "Countless souls have battled for dominance within me." Bradley's face was shown. And only the most wrathful one survived. Mustang was shown to be staring at him. "I can't tell you if this remaining soul was one of those within the Philosopher's Stone or if it's the one I carried since I was born. I doubt that I'll ever know." Mustang closed his eyes. After a moment, he opened them and stood up. You've lived your life before as a human being. Why choose to be a homunculus, sir? Isn't there some way you could go back to being a human? Or not? Bradley turned around to face him. You suggest I become human again? He looked away. Ridiculous. Why would I possibly want to pursue such frivolity? Mustang was shown. I've become something far superior. The scene pulled out to show Bradley taking a few steps towards Mustang. Just as you humans take great pride in your humanity, misguided though that may be. Bradley's face was shown as he glared at Mustang. I too am proud, because we also take pride in what we are. Lust flashed onto the screen. The woman you killed. Mustang was shown. She died with her pride intact, didn't she? A pair of hands appeared on screen, tying a makeshift splint on Ed's arm. The scene pulled out to show Ling, Aaliyah, and Ed sitting by a fire. Ed had one eye shut tight as he winced when Ling pulled the bindings on his arm tightly to finish. As Ed pulled his arm back to him, Ling said, "There, that should help." "Thank you, Ling," Edward replied, looking down at his arm. Then they gathered around and envy brought the half-building to them. "Maybe I can help us to go back," Ed said. "Yeah, I does," Aaliyah said. Edward transmuted it and a blight light happened and we step in the light. Ed's POV. I stand up and look around. I was in Gate of Truth and Aaliyah with me. "Aaliyah? Why are we here for?" I asked her. "I don't know, but some reason we shared a gate together," Aaliyah said. Then I turned around and see Alphonse's body. "Al?" I shouted. As the gate opened and pulled me and Aaliyah into the gate. "Al? Alphonse?" I yelled at him. "Al, stand up. I can't leave without my soul," Al said. "Al? Wait for me," I yelled. "Stay there. I'm coming back for you," I said to him. Chapter 27, Father. A skull with a fire burning in it appeared on screen as the sound of a door opening was heard. The scene slowly moved up to show Father's empty chair. As it continued to move, creepy music started and the ground was shown, then the doors that Gluttony opened with him standing between the open doors. The doors were zoomed in on as Gluttony walked through the doors. The scene pulled back to show the door through some pipes as Gluttony was followed by Al. Al was zoomed in on, turning his head as he was. He looked in the other direction. The many pipes on the wall he was looking at were shown. "This place couldn't get any creepier, huh?" Al asked. Gluttony's hands were shown to be in the air and waving. "Hello, Father." The scene moved down to show Gluttony while Al jumped a bit in the background and sweat trailed down his suit of armor. "I brought you a human sacrifice," Gluttony said as he started to walk forward. Al was shown. "Your father? Where?" He looked around. "This is happening too fast." The scene pulled out rapidly, showing Al and Gluttony from the distance with a bit of a balcony at the bottom of the screen. Father's foot appeared on the balcony. The screen turned to show the scene from behind Al. Father was seen to be shadowed over mostly because of the dark area he was in. "And who is this?" Father asked. Al was shown, gasping a bit. The picture of the Elric family with Hohenheim's face covered flash onto screen. The bottom half of Father's face was shown. The screen slowly moved up to the rest of his face. "Dad?" Al said confused. "Father." Father reappeared on screen. "Eh?" Gluttony said. Father said. Blood appeared on screen before Gluttony was shown to be screaming with blood gushing out of him. Gluttony's stomach was shown to be ripping open to the mouth with an eye inside of it. A red slit appeared in the pupil of the eye. Al was shown from behind as he watched. The scene moved towards Gluttony again, who was holding his stomach to try to get it to stop. He fell face down to the ground and coughed up blood. He grabbed hold of one of the pipes, which burst and had stream fill the vicinity. Gluttony was shown through the stream to be screaming out in pain still. The eye in his stomach was shown. The pupil in the eye shrunk as Gluttony continued to scream out in pain. The scene rapidly pulled out as red alchemical light flashed around. When the scene pulled out, a giant hand was shown to be reaching out of Gluttony's stomach. The candle inside the skull was shown. When the scene changed, it was to look at the ground to see Gluttony's shadow with Envy's arms stretching out of him as the room was lit up red. Envy's second hand ripped out of Gluttony's stomach, adding to the shadows on the ground. There was a loud thumping sound as Envy's leg hit the ground. The scene pulled out to show Al standing back before Envy shot out of Gluttony's stomach and he was zoomed in on. He roared as he crossed the screen. Al was shown to briefly be covering his face before he looked over at where Envy fell and the screen went back to normal colors. Envy's body was shown with steam all around. The screen slowly moved down the length of his body until it got to his tail. As Envy groaned, the scene moved past Envy's tail to show Al's back as he stared at him, gasping a bit in shock. Envy. Father said. Al looked to the side then turned around, causing Xiaomei to jump to his other shoulder. Envy? He cried in shock. Al turned back around to look at Envy. A part of Envy's body and face was shown so the crying green bodies on him were seen. That thing? The scene moved angles to show Al staring at Envy. Al moved his head slightly before he was running. Brother. Aaliyah's POV. I opened my eyes and stand up and look around and saw Alphonse. I yelled. Aaliyah. Brother. Al shouts. Al runs toward Edward and Ed looked up and saw Al and his fist palm with Ling. We here? We make it. Ed said. Yeah. Al? Brother. Aaliyah. You're here. As Al hugged us. My ribs. Ed grunted. As Ling holds his side and looks around. Ed saw Father, who looks like Hohenheim. Hohenheim? Ed said shocked/angry. Steel appendages? A young girl with long red hair? And an armored body? Father leaned his body closer to Ed and Aaliyah, who jumped away. Are you two, the Elric brothers and Aaliyah Martin? So, you're not him. Have you mistaken me for someone else? He leaned back, rubbing his chin of whiskers. Hold on. Hohen. He looked at the boys. The name you say, by any chance do mean Van Hohenheim? And how is that you two are acquainted with him? Well, he's our father, Al replied. Father took Ed's face in his hands and studied it carefully. He's your father. This Eid is indeed unsurprising. I had no idea he had children's. He released Ed's head, laughing, and pat it. Ed looked up at the man very irritated. Al and I looked at Ed and Father. Huh? If you are indeed his prodigy, then why is it that your family name is Elric? Ed threw up his arm and pushed off Father's hand. Elric is our mother's last name. Oh, is that so? So where has he been spending his time? Who cares? Just forget him. Who the heck are you? Why do you look exactly like him? I know that he's can't be dead, Father began discussing with himself. Listen. Ed yelled angrily. Edward. I mumbled to myself. But would he leave his children's? Brother/Edward, Al and I said grabbing his arm, this guy's the one who dash. Ed yelped in pain. It would appear you're injured, Father said, turning his attention back to the young boys and girl. And you're missing your left hand, aren't you? He walked closer to Al and placed a hand over the hole in his arm. He moved his hand back, and red lightning was emitted from his hand. Al's hand was made just like new. No one's POV. Ed's eyes widened. There, how was that for you? Father took Ed's arm. Your arm is broken. Another flashed of red bright abed their faces. Ed pulled back and removed the stick and cloths from his arm. He moved the fingers and opened and closed his hand. It's not broken anymore. Father began to feel around Ed's body for signs of injury. He moved over his rib cage and Ed flinched. Broken ribs as well. Father put a hand on Ed's torso and healed the injury boy. I consider they two of you to be vital resources. You must both remain alive and healthy. As for Aaliyah, she had to healthy too. Ed, Aaliyah, and Al looked at one another. This isn't right, guys, Ed whispered. He performed a transmutation without any movement at all. There isn't any equivalent exchange. The boys said together. You aren't human, Ling said angrily, pointing his sword at Father. What are you? What the heck's inside you? I would ask who you are, Father said intimidating. But honestly don't care. Ling shook, and sweat rolled off his chin. You can go ahead and eat him. Father said. Okay. Gluttony squealed. What? Aaliyah yelled. No. Hold on. Ed, Al, and Aaliyah ran in front of Ling. Don't. This guy's our friend, and you want to keep us happy, right? So don't kill him. Please. But I have no need for him, Father explained, moving back to his large chair. Your friendship doesn't make any less useless to me. What? He did heal our wounds, though. He didn't heal mine, Ling cut in, stumbling forward. I don't like him. I can tell he looks down on humans and calls us fools. Father stopped and looked back. When you notice an insect on the ground, do you stop to consider it a fool? Ling growled. The life of an insect is so beneath you, that it would be a waste of your time to even consider judging. That would be an accurate summation on my feelings towards you humans. Ed clapped his hands, hit the ground, sending an avalanche of rocks towards Father. He stood up and looked at Father, with fury in his eyes. Look, you might have healed our wounds, but that does not mean we're friends. He pointed at Father. It's pretty apparent that you're the root of all evil. I'm taking you down. I don't care how many cronies you've got. Just who are you calling a crony, Pipsqueak? Envy asked angrily. Ed gritted his teeth at the nickname and clenched his fist. Pipsqueak. He slapped his hands together. He sent pipes zigzagging their way toward Envy and Gluttony. They quickly changed course, wrapping their way around Father instead. Gotcha now, Bossman. A burst of red electricity coursed through the pipes, breaking them into small pieces. Ed, Aaliyah, and Al gasped. Envy leapt into the air, barely missing Ed as it came down. Ed jumped onto his arm, running up and hopping over the giant homunculus head. Al brought up a stone wall, which Ed pushed off of right before Envy's tail swooped and destroyed it. Al bent down and sent a whip of stone at Father, only to have it be decomposed before it even reached its target. Ling jumped through the smoke, shouting and readying his sword. A large pillar of rock shot out of the ground and hit into Ling's stomach, throwing him across the room. Ling! Aaliyah yelled. What's going on here? Al asked. Ed pushed himself up out of the broken rocks and glared at Father. How does he do that? It's like he can transmute just by thinking about it. Father sighed. This is a waste of time. He took a step forward. An invisible wave passes over Ed, Aaliyah, and Al, and red lighting filled the room. Scar and May looked back from their fight, feeling the changing presence beneath. Hohenheim took a step a mountain. Wind brushed past his tied-back hair as he looked over the landscape of Central. Ed looked at his hands on the ground, and trembled. He looked up at Al and Aaliyah, and Ed and Al clapped and tried again. Nothing happened. What's going on? We shuddered at once. I can't transmute. Then Ed and Al were held down by Envy. Ed. Al. Aaliyah. Ling called out, now running to us. This made Gluttony grab him and throw him under his weight. What the hell did he do to us? Ed growled, trying to escape. I don't know. Al answered. Envy barked in laughter. You lower life forms never fail to amuse me. You get a speck of power and you think you own the world. And you don't even know what that power is. And then you have the arrogance to assume you the in control of the power. You're like a bad joke that keeps getting dumb. Envy scoffed. What are you bastards planning? Ed questioned loudly. You promised to tell me everything if we got you out. Huh? Envy playfully asked. Why I would never stoop so low as to make a deal with a worm like you. Liar. Aaliyah shrieked. You talk far too much, Envy. The homunculi muttered. Oh, sorry. Envy apologized, now ignoring us. The homunculi looked to Ling with a hard stare. You may prove to be rather useful to me after all. I could always use a new pawn in the rotation. He then tapped his forehead, which made a purple eye open up and drip out a red liquid. A stone. Is that a philosopher stone? Al gasped. A what? Ling breathed out. Are you really gonna do that? Envy asked. Do what? Ed and Aaliyah asked. He's making a new homunculus. Envy answered with grin in his voice. When a stone is added to the bloodstream, if the body is able to survive, then you got a human-based homunculus. An example of one is me. I won't let you do that to him. Aaliyah objected. Gluttony peeled off a bandage off of Ling's cut cheek. Why aren't we able to transmute? Ed asked, trying to use alchemy to escape from Envy's weight. You bearded bastard. He has people waiting for him to get back. Get off of me. Aaliyah then remembered the guns Riza gave them. Aaliyah whistled to Ed and mouthed the gun to him. He then reached to the gun. Don't shoot. Ling demanded. Aaliyah's gaze went wide and she turned to him. In the corner of Aaliyah's eyes, Ed in the same state of shock she was in. This is what I want, so stay out of it. Are you serious? Ed asked. I came to this land to get a philosopher's stone. Now this guy wants to give me one. I'm not gonna turn this down. Ling stated. Think about what you're doing. Aaliyah argued. Well, this is new. The man spoke. But we'll see if your body is as willing as your mind. With it said and done, the man dropped the stone onto Ling's cut, letting the liquefied stone seep into the wound. Looking at the reaction and the screaming in pain, this is far worse than rubbing salt into the wounds. Ling screamed in agony as it looked his body was being shattered from the inside over and over in many different ways. Aaliyah had to turn away from what she was witnessing. Don't you dare interfere. Stay back. Ling demanded between screams. I know what I'm doing. They're dealing with the future leader of Xing. He then let out a loud scream which made my blood run cold. Was he dying? Aaliyah turned her head and saw the red sparks disappearing and Ling's body twitching. Ling? Aaliyah whispered. Ling turned to her. Wah. The voice that came out was completely different. It was deeper and rougher. That wasn't Ling anymore. You mean this guy's I took his body from? Sorry. Your friend just checked out and lent Greed this body. Aaliyah's eyes went wide. No. Not him. Anyone but Greed. Wait. I have a score to settle with him. So you're not Ling? Al asked quietly. Did he say Greed? Ed asked just as quietly. Greed smirked, now walking to me. Oh, the pain coming in my head now. I can remember when he tried to hit on me during our fight and then ran away like a coward. I don't like him at all. Greed's hard grip went on my chin and he inspected me carefully. Oh my. Who is this inviting woman? He asked seductively. Hey. Stay away from her. Ed growled. Aaliyah could tell Ed was getting fired up that this man was flirting with me. Honestly, she was getting irritated herself. Aaliyah don't like this attention she was getting and she won't take it. Greed chuckled and turned to everyone. She's a flower. A flower with poison. Aaliyah argued with rage in her voice. You don't remember us? Ed questioned. From Dublith? Al added. You must have met some different greed. Greed suggested. He was my avarice before you. The bearded man spoke. Oh. I gotcha. That makes sense, but if you want to hear it from me, no, I'm not the greed you met. Greed explained. But. Ling. Ed whispered. He was an interesting kid. He gave up his body without any fight at all. Greed stated with a smirk. Ed's eyes widened for a second before objecting. You're lying. Ling would never do that. Answer me, Ling. Ling. The door opened and what I saw in the light was a chimera. I stared at it blankly. What was a chimera doing here? Before it could move forward, it exploded in blood and fell to the ground. Behind it stood Scar. I gulped at him. I don't have time to almost die again. Then there stood a little girl with black hair put into many braids and dark eyes. She gasped and hid behind Scar. What's the matter? Scar asked hardly. That feeling. It's coming from that man. He's not human. She whimpered. Scar stood forward. No, he's not. He spoke now, walking to us. I don't think any of them are human. Then a tiny panda that came from Al's direction ran to the girl in fear. Show Mei. Oh, thank goodness. She chirped, hugging the tiny creature. I was so worried about you. Greed applauded, watching them. Ha ho. Now that's a touching reunion right there. And they've also got Fullmetal. Scar muttered. Where is he? Where is Mr. Edward? She chirped, looking around. Scar pointed in his direction. He's right there. The girl looked around with sharp eyes but instead found nothing. That, and she wasn't looking hard enough. Huh? He's not really here, is he? I told you, that's him right there. That little guy is the Fullmetal Alchemist. Scar answered. Ed got annoyed by that comment. The thing that surprised is that he didn't go into a short rant. The girl stared at him for a second before gasping in horror. She looked horrified, heartbroken, and shocked by this discovery. Aaliyah could tell she had an expectation about Ed, and that was just shattered. How dare you toy with the feelings of a maiden, you human microbe? And she proceeds to call him short. Aaliyah sighed. What did you call me, microgirl? Ed yelled. That's the ishvalan I never got to eat. Gluttony stated, pointing at Scar. Another human with its own plans. The bearded man sighed. Go ahead and eat him, Gluttony. Ultimate answered. He doesn't have alchemy to try and stop you. Okay. Gluttony chirped, now throwing himself at Scar. Scar then transmuted Gluttony with ease. He managed to attack Gluttony, which shocked Aaliyah. How is he able to use his alchemy? What? Envy's question boomed. You'll pay for this. The girl screamed at Ed, you deceived a young girl and you kidnapped Show Mei. She then threw her kunais at a rock and made a huge fist hit Envy. You'll suffer for this. All of you. This freed Ed and Al from Envy. We should probably run. Aaliyah sighed before running away with Ed and Al. Our alchemy still isn't working. Al screamed. But theirs is. Ed muttered. Then he pulled us behind a boulder quickly to hide. This doesn't make any sense. Aaliyah sighed, rubbing my temples. How can they still transmute? I dunno. But I think this our chance to turn things around. Ed muttered, running back into the open. Scar. Do you want to know the truth about what started the war in Ishval? In Ishval? Scar repeated. Do you want to know the truth about who shot that child and started the war? He's standing right there. Ed yelled, pointing at Envy. It was Envy disguised as a soldier. These guys orchestrated the entire war. Scar glanced at Ed for a second before turning his gaze to the homunculi. I'd like to heat more details about this. In between your screaming. Scar growled. Gluttony then jumped up ready to take a bite out of Scar. Scar then transmuted Gluttony with yet again ease. Now tell me. What purpose did you chose to slaughter my people? Depending on your answer, I'll send you to join God. Scar then started to attack him. Chapter 28, Struggle of the Fool. Envy lead Al, Aaliyah and Ed through the passageway, soon appearing in front of an elevator. Hey, where are you taking us? Ed asked as Envy pressed the button. Just get in, Envy replied as the doors opened. They followed him in as the doors closed. Aaliyah gripped Ed's hand tighter as the elevator started to move upward. As they finally stopped moving, Envy changed his appearance. The doors opened as they all stepped out. This looked like. Aaliyah trailed off as Al finished, its central command. We were right below it. Hey! You guys are plastered with filth. Central command /showers *. Envy handed the two a pair of clothes and walked them over to the shower saying, go ahead in. Ed and Al walked in as Aaliyah stood there awkwardly. Envy turned to her as he asked, are you hard of hearing? I said go in. You want me to take a shower with those two in there? Is that a problem? Of course it is. I'm a girl and they're guys. Aaliyah angrily stated. I don't care. This is the easiest way to watch over you all at the same time. Envy stated, pushing her into the room. When he got her in, he quickly locked the door. Aaliyah railed off as Ed and Al glanced her. Would you like me to shield you from brother? Al suggested as Ed shouted, hey! What's that supposed to mean? I didn't mean anything by it. Al reassured. Yeah, no looking Edward. Aaliyah said to him while in the shower washing her hair. So, they've been here the whole time, just below us. Al stated as Ed said, so that means not just the Führer but the whole military could be involved. After a few more minutes, Ed and Aaliyah shut their water of any stepped out. Without looking, Al handed her a towel. Thanks Al. She stated as Ed said, there is some good news. I saw your body. You saw it? My body is still there? Al asked shocked. Ed then fixed his antenna, strand of hair that stick up, and said, now we're just one step closer to getting your body back, Al. Ed turned to face Al, only to make an irritated face at what he saw. Al, what's that little cat doing here? Well, you know that little girl. Al started as Ed shouted, are you serious? She's in your armor? Brother. Stop yelling. And while you're at it, would you put on some pants? What's the hold up? Envy shouted as Aaliyah quickly hid behind Al. Envy walked in but stopped shortly after seeing Ed, who was very well facing Envy. Al decided to wait outside with Envy as Ed and Aaliyah finished getting dressed. Aaliyah occasionally would find herself looking into the mirror set in front of them, spying on him. What can she say? It's Edward Elric getting dressed. Who wouldn't look? She looked away and began to button her shirt as a pair of arms wrapped around her. I have to say, it's been a long time since I've seen you wear a skirt. Ed stated as she blushed and said, what are you getting at? Nothing, just wanted to say how much sexier it makes you look. Aaliyah lushed more as Ed chuckled. I guess this makes us even. What are you talking about? Aaliyah asked confused as Ed said. Did you know you have a pretty hot body as well? You saw me naked? Aaliyah exclaimed as Ed said, what's the big deal? If I'm not mistaken, I saw you glancing at me from the mirror. Aaliyah began to blush again. You don't have to be embarrassed. Ed chuckled as he slowly buttoned up her shirt for her. Ed then brought his lips to rest against her neck as he began to suck and bite. Ed. Aaliyah was going to say something but went silent. Edward started his attack. Hurry it up in there. Envy shouted as he banged on the door, afraid to go in. Damn Envy. Ed thought as he let Aaliyah go. I guess we'd better get going. Aaliyah stated as Ed looked at her neck to find the dark mark he left. He grinned as he said, yeah, let's go. Central Command **. Geez, Al. Did you really have to bring the little girl along with us? Ed whispered as they walked down the hallway. What else was I supposed to do? Al asked as Aaliyah said, besides, she was hurt bad. Hey! Envy shouted as the three jumped. Wrath will take care of babysitting you now. Right this way. Envy opened the doors as Ed asked, Wrath? As the doors opened, they revealed Mustang and Bradley. Wrath is Führer King Bradley? Ed thought. Colonel? What's going on? Aaliyah asked. As she looked to Mustang. Where should I begin? Fury's been shipped south, Fallman's up north and Breda's to the west. Envy exited the room as Roy continued, and Hawkeye's personal assistant to Führer Bradley. Aaliyah and Ed's eyes widened as Ed thought. What the hell is this? He's practically holding him hostage. Aaliyah thought Bradley said, Who ahead and take a seat. The three sat down, Aaliyah next to Bradley, then Al and finally Ed. 3 cups of tea were placed in front of each as Ed thought, the guards left us alone, there are 4 of us and 1 of him. He's only got 1 sword with him. Al thought. He's isn't in the slightest bit worried. Aaliyah thought. He's that confident he can take us all on at once. Mustang thought as a cough broke the silence. Al quickly brought his hand to his mouth as Ed tried to change the subject. Führer, so what was that in the hospital that day when you came to visit us? You really had us going, didn't you? I don't recall lying. I instructed you to suspect everyone and not to meddle with anyone. The only thing you need to know is that you're important to us and that there's no need for you to dig deeper, accept it and move on. If you do that, then no harm will come to you. That's good for us, but what about everyone who isn't a sacrifice? What of them? Aaliyah asked. Nothing you need to know that I haven't told you. Is that clear? Blue Flame and Full Metal? Humph, you chose that as our titles, Ed started as he pulled out his pocket watch that was blood-stained. We only joined the military because we thought it would help us to get our bodies back, but now we know what you're using is for, to recruit your sacrifices. Well, I won't let you use me to accomplish your sick goals. Ed tossed his watch to Bradley as he said, I resign my title as a state alchemist. The symbol of a dog, crusted with blood. Bradley stated as he touched Ed's watch. Your plans will fail. I swear on my grave I'll stop you. I'll warn the other state alchemist. I'll tell them. Ed stopped as Bradley placed his blade against Aaliyah's neck. What a good-looking girl you've got here, Full Metal. It'd be a shame if something happened to her or that friend of yours in Rush Valley. Ed slammed his fist onto the table as he shouted, Stay away from them. Ed knew they wouldn't kill Aaliyah since they needed her, but that didn't stop them from hurting her badly. There was that and Winry. It up to you. Bradley slid the watch back to Ed as he continued, If you want take it, I'll have to cut her down. Bradley placed the blade closer to her neck as she winced. Ed placed his watch back into his pocket as Bradley removed the blade saying, How thoughtful. Excuse me, don't have to worry about us, but I have to ask. If we're going to continue to serve under your watch, can we still look for a way to return to our bodies? Please, sir. Al pleaded. I don't see why not so long as you don't interfere. Bradley then turned to face Mustang and asked, What of you, Colonel? You won't do something like quit the military, will you? Good question. I'm on a short leash here. I still find it preferable than giving up, plus I still have my ambitions. Your plans don't change that. I think I'll hold on to this and retain my rank as well. That's fine with me, we have nothing left to discuss. The 4 stand as Mustang said, I would like to ask you one question, sir. Would you now? Are you the one who murdered General Hughes? Ed, Aaliyah and Al gasped as they looked from Mustang to Bradley. No, it wasn't me. Then who did? Colonel, I agreed to one question. We'll be leaving now. Mustang stated as they headed to the door. Just one moment, Alphonse. Al turned only to have a sword stabbed through his chest. Every honor, but Mustang gasped as Al asked, Is That all? That's all, you're dismissed. Bradley stated as he sheathed his blade. The four walked out, the doors closing behind them as they all panicked. That was too close. Al stated as May thought, I almost got stabbed in the head. 3 asterisk. Oh hey Colonel, help us out. You got any change? Ed asked, holding his hand out to Mustang. You want my money now? Mustang dug in his pocket and pulled out his change as Ed shouted, just give it. Ed snatched it and from his as he counted it. Geez, that's all you got? Apparently it's more than the two of you together have. Yeah. Aaliyah muttered as Mustang looked at her and suddenly smirked. Fullmetal, I didn't know you had it in you. What are you talking about? Ed asked as Aaliyah began to blush. What happened to your neck, ally? Al asked as now Ed began to blush as well. Nothing. The two shouted as Ed grabbed Ally's arm and pulled her away saying, it's time to go. Oh yeah, sorry but we'll explain later, Colonel. Al shouted as they all ran through the halls. What the hell's with them? Oh no, the lieutenant. Roy quickly ran off in search for Riza. Outside of Central Command asterisk. Roy raced outside of the command center as he called, Lieutenant. When he crossed the corner, he found Armstrong. Roy leaned against the wall as he sighed and caught his breath. Is something bothering you, Colonel? You seem slightly discomposed. Armstrong asked. How do you think I'd react? I'd hoped a beautiful young woman would be standing there, not a mustache macho man. Colonel? Lieutenant? Roy looked up to find Riza. I was getting worried Lieutenant Hawkeye reporting back from latrine break sir. She saluted. Mr. Armstrong was passing by and was nice to watch my post for me. Thanks for everything, Major. I appreciate it. No trouble at all. So you didn't run off? Mustang stated as Riza said, someone once told me to never give up and once was enough. Just don't ever tell me to you'd wish you'd ran when you had the chance, alright? Roy grinned. It's too late for regrets. Riza stated, walking to THD car with Roy and Armstrong. Phone booth asterisk. Aaliyah's POV asterisk. Aaliyah? It's been a while. Wait a minute, did Ed break his automail arm again? No, it's nothing like that. Just called to chat, so how's everything with you? Fine. That's a relief. I sighed. Is something wrong, Aaliyah? Winry asked. Huh? No, everything's fine. If you say so. Well, I'll talk to you later, Winry. Bye. I hung up as I turned to the boys saying, don't worry boys, she's safe. It's the kind of sorry they'll manipulate you with. A voice spoke. We all turned to find Greed leaning against the phone booth. Ah! They screamed out of shock. Ling! Ed called out. No, I've told you, it's Greed. He sighed. What is it? I growled with a glare set on him. Greed then handed us a white rag. Your pal wanted me to give this to you. Ling did? Ed asked, taking the rag and reading the contents. From what I could see, it was written in a foreign language. What does it say? It's in some other language. Yeah, it is. He said to give it to some girl. He sighed. Lawn fan? I asked, crossing my arms over my chest. My glare rose at him. Is this his trick? Don't even tell me that you're going to follow us to kill her. I've got more class than that. He stated. And I don't fight woman. I glared at him, now wanting to smack him upside the head so hard. Another rule of mine is to never tell a lie. It's your call. He started to walk off. Ling! Ed called out as he left. It's still Greed kid. He countered, now leaving us. No one's POV. A fist slamming into a chimera appeared on screen. Scar was shown as he stood up. He looked over his shoulder. His feet appeared on screen as he walked through the tunnel as creepy music started. Scar's face was shown from the side. Who is that godless monster? Father appeared on screen. He was shown up close as red light flashed around him. The scene pulled out to show Scar jumping away from him. What cause would bring to initiate a civil war and ravage an entire country? Scar was shown up close with blood spilling around in the air around him. Scar reappeared on the screen. He was shown from the front. Is someone there? Dr. Marcoa's voice asked. Scar stopped and looked down. His feet were shown to be on the wired floor. He moved his foot to show Dr. Marco looking up at the tunnel Scar was walking through. Who is that? Dr. Marco asked. Did you come from outside? Scar's face was shown. His bloody hand was shown. Blood dropped from his hand. Dr. Marcoa's feet were shown as the blood hit the ground in front of him. He was shown to be looking down at the blood from an upward angle so the wired floor could be seen above him. I can help you if you're injured. He turned his head to the side briefly before looking down at the blood. Why don't you come down here? He looked up again. Is everything all right outside? Dr. Marco was shown from a downward angle. It's safe to come down. The guard won't be back for a while. Let me help you with your injuries. I'm actually a doctor. The wired floor of the tunnel Scar was in was shown with Scar's lower body being seen through it. Scar kneeled down and moved the wired part of the floor. The scene showed Dr. Marco from behind as Scar jumped down and landed in a crouch in front of him. Scar was shown from behind as Dr. Marco looked at him as he stood. So you're an Ishvalan? Dr. Marco said. Was your head wounded in that? Dr. Marco stopped and his eyes widened in shock and horror. You're not the one known as Scar, are you? The scene moved to show Scar from the front. Tell me who you are first. And what are you doing down here? Dr. Marco was shown from the front. He closed his mouth and lost the look of horror as he started to chuckle. The chuckle turned into insane laughter as Dr. Marco put his hands to his head. My God! Scar stared in surprise. The scene moved down to the ground as Dr. Marco fell to his knees in front of Scar. He grabbed onto Scar's pants. This must be fate. The scene moved to the side of Scar's face with a downward angle to it to show Dr. Marco. Dr. Marco looked up at him. I'm the alchemist responsible for the extermination of your people. Scar's face was shown as he pulled back a bit in surprise. Dr. Knox's house asterisk. No one's POV asterisk. Nothing serious. Just a mild concussion. Dr. Knox stated standing up. She'll be fine after a few days of rest. Thank God, I'm relieved. Al sighed, well I'm not. Knox yelled at Al, you seem to think this is a hospital. You've filled my house with patients. Where am I supposed to sleep now? Tell me that. I'm sorry. Al exclaimed. Alphonse? Al heard a female voice rasped. As Al turned his head and saw Lan Fan creeping out of her room. This made he gasp and got to her. What are you doing out of bed? You should be resting. As Al helped her on her feet. The young lord. Isn't he with you? She asked looking up to him. He's not. But he's still alive. I've got a message from him. Al stated pulling a rag that has a foreign language written in what looked like blood. She lifted it up and read the contents. She gasped and walked a few feet away and fell on her knees. Lan Fan? It says he's found a Philosopher stone. The young lord has saved our clan. She spoke happily with tears of happiness flooded in her eyes. But now, we have to return to our country. We have to get the news to our people. She then stood up and looked at Al with eyes dancing with joy. Where is he? Can you take me to him? We didn't even bother to speak. This worried her. Why are you two so quiet? Has something happened to the young lord? Please talk to me. What has happened to the prince? Roy, Riza, Armstrong sat our car listening to Roy's explanation. The Führer was a homunculus. He was one of those beasts. Führer Bradley is a homunculus. Armstrong gasped, looking down. It can't be. The only thing I've ever wanted to do was protect my fellow countrymen. And I'm not the only one. So many soldiers have put their trust in the military. But this is the truth. Armstrong yelled, shaking. You can resign, Major. Roy muttered. Armstrong rose his head and his eyes widened. With your disposition, I'm afraid you'll suffer otherwise. I collapsed in Ishval. I couldn't bring myself to stay and fight. The military's plans were ghastly, I could see that. But still. I chose to turn away and run. I didn't stay to protest their actions. Armstrong muttered. That decision has haunted me every day since then. It makes me sick to abandon my own beliefs. Now I'm facing the military again. I have to fight. I couldn't live with myself if I ran away now. The Führer asked me that. I told him I wasn't going to quit and give up my ambitions. He muttered, looking out the window. He answered. This made Riza, Armstrong, and I take an intake of air. The Führer seemed downright eager to reveal his true nature as a homunculus. It appears he wants me to know that there is someone even more powerful giving him orders. It seems they're testing me. I must admit I'm honored. You seem surprisingly calm. Riza answered. Well, it's similar to the fight that I had with lust. I've been called a human weapon and a monster. Maybe I deserve it, but I can tell you this much. I never feel more human when I'm hunting real monsters. Roy replied with a dastardly smirk. AL's POV asterisk. After I explained what happened to Ling, she looked devastated and shocked. I see, he accepted the stone, and let the beast take control. She sighed, now looking up to the ceiling. We're really sorry, we could have stopped him. I whispered, looking down. Don't apologize, I'm only upset with myself because I was unable to protect him. Lanfan answered, now turning to us. But the prince, he's not gone, he's just trapped inside of this greed creature, right? She then started to sit up, making my sleeping cat wake up and jump in my lap. She held the place where her arm used to be and closed her eyes. I need your help. I want a new arm, as soon as possible. Are you sure? You haven't healed yet. I stated. I need an automale engineer now. Please help me. She begged. I stared at her and nodded. Yeah, we'll introduce you to 2 great automale engineers. But please, get your strength back. I replied, setting her back down. I stand up, then saw the little up and around at the door with her panda. I don't think you should be up yet. Mei Chang, right? I asked. Mei. Lanfan gasped. The little girl grabbed her throwing knife and shot it at Lanfan. My cat jumped and hissed loudly. Lanfan grabbed a book and used it as her shield. The book then had a tiny knife sticking out of the cover. What's going on? Al asked, looking at them both. You're a watchdog of the Yu clan. Mei replied with a smirk. You're the Chang Aries. Lanfan muttered, sitting up. Very good. I'm the 17th daughter, Princess Mei Chang. She introduced. And I know why you're in this country. Lanfan replied. To obtain immortality. Too bad you won't live to see me get it. Mei retorted with a smirk. Lanfan kicked the covers off and pulled out a kunai. You won't even leave this room, princess. Wait a minute. I don't know what this is about, but you shouldn't fight. I replied, trying to keep the 2 girls from fighting. Quit trying to interfere with the affairs of our country. They both yelled at me. My wounds won't slow me down. Lanfan muttered lowly. Is that so? Well, neither will mine. Mei argued back. What the hell do you think you're doing? You 2 should be resting in bed. Dr. Knox scolded. Quit trying to interfere in the affairs of our dash, May started in a tiny voice. I don't care about the affairs of your country, dumbass. It doesn't matter where you're from, you're both my patient. Dr. Knox growled, now walking off. May and Lanfan glared daggers at each other and growled lowly like dogs. He then turned to them with a calm look. You're not planning on making a bigger mess around here, are you? Because if you do, you might notice an unknown pathogen in the floorboards and kill everyone in the house. Aaliyah's POV*. Thank you for taking the time to be here. The woman Ed and I were helping replied with a smile. I'm actually surprised you came, I was starting to get a little worried. I smiled at her lightly and clapped my hands just like Ed did. We then set our hands on the ground fixing what had been broken. My eyes widened a bit. Ed and I turned our backs as the woman and looked at our hands in shock. We could use alchemy again. It worked, we can use alchemy again. Then we started to walk out of the alleyway still staring at our hands. Hey there. Very nicely done, you two. That takes care of all of our affairs today. An officer spoke. Yeah, we can always rely on a state alchemist. These alchemists just can't compare. Another spoke. Can't compare? I asked, raising an eyebrow. You should have seen those guys. We had a couple of local alchemists helping us with repairs this morning. The second officer spoke. All they really did was look foolish though. They came strolling in like they were the very best. Next thing you know, their alchemy didn't work. The first answered with a laugh. I looked down and thought. They said this morning, so they must be talking about when we tried to transmute, and we all know where that got us. Mr. and Mississippi alchemists. Thanks again. The woman called out. I stared up at her and smiled. Then Ed and I started to walk off. As we both walked around, our thoughts were scrambled around the place. Mainly about this morning. They couldn't use alchemy, we could. But that little girl and Scar. Why could they use alchemy? Maybe because it's different from ours. Closing song starts *. Ed and I looked up and saw a pair of white doves flying in the sky. I took a deep breath and looked down. They have to teach us about it. It's the only way we can really know. Who knows? Maybe we can use it to Al's and Ed's body back. For me. That's Ed's choice. You okay? Ed asked softly. I looked up to him and nodded. Yeah, my head just hurts. Say. Did we ever return Riza's gun? Ed shook his head. No, I don't think we did. Ed answered, now reaching back and pulling out Riza's gun. I guess we have to drop by. Chapter 29, 520 Sen's Promise. Envy lead Al, Aaliyah and Ed through the passageway, soon appearing in front of an elevator. Hey, where are you taking us? Ed asked as Envy pressed the button. Just get in, Envy replied as the doors opened. They followed him in as the doors closed. Aaliyah gripped Ed's hand tighter as the elevator started to move upward. As they finally stopped moving, Envy changed his appearance. The doors opened as they all stepped out. This looked like. Aaliyah trailed off as Al finished, its central command. We were right below it. Hey! You guys are plastered with filth. Central command /showers *. Envy handed the two a pair of clothes and walked them over to the shower, saying, Go ahead in. Ed and Al walked in as Aaliyah stood there awkwardly. Envy turned to her as he asked, Are you hard of hearing? I said go in. You want me to take a shower with those two in there? Is that a problem? Of course it is. I'm a girl and they're guys. Aaliyah angrily stated. I don't care. This is the easiest way to watch over you all at the same time. Envy stated, pushing her into the room. When he got her in, he quickly locked the door. Aaliyah railed off as Ed and Al glanced her. Would you like me to shield you from brother? Al suggested as Ed shouted, Hey! What's that supposed to mean? I didn't mean anything by it. Al reassured. Yeah, no looking Edward. Aaliyah said to him while in the shower washing her hair. So, they've been here the whole time, just below us. Al stated as Ed said, so that means not just the Führer but the whole military could be involved. After a few more minutes, Ed and Aaliyah shut their water of and stepped out. Without looking, Al handed her a towel. Thanks Al. She stated as Ed said, there is some good news. I saw your body. You saw it? My body is still there? Al asked shocked. Ed then fixed his antenna, strand of hair that stick up, and said, now we're just one step closer to getting your body back, Al. Ed turned to face Al, only to make an irritated face at what he saw. Al, what's that little cat doing here? Well, you know that little girl. Al started as Ed shouted, are you serious? She's in your armor? Brother. Stop yelling. And while you're at it, would you put on some pants? What's the hold up? Envy shouted as Aaliyah quickly hid behind Al. Envy walked in but stopped shortly after seeing Ed, who was very well facing Envy. Al decided to wait outside with Envy as Ed and Aaliyah finished getting dressed. Aaliyah occasionally would find herself looking into the mirror set in front of them, spying on him. What can she say? It's Edward Elric getting dressed. Who wouldn't look? She looked away and began to button her shirt as a pair of arms wrapped around her. I have to say, it's been a long time since I've seen you wear a skirt. Ed stated as she blushed and said, what are you getting at? Nothing, just wanted to say how much sexier it makes you look. Aaliyah lushed more as Ed chuckled. I guess this makes us even. What are you talking about? Aaliyah asked confused as Ed said. Did you know you have a pretty hot body as well? You saw me naked? Aaliyah exclaimed as Ed said, what's the big deal? If I'm not mistaken, I saw you glancing at me from the mirror. Aaliyah began to blush again. You don't have to be embarrassed. Ed chuckled as he slowly buttoned up her shirt for her. Ed then brought his lips to rest against her neck as he began to suck and bite. Ed. Aaliyah was going to say something but went silent. Edward started his attack. Hurry it up in there. Envy shouted as he banged on the door, afraid to go in. Damn Envy. Ed thought as he let Aaliyah go. I guess we'd better get going. Aaliyah stated as Ed looked at her neck to find the dark mark he left. He grinned as he said, yeah, let's go. Central Command *. Geez Al. Did you really have to bring the little girl along with us? Ed whispered as they walked down the hallway. What else was I supposed to do? Al asked as Aaliyah said, besides, she was hurt bad. Hey! Envy shouted as the three jumped. Wrath will take care of babysitting you now. Right this way. Envy opened the doors as Ed asked, Wrath? As the doors opened, they revealed Mustang and Bradley. Wrath is Führer King Bradley? Ed thought. Colonel? What's going on? Aaliyah asked. As she looked to Mustang. Where should I begin? Fury's been shipped south, Fallman's up north and Breda's to the west. Envy exited the room as Roy continued, and Hawkeye's personal assistant to Führer Bradley. Aaliyah and Ed's eyes widened as Ed thought, what the hell is this? He's practically holding him hostage. Aaliyah thought Bradley said, who ahead and take a seat. The three sat down, Aaliyah next to Bradley, then Al and finally Ed. 3 cups of tea were placed in front of each as Ed thought, the guards left us alone, there are 4 of us and 1 of him. He's only got 1 sword with him. Al thought. He's isn't in the slightest bit worried. Aaliyah thought. He's that confident he can take us all on at once. Mustang thought as a cough broke the silence. Al quickly brought his hand to his mouth as Ed tried to change the subject. Führer, so what was that in the hospital that day when you came to visit us? You really had us going, didn't you? I don't recall lying. I instructed you to suspect everyone and not to meddle with anyone. The only thing you need to know is that you're important to us and that there's no need for you to dig deeper, accept it and move on. If you do that, Then no harm will come to you. That's good for us, but what about everyone who isn't a sacrifice? What of them? Aaliyah asked. Nothing you need to know that I haven't told you. Is that clear? Blue Flame and Fullmetal? Humph, you chose that as our titles, Ed started as he pulled out his pocket watch that was blood-stained. We only joined the military because we thought it would help us to get our bodies back, but now we know what you're using is for, to recruit your sacrifices. Well, I won't let you use me to accomplish your sick goals. Ed tossed his watch to Bradley as he said, I resign my title as a state alchemist. The symbol of a dog, crusted with blood. Bradley stated as he touched Ed's watch. Your plans will fail. I swear on my grave I'll stop you. I'll warn the other state alchemist. I'll tell them. Ed stopped as Bradley placed his blade against Aaliyah's neck. What a good-looking girl you've got here, Fullmetal. It'd be a shame if something happened to her or that friend of yours in Rush Valley. Ed slammed his fist onto the table as he shouted, stay away from them. Ed knew they wouldn't kill Aaliyah since they needed her, but that didn't stop them from hurting her badly. There was that and Winry. It up to you. Bradley slid the watch back to Ed as he continued, if you want take it, I'll have to cut her down. Bradley placed the blade closer to her neck as she winced. Ed placed his watch back into his pocket as Bradley removed the blade, saying, how thoughtful. Excuse me, don't have to worry about us, but I have to ask. If we're going to continue to serve under your watch, can we still look for a way to return to our bodies? Please, sir. Al pleaded. I don't see why not, so long as you don't interfere. Bradley then turned to face Mustang and asked, what of you, Colonel? You won't do something like quit the military, will you? Good question. I'm on a short leash here. I still find it preferable than giving up, plus I still have my ambitions. Your plans don't change that. I think I'll hold on to this and retain my rank as well. That's fine with me, we have nothing left to discuss. The four stand as Mustang said, I would like to ask you one question, sir. Would you now? Are you the one who murdered General Hughes? Ed, Aaliyah and Al gasped as they looked from Mustang to Bradley. No, it wasn't me. Then who did? Colonel, I agreed to one question. We'll be leaving now. Mustang stated as they headed to the door. Just one moment, Alphonse. Al turned only to have a sword stabbed through his chest. Every honor, but Mustang gasped as Al asked, is that all? That's all, you're dismissed. Bradley stated as he sheathed his blade. The four walked out, the doors closing behind them as they all panicked. That was too close. Al stated as May thought, I almost got stabbed in the head. 3*. Oh hey Colonel, help us out. You got any change? Ed asked, holding his hand out to Mustang. You want my money now? Mustang dug in his pocket and pulled out his change as Ed shouted, just give it. Ed snatched it and from his as he counted it. Geez, that's all you got? Apparently it's more than the two of you together have. Yeah. Aaliyah muttered as Mustang looked at her and suddenly smirked. Fullmetal, I didn't know you had it in you. What are you talking about? Ed asked as Aaliyah began to blush. What happened to your neck, ally? Al asked as now Ed began to blush as well. Nothing. The two shouted as Ed grabbed Ally's arm and pulled her away, saying, it's time to go. Oh yeah, sorry, but we'll explain later, Colonel. Al shouted as they all ran through the halls. What the hell's with them? Oh no, the lieutenant. Roy quickly ran off in search for Riza. Outside of Central Command *. Roy raced outside of the command center as he called, Lieutenant. When he crossed the corner, he found Armstrong. Roy leaned against the wall as he sighed and caught his breath. Is something bothering you, Colonel? You seem slightly discomposed. Armstrong asked. How do you think I'd react? I'd hoped a beautiful young woman would be standing there, not a mustache macho man. Colonel? Lieutenant? Roy looked up to find Riza. I was getting worried Lieutenant Hawkeye reporting back from latrine break, sir. She saluted. Mr. Armstrong was passing by and was nice to watch my post for me. Thanks for everything, Major. I appreciate it. No trouble at all. So you didn't run off? Mustang stated as Riza said, someone once told me to never give up and once was enough. Just don't ever tell me you'd wish you'd ran when you had the chance, alright? Roy grinned. It's too late for regrets. Riza stated, walking to THD car with Roy and Armstrong. Phone booth asterisk. Aaliyah's POV asterisk. Aaliyah? It's been a while. Wait a minute, did Ed break his automail arm again? No, it's nothing like that. Just called to chat, so how's everything with you? Fine. That's a relief. I sighed. Is something wrong, Aaliyah? Winry asked. Huh? No, everything's fine. If you say so. Well, I'll talk to you later, Winry. Bye. I hung up as I turned to the boys saying, don't worry boys, she's safe. It's the kind of sorry they'll manipulate you with. A voice spoke. We all turned to find Greed leaning against the phone booth. Ah! They screamed out of shock. Ling! Ed called out. No, I've told you, it's Greed. He sighed. What is it? I growled with a glare set on him. Greed then handed us a white rag. Your pal wanted me to give this to you. Ling did? Ed asked, taking the rag and reading the contents. From what I could see, it was written in a foreign language. What does it say? It's in some other language. Yeah, it is. He said to give it to some girl. He sighed. Lawn fan? I asked, crossing my arms over my chest. My glare rose at him. Is this his trick? Don't even tell me that you're going to follow us to kill her. I've got more class than that. He stated. And I don't fight women. I glared at him now, wanting to smack him upside the head so hard. Another rule of mine is to never tell a lie. It's your call. He started to walk off. Ling! Ed called out as he left. It's still Greed, kid. He countered, now leaving us. No one's POV. A fist slamming into a chimera appeared on screen. Scar was shown as he stood up. He looked over his shoulder. His feet appeared on screen as he walked through the tunnel as creepy music started. Scar's face was shown from the side. Who is that godless monster? Father appeared on screen. He was shown up close as red light flashed around him. The scene pulled out to show Scar jumping away from him. What cause would bring to initiate a civil war and ravage an entire country? Scar was shown up close with blood spilling around in the air around him. Scar reappeared on the screen. He was shown from the front. Is someone there? Dr. Marcoa's voice asked. Scar stopped and looked down. His feet were shown to be on the wired floor. He moved his foot to show Dr. Marco looking up at the tunnel Scar was walking through. Who is that? Dr. Marco asked. Did you come from outside? Scar's face was shown. His bloody hand was shown. Blood dropped from his hand. Dr. Marcoa's feet were shown as the blood hit the ground in front of him. He was shown to be looking down at the blood from an upward angle so the wired floor could be seen above him. I can help you if you're injured. He turned his head to the side briefly before looking down at the blood. Why don't you come down here? He looked up again. Is everything all right outside? Dr. Marco was shown from a downward angle. It's safe to come down. The guard won't be back for a while. Let me help you with your injuries. I'm actually a doctor. The wired floor of the tunnel Scar was in was shown with Scar's lower body being seen through it. Scar kneeled down and moved the wired part of the floor. The scene showed Dr. Marco from behind as Scar jumped down and landed in a crouch in front of him. Scar was shown from behind as Dr. Marco looked at him as he stood. So you're an Ishvalan. Dr. Marco said. Was your head wounded in the— Dr. Marco stopped and his eyes widened in shock and horror. You're not the one known as Scar, are you? The scene moved to show Scar from the front. Tell me who you are first. And what are you doing down here? Dr. Marco was shown from the front. He closed his mouth and lost the look of horror as he started to chuckle. The chuckle turned into insane laughter as Dr. Marco put his hands to his head. My God! Scar stared in surprise. The scene moved down to the ground as Dr. Marco fell to his knees in front of Scar. He grabbed onto Scar's pants. This must be fate. The scene moved to the side of Scar's face with a downward angle to it to show Dr. Marco. Dr. Marco looked up at him. I'm the alchemist responsible for the extermination of your people. Scar's face was shown as he pulled back a bit in surprise. Dr. Knox's house asterisk. No one's POV asterisk. Nothing serious. Just a mild concussion. Dr. Knox stated, standing up. She'll be fine after a few days of rest. Thank God, I'm relieved. Al sighed. Well, I'm not. Knox yelled at Al, you seem to think this is a hospital. You've filled my house with patients. Where am I supposed to sleep now? Tell me that. I'm sorry. Al exclaimed. Alphonse? Al heard a female voice rasped. As Al turned his head and saw Lanfan creeping out of her room. This made he gasp and got to her. What are you doing out of bed? You should be resting. As Al helped her on her feet. The young lord. Isn't he with you? She asked, looking up to him. He's not. But he's still alive. I've got a message from him. Al stated, pulling a rag that has a foreign language written in what looked like blood. She lifted it up and read the contents. She gasped and walked a few feet away and fell on her knees. Lanfan? It says he's found a philosopher stone. The young lord has saved our clan. She spoke happily with tears of happiness flooded in her eyes. But now, we have to return to our country. We have to get the news to our people. She then stood up and looked at Al with eyes dancing with joy. Where is he? Can you take me to him? We didn't even bother to speak. This worried her. Why are you two so quiet? Has something happened to the young lord? Please talk to me. What has happened to the prince? Roy, Riza, Armstrong sat our car listening to Roy's explanation. The Führer was a homunculus. He was one of those beasts. Führer Bradley is a homunculus. Armstrong gasped, looking down. It can't be. The only thing I've ever wanted to do was protect my fellow countrymen. And I'm not the only one. So many soldiers have put their trust in the military. But this is the truth. Armstrong yelled, shaking. You can resign, Major. Roy muttered. Armstrong rose his head and his eyes widened. With your disposition, I'm afraid you'll suffer otherwise. I collapsed in Ishval. I couldn't bring myself to stay and fight. The military's plans were ghastly, I could see that. But still. I chose to turn away and run. I didn't stay to protest their actions. Armstrong muttered. That decision has haunted me every day since then. It makes me sick to abandon my own beliefs. Now I'm facing the military again. I have to fight. I couldn't live with myself if I ran away now. The Führer asked me that. I told him I wasn't going to quit and give up my ambitions. He muttered, looking out the window. He answered. This made Riza, Armstrong, and I take an intake of air. The Führer seemed downright eager to reveal his true nature as a homunculus. It appears he wants me to know that there is someone even more powerful giving him orders. It seems they're testing me. I must admit I'm honored. You seem surprisingly calm. Riza answered. Well, it's similar to the fight that I had with Lust. I've been called a human weapon and a monster. Maybe I deserve it, but I can tell you this much. I never feel more human when I'm hunting real monsters. Roy replied with a dastardly smirk. AL's POV asterisk. After I explained what happened to Ling, she looked devastated and shocked. I see, he accepted the stone, and let the beast take control. She sighed, now looking up to the ceiling. We're really sorry, we could have stopped him. I whispered, looking down. Don't apologize, I'm only upset with myself because I was unable to protect him. Lanfan answered, now turning to us. But the prince, he's not gone, he's just trapped inside of this greed creature, right? She then started to sit up, making my sleeping cat wake up and jump in my lap. She held the place where her arm used to be and closed her eyes. I need your help. I want a new arm, as soon as possible. Are you sure? You haven't healed yet. I stated. I need an automale engineer now. Please help me. She begged. I stared at her and nodded. Yeah, we'll introduce you to 2 great automale engineers. But please, get your strength back. I replied, setting her back down. I stand up, then saw the little up and around at the door with her panda. I don't think you should be up yet. Mei Chang, right? I asked. Mei. Lanfan gasped. The little girl grabbed her throwing knife and shot it at Lanfan. My cat jumped and hissed loudly. Lanfan grabbed a book and used it as her shield. The book then had a tiny knife sticking out of the cover. What's going on? Al asked, looking at them both. You're a watchdog of the Yu clan. Mei replied with a smirk. You're the Chang Aries. Lanfan muttered, sitting up. Very good. I'm the 17th daughter, Princess Mei Chang. She introduced. And I know why you're in this country. Lanfan replied. To obtain immortality. Too bad you won't live to see me get it. Mei retorted with a smirk. Lanfan kicked the covers off and pulled out a kunai. You won't even leave this room, princess. Wait a minute. I don't know what this is about, but you shouldn't fight. I replied, trying to keep the 2 girls from fighting. Quit trying to interfere with the affairs of our country. They both yelled at me. My wounds won't slow me down. Lanfan muttered lowly. Is that so? Well, neither will mine. Mei argued back. What the hell do you think you're doing? You 2 should be resting in bed. Dr. Knox scolded. Quit trying to interfere in the affairs of our dash, Mei started in a tiny voice. I don't care about the affairs of your country, dumbass. It doesn't matter where you're from, you're both my patient. Dr. Knox growled, now walking off. Mei and Lanfan glared daggers at each other and growled lowly like dogs. He then turned to them with a calm look. You're not planning on making a bigger mess around here, are you? Because if you do, you might notice an unknown pathogen in the floorboards and kill everyone in the house. Aaliyah's POV asterisk. Thank you for taking the time to be here. The woman Ed and I were helping replied with a smile. I'm actually surprised you came, I was starting to get a little worried. I smiled at her lightly and clapped my hands just like Ed did. We then set our hands on the ground, fixing what had been broken. My eyes widened a bit. Ed and I turned our backs as the woman and looked at our hands in shock. We could use alchemy again. It worked, we can use alchemy again. Then we started to walk out of the alleyway, still staring at our hands. Hey there. Very nicely done, you 2. That takes care of all of our affairs today. An officer spoke. Yeah, we can always rely on a state alchemist. These alchemists just can't compare. Another spoke. Can't compare? I asked, raising an eyebrow. You should have seen those guys. We had a couple of local alchemists helping us with repairs this morning. The second officer spoke. All they really did was look foolish though. They came strolling in like they were the very best. Next thing you know, their alchemy didn't work. The first answered with a laugh. I looked down and thought. They said this morning, so they must be talking about when we tried to transmute, and we all know where that got us. Mr. and Mississippi Alchemists. Thanks again. The woman called out. I stared up at her and smiled. Then Ed and I started to walk off. As we both walked around, our thoughts were scrambled around the place. Mainly about this morning. They couldn't use alchemy, we could. But that little girl and Scar. Why could they use alchemy? Maybe because it's different from ours. Closing song starts asterisk. Ed and I looked up and saw a pair of white doves flying in the sky. I took a deep breath and looked down. They have to teach us about it. It's the only way we can really know. Who knows? Maybe we can use it to Al's and Ed's body back. For me. That's Ed's choice. You okay? Ed asked softly. I looked up to him and nodded. Yeah, my head just hurts. Say. Did we ever return Riza's gun? Ed shook his head. No, I don't think we did. Ed answered, now reaching back and pulling out Riza's gun. I guess we have to drop by. Chapter 30, The Führer's Son. East City asterisk. Right. Ed muttered as Al said, it does look like her. They all looked from the picture to the cat the lady had as it sneezed. She's a darling girl, isn't she? The woman asked as Ally said, you can say that again. The cat then yawned as Ed, Ally, and Al turned to whisper. That's definitely not her. Ed stated. Yeah, I know. Al stated as Ed continued, we can't afford to keep humoring some old lady and her stupid cat. Come on. Al muttered as he grabbed the picture. Where are you hiding? All three asked. May run through the streets with a shopping bag full of groceries as she headed to the train station. The Führer's Son. Train station asterisk. May run among the crowds of people that is until she passed two soldiers talking. She slowly began to walk as she listened closely. We received new intel on Scar. He's still running then? Will he ever just give up? Al May continued forward, she ended up running into someone. Ah. Xiao Mei fell to the ground, as the groceries flew everywhere. Oh, I'm so sorry, dear. The old woman spoke. May went to pick up the food and she said, no, it was my fault, really. The old lady began to help May as she said, that's an interesting outfit you're wearing, where are you from, dear? May turned to the woman and smiled saying, Xing actually. The woman handed her the wrapped goods as she asked, is that right? You here sightseeing? There isn't much to look at here in East City. No, I'm just here transferring trains. May and the woman spoke as May said, I'm headed north now. The train boarding for North City is leaving right now. The man on the intercom spoke. That's me. Thank you for all your help, ma'am. May called as she ran off. Take care, dearie. The woman spoke as she watched May walk up to a man wearing a cloak. She grabbed his hand and walked off as the panda followed. Huh, the woman stated as the panda looked to her. The panda ran off as she said, I've never seen a cat like that. Sewers/nighttime asterisk. Scar walked with another person, hidden by cloak, in the sewers as he heard footsteps. The two quickly turned down a path as the soldiers appeared around the corner. Which way did he go? I know I heard footsteps coming from that way, a man's appearance could be seen coming from the shadows. The men shined the light as it landed on the man. Look! Over there. The man, or Scar, used his alchemy to destroy the roof of the sewers as it came raining down. Before the path completely got blocked, Scar was seen running away with another man. The next day/Central Command asterisk. He was seen with a middle-aged man with black hair. Kimberly asked as the soldier said, yeah, that's what the report said, sir. Kimberly then walked over to the map and said, and this was yesterday. Kimberly placed his hand to the map and traced a path to the left as here ached the nearest city. West Huh. Several of our own people were injured trying to apprehend him. Scar must be getting desperate, but that could help us. Kimberly smirked, placing a finger to his chin, he's leaving us a good trail. Kimberly then turned and placed his haton as he said, "Let's go." Train station / central asterisk. Kimberly stepped out of the car, heading up the stairs with 4 soldiers following. As he climbed up, Kimberly saw an old lady walking down with flowers in her hand. As he reached the top, he stopped and looked to the woman saying, a suspicious woman, but that isn't my job." He smirked and continued into the building. Graveyard asterisk. Roy stood in front of Maze's grave, as he could see another funeral going on. The bells chimed as footsteps were heard. The old woman stopped next to Mustang as she said, "Looks like a funeral procession." "Well, this is the place for it," Roy stated with a smile. "It's quite depressing, when you get my age, you think of you in that box instead of watching it pass by. Surely you can't worry too much about that, you still look plenty young to me," Roy stated. The woman looked up at him, blowing a kiss as realization hit Roy. "General Grumman, is that you?" The old man laughed as he said, "The plan was to meet in front of General Hugh's grave, wasn't it?" Roy turned away, trying to hold in his laughter as Grumman continued, "I thought it must be serious for you to resort to this." Grumman placed the flowers onto the grave, "So just to be safe, I wore a disguise." "Of course, now I see why you're so eccentric." "That's some get-up, sir." Mustang spoke through his laughter. "Eccentric? I guess I'll choose to take that as a compliment." Grumman then looked to Roy and spoke with his real voice, "Now, what is it you need?" Library asterisk. Alkahestry, maybe they have something here about it in the library? Al stated as Ed said, "Yeah, if we can't find that bratty little girl then this is the next best thing. I hope we can at least find something." Ally muttered as they walked into the building. Graveyard asterisk. "I see, the senior staff have turned, right? You've gained some information, only to lose too much in the process. With all the people you can trust away from you, you won't get anywhere." "Yes, you've got it exactly, sir," Mustang stated as Grumman sighed. "Even Raven, not too long ago, I came to Central and he asked me something I found quite strange. He wanted to know if I was interested in a soar of immortal soldiers." "Immortals?" Roy muttered as he thought, did he mean homunculi? The idea of immortality is simply ridiculous. I told him as much and ended the conversation. Grumman looked to Roy as he said, "Not too long after, I was transferred." "You mean you were demoted?" "You bet, and since then, I've been stuck cleaning up the inglorious messes of the East." "Speaking of messes, do you remember the difficulties we had in Lior? A false priest was scheming for power until the Fullmetal and Fireworks Alchemist put a stop to him." Roy stated as Grumman said, "Yes, I remember. Lior fell into military hands, bringing it under control." "Yes, then the forces from Central came in and the East forces were sent home. Were you aware of that?" "Yeah, and the peace in Lior was shattered after the Central forces appeared." "What are they planning? What is it they intend to do and why can't they just wait?" "It won't be long before I'm retired, couldn't they just wait?" "Now I know that you're bluffing. I'm sorry, but someone like you, General, you didn't know how to sit by and watch. You can't do nothing, especially when all your men are veterans of the Ishval conflict." Grumman began to laugh as he pulled his hat down saying, "I expected you to come crying to me. When you sent me that note, I expected you just wanted some advice, but you're just trying to get me involved in this too, aren't you? You know what, it's working, that is since things are getting so interesting in Central, just when I thought my ambition was dead, I'm getting fired up again." "Careful, you don't want to mess up your makeup, right ma'am?" Roy asked with a smile. "Oh my. I know." Grumman giggled in his elderly woman voice. "Do you have an opening later, sir? Maybe we could grab a cup of tea later?" Roy asked, starting to leave. "Sorry, but no. I appreciate the invitation." Grumman then looked to what Mustang was holding, only to see a picture of that panda from earlier. Library asterisk. Ed sat with a book in hand as an irritated look passed his features. Ally lied on the ground, her head in Ed's lap as her eyes were closed. Ed closed his book and placed it onto the pile of other books. No good? Ally asked as Ed sighed. You know, maybe if you helped, we could get this done faster. You know how I am with books, they put me to sleep. Ed got up, causing Ally's head to hit the ground. Hey! Ed picked up a stack of books and walked towards one of the shelves as Aaliyah got up and did the same. At this rate, we might as well go to Xing. Aaliyah stated as she placed a book back into place. It'd be hard crossing the desert, sounds hot. Ed stated as Ally chuckled. Afraid of a little heat? Ed grabbed the girl by the waist as he said, I seem to remember the first time that I wasn't alone in that pool of water we saw. Point taken. Ally stated as Ed pulled her closer. You know, we never did get to finish what we started in the showers. Where should we pick up? Ally asked as she turned around in his grasp. How about here? He asked, an inch before her lips. Before he placed his lips to hers, they saw a shadow looming over them. They looked up, only to have Armstrong looking down at them. The two fell to the ground, scared, as Alex said, Aha, there you are Martin, Elric. He then pushed the bookshelves apart, took a step forward and then pushed it back. I've found you. You? Damn it, Major. What do you want? Ed snapped. SH. This is a library, quiet. Armstrong whispered. Armstrong then leaned close to Ed and Ally and whispered, I heard you were looking for a certain Zinji's girl and a mysterious black cat. Yeah, but how do you know that? Ally asked. Colonel Mustang informed me. I'm running errands for him today. The word is, she's heading north. According to eyewitness, she was spotted heading by train from East City very recently. North, huh? Now that's some information I can act on. Ed stated as Aaliyah said, we appreciate this, Major. Thank the Colonel for us. Aaliyah and Ed began to pick up the fallen books they had as Alex stopped them. Wait a second, there's more. He dug into his jacket and pulled out an envelope as he said, take this. What is it? Ed asked as he grabbed the envelope. A letter of introduction, although it may not be much use. First thing, see her. Her who? Who do you mean? Ally asked. Even further than Northern Command, you'll find an officer nicknamed the Northern Wall of Briggs, who also defends our border, Major General Armstrong. No POV asterisk. Whistles sounded as Scar and the man ran from the officers. Hurry, Scar pushed the man as they stopped, only to find officers in front of them as well. There's no escape for you now, Scar. Scar looked both ways before hearing the sound of a train. The men pointed their guns as Scar stayed calm. The train soon came upon the bridge as the black smoke covered the two. When it cleared, the two were gone. Where'd they go? The soldiers joined as they looked to the train, spotting Scar on the roof. Report to command, he jumped on a train headed for East City, damn. Library asterisk. I can't find anything about alchemy history. Al sighed. He thought back to how May used her alchemy and said, the way she used long-range alchemy was impressive. I wish we could use it. I should have asked her more about it at Dr. Knox's place. A little boy walked by but stopped short when he saw who was sitting down at the table. Ling did say it was specialized in the medical field. Al then felt a presence behind him and turned to find a little boy with a look of awe on his face. You're wearing a full suit of armor, does that mean you're the Fullmetal Alchemist's brother? He asked. Yeah I am. Awesome, the boy then had a fanboy moment as Al said, maybe you should be a bit quieter. I'm sorry. The boy whispered as he leaned closer to Al and whispered, so, what are you studying? Something cool? It's called alchemy. What's alchemy? The boy asked. It's alchemy from the country, Xing. Oh, it's from Xing, huh? But your brother, friend, and you are already talented alchemist and our country is a powerful alchemical source. Why would you look into something from a foreign country? He asked. I can't tell him I'm trying to get my body back, or that we need to fight against the homunculi, so what do I say? Al thought as he said, well, alchemy is supposed to have a lot of medical uses and I'm just seeing if its uses could be used to save lives. Wow. That's just what I'd expect an Elric brother to say, the boy fanboyed again. Al. Ally and Ed shouted as they ran up to Al, get ready, we're leaving. The two stopped as Al said, quiet. This is a library. So, where are we going? Don't worry about it. I'll tell you on the way. For now, let's just get going. First, we have to stop at the hotel and Ed then looked to the side and asked, hey, who's this kid? Mr. Armor called you brother, does that mean you're the Fullmetal Alchemist? Yeah. Ed stated with a grin as the boy shouted, cool. You are a little alchemist just like everyone says. Ed then got angry as he placed a hand to the boy's head saying, what was that? Say it again, I'll send you flying, you hear me? Your little body will go out into space. That's true too. You hate being called small. Ed had now blew a fuse as Aaliyah began to laugh. The boy then glanced to her as he said, if these are the Elric brothers. He then gained hearts in his eyes as he said, then you must be Aaliyah Martin. That's me all right. She stated as the boy clung on to her. You're even more beautiful in person. First you call me small, then you try to steal my girlfriend? Before Ed could make a move, guns were pointed at his head. Ed put his hands up as a guard said, step away from Master Salim. No. Don't shoot him. Salim cried as the men removed their guns. Master Salim? Are you Führer Bradley's son? Aaliyah asked. Yep. That's me, the boy smiled. Führer's house. Ed, Aaliyah and Al sat in the Bradley's house as Al whispered. How did this happen? Blame Ally, she had to fall for the little guy. Ed muttered as Ally said, what can I say? The boy is so cute. Ed began to fume again as Bradley's wife said, I'm sorry, it's just that Salim has been into you guys for a long time, especially Aaliyah. Geez, I haven't noticed. Ed muttered as Ally elbowed him. Salim, are you interested in alchemy? Al asked. Yes. My dream is to practice it and after that, become a state alchemist like Ed and Ally. Ed and Ally grinned at that as Salim continued, then I'll be able to help my father out as well. Ed, Al and Ally looked to the boy with saddened expressions. Tell me Salim, do you get along with your father? Do you like him? Yeah. Of course. What kind of a man is he? Ed asked. An amazing man. His job is more demanding of anyone else's in the world. He spends all day, every day thinking of the people of this country. Ally gripped Ed's hand tightly as a scowl was placed over her features. Of course he does. Ed stated as Al said, his duties must keep him busy all the time. Mrs. Bradley sighed as she said, it's true, it's something he insists upon. He's determined to work himself ragged. At his age, I wish he'd take it easier. It's nothing new, he's always devoted to his work. That's what he's good at. But where women are concerned, he's a bit of an first time we met, he made me so angry I actually slapped him, but it worked out for the best. He asked me out after that and our first date was amazing. Oh sorry, I guess I was babbling like a schoolgirl. A door then opened as everyone then turned to find Bradley entering. Dad's home. Salim stated happily. Ed, Al and Ally kept their gazes to the man, especially Ally. Hi, dear. Salim ran up to Bradley and tackled him in a hug. Hello Daddy. Hello there my little one. What are you doing back home? Mrs. Bradley asked. I had some free time for a change and decided to come check up on my family. Bradley then looked to Ed and the others as he said, I also happened to hear that the Fullmetal Alchemist, Fireworks and his brother were visiting. Hello sir. Ed stated as Al said, long time no see. Ally just kept her glance to the man as he chuckled and said, long time? I just saw you at the command, right? *3*. So, you ran into these two at the library, Salim? Yep. Bradley drank some of his tea as Ed, Ally and Al continued to stare. Are you wondering why he doesn't look like us? Bradley asked as Ed and Ally held a hand up saying, No sir, never crossed our minds. Well, it's because we aren't related by blood. We were unable to have children of our own, so we adopted Salim and he's our son now, spoke. I'm proud of my boy. He's going to be a proud, devoted son. Bradley stated as he rubbed Salim's head. Cut it out already, Dad. You're embarrassing me. But it's the truth. The two then chuckled. Ed then looked to the two with a saddened expression as Bradley asked, What's wrong, Elric? Oh. It's just that we never see you outside of work. Al stated as Ally said, We never get to see this side of you. I see, but as you can see, a man like me even has a family to go home to. I'm sure, it's quite different from yours. Those few words made the three gasp. Bradley then stood as Salim said, You're leaving already? Yes, you know I have duties to get back to, Salim. Bradley walked to the door as he said, Please, make yourselves at home. You're welcome anytime, state alchemists. Ally's eyes became glossed over, almost as if tears would fall as she remembered Bradley's words. Bradley shut the door and told Riza, Let's go. *3*. Please come back and visit soon. Salim waved as the three were heading off. We will. See you later. Ed, Ally and Al waved. It's sad, neither Salim nor Mrs. Bradley know what he is. Al muttered as Ed pulled Carrie into a running sprint shouting, Come on. We're headed north. We'll find that little obnoxious brat and make her talk. Yeah. Al stated, following after. Train *. Scar sat with the cloaked man in an empty cart. He glanced over to find the man hugging himself for warmth. We'll be there soon, get some sleep. Scar stated as he closed his eyes. Next day *. Soldiers swarmed around the cart Scar was supposed to be in. The leader opened the door and rushed in, followed by the others as they suddenly stopped, eyes wide. They looked around only to find the place empty. *3*. I see, he managed to escape us again. Kimberly stated as he placed the phone on the receiver. This is an accurate map of the west area, right? Kimberly asked, walking over to the map on the wall. Why yes sir. This is the place where he was last sighted, right here, and West City is located here. That means Scar and Marco disappeared somewhere between the two places. Kimberly looked to the map as he realized something. Trains slow down around curves, how much speed do they lose? Is it possible the two jumped off? It'd be dangerous but yes sir, it's possible. You don't say, alright then, after jumping off, where would they go? Kimberly stated as he looked up and down the map. North, or south? He placed a hand to his chin as he smirked. No POV*. Scar and the man ran through the secluded area of the woods, heading off to their destination. Chapter 31, The Northern Wall of Briggs. Mountains*. If he was going to jump off, it'd be here. Kimberly stated as they had stopped the train, scouting out the area. The train's engine would decrease here. All we need to know now is which way he headed. Kimberly looked down at the map as he asked, Any Scar sightings to report? No sir, nothing definite. That's odd, up until now he's been deliberately conspicuous. I have a report, sir. There was a small boat that was stolen 200 miles south of here. A soldier stated, saluting. Was it Scar? Another soldier asked. There weren't any eyewitnesses to confirm. Look into it. Reporting sir. We've talked to an old man that lives nearby about a pair of suspicious men heading west. Could be our targets. Take a search party and investigate. Sir. Kimberly continued to think as he looked down at the map. Is there something wrong? I'm not sure yet, on the map, it looks like there's a road here that leads north. There, what is that? Kimberly asked. It's an old logging road that passed north through the mountains. There were too many rock slides so they closed it down. Why do you ask? Kimberly stayed silent as he moved his gaze from the map to the mountains. *3*. Kimberly and his men walked down the forest path as they came upon a path filled with rocks. There are a couple of more areas like this from rock slides. Kimberly heard the sound of running water and walked up to the pile to study it closely. The water's flow here has been altered. Yes, sir, does that mean something? The soldier next to him asked. He kneeled down and picked up a rock, and after examining it, he smirked. He then stood and said, for an alchemist good with destruction, clearing this would be a simple task. Sir? Kimberly turned around and continued, it would also be just as easy for him to destroy the side of a mountain to reblock this road again. Have a look. Kimberly showed the man the rock as the soldier said, it's been transmuted. Send the soldiers north. Kimberly commanded. The northern wall of Briggs. North *. Aaliyah's POV. Ed, Al, and I handed the man their tickets and raced to the outside of the train station. Look, there's snow. Ed shouted happily as they all stopped and looked to it with awe. They walked down the steps, Ed falling down the last few. Ed. I reached the bottom and went to Ed, who was rubbing his soon reached a bench where Al said, Ed, you're so uncoordinated. Shut up. It was just a little slip, geez. I chuckled as I looked out to the snow with a smile and asked, isn't this snow amazing? Yeah, you don't get much snow back home, that's for sure. Ed stated as he suddenly remembered something. Oh yeah. Do you guys remember that really heavy snow we had when we were little? Maybe, Al thought for a moment before saying, oh yeah. I remember. We had a snowball fight. And we made a snowman. Ed stated as I muttered, that must have been something. The two looked to her with saddened looks as Al said, that's right, that was back when your mom was around. I nodded as Ed placed an arm around me, giving me a faint smile. Back then, we never imagined we'd come this far. It seemed impossible. Al stated as Ed said, yeah, but here we are now. *3*. No POV. So, what do we do now? Ed asked as the three stood in the street. We still have a little time before our train to Briggs takes off. Maybe Ally and you should look for a place to eat? Al suggested as Ed said, I'm not that hungry. How about you, Ally? When he got no answer he asked again, Ally? He went to turn, only to have something white hit his face. With that, Ed fell to the ground with a thud. Yeah. Ally cheered from her spot as Ed slowly sat up, the snow falling from his face. What the hell? Ed shouted as Ally took that chance to run. Get back here. Ed shouted as he got up and chased after her. He turned the corner, only to find her gone. Now where'd you go? Ed asked annoyed as Al stepped behind him. Before Ed could even make a move, he was hit by another snowball. Damn it. Wait till I catch you. Ed fumed as Al suddenly said, wait brother, you shouldn't be angry. Why the hell not? She's attacking me with snowballs. But don't you realize it? Realize what? Ed asked, his full attention on Al. Remember Ally never got to see much of the snow from when we were kids? Yeah? Don't you see? This is her snow day from when we were little. Al stated as realization hit Ed, you're right. Ed stated as he felt bad for getting angry like that, although it didn't stop Ally from having fun. Aaliyah's POV. I wonder where they are. I asked as she looked around the town. I can't believe I've lost them. As she turned the corner, I was pelted with snowballs. Ah. I fell back as Al and Ed high-fived each other. I lifted her head from the snow I was covered in and said, hey. No pairing up. Ed walked over to the girl, Al railing behind as Ed said, there was nothing in the rules. He stretched an arm to me to help me as he said, "Come on, let's go find a place to eat." I grabbed his arm, only to pull him down. "Now you know what it feels like to be buried in snow." I giggled as Ed, who was atop of me, just smiled. Ed got up as Al asked, "Are you two ready to go now?" Ed nodded as he felt someone jump onto his back. "All ready to go," I happily stated as Ed held me up. A flash was heard as we looked to Al, who had a camera in hand. "Where'd you get that, Al?" "Oh, Winry left it with me so I could take pictures of you two." "What's up with you two and taking pictures of us?" Ed asked as I said, "Look on the bright side, we'll have many memories to look back on." "Guess you could say that. Anyway, let's get going." "I'm starving," Ed shouted as he ran with me on his back. "Be careful or you'll fall again," Al shouted, following along. "Shut up. Northern Command /Night*. No POV. Soldiers ran around the room answering phones and such as Kimberly sat at the foot of the table. "Any news in Scar?" he asked. "Unfortunately no, but we are doing everything we can." A soldier saluted as he said, "There was a man matching Scar's description one stop ahead, sir." "Are you sure about that, soldier?" "Absolutely, sir. Eyewitnesses saw him board the military train headed for Briggs." "Was anyone with him?" Kimberly asked. "A middle-aged man with black hair, just like the report says." Kimberly smirked as the commander said, "I'll have the train stopped at once." "That won't be necessary. We don't want him jumping off again, do we?" Kimberly stood up, placing his hat to his head as he said, "All right, from now on this is my mission and mine alone. I don't want you getting in my way, understand?" Train *. Scar sat with the man in the cloak as he started to shiver. "Sleep while you can. As soon as we hit the northern cold you won't be able to, even if you want," Scar stated. It was silent for a while until Scar started to get suspicious. He got up and checked outside, only to see nothing. He closed the door and began walking back to his place until he heard the sound of another train. He quickly ran to the door and opened it to find a train closing in on them. The train shot forward as Kimberly opened the door, hanging off the edge as he told the conductor, "I'm jumping onto the train now, so match its speed." "Roger, sir." After catching speed, Kimberly jumped onto the other train and waved the military train to decrease speed. Now Kimberly had no way to leave. He walked over to the door and opened it to find the room empty. He walked in until he found a man with a cloak looking lost. "Dr. Marco. I'm here to apprehend you, so it's no use in running." The man tried Torin as Kimberly caught up to him. "Surely you're not alone. Where is your friend, Scar?" Kimberly caught the back of his hood saying, "It's time to give up, sorry but you're not going anywhere." Kimberly turned the man, his hood falling as it revealed Yoki, who had a much panicked look on his face. "Who are you?" Kimberly asked as Scar jumped in through the open side door, between the two. Yoki quickly ran off as Scar tried to kick Kimberly, who dodged. "The murderous Ishvalan who I've heard so much about, it's so good to see you." The two had a stare off, both remembering what Kimberly did in the Ishvalan War, which caused Scar to angrily use his alchemy to destroy half the top of the cart. "I don't want to be near either one of these monsters. I think it's about time I got off this train," Yoki stated. Ash looked out the door, realizing something. "I can't." "So you're Zolf J. Kimberly, are you?" Scar asked as Kimberly stood from his crouched position. "You're known as the Crimson Alchemist? Tell me, do you remember my face?" "Oh, I remember you very well indeed. You were in the Condit district in Ishval, correct? Also, those people with you, they were members of your family, right?" Scar growled as Kimberly continued, "I remember another fellow who looked just like you but with glasses." Of course it is hard to find a resemblance when someone is screaming in agony while losing lots of blood. Scar's anger rose as he charged at Kimberly, who continued to dodge his every attack. *3*. This could be bad. I just got out of prison and I'm still rusty, but he's been fighting continuously since the war. Physically, I'm at a disadvantage, and all this man knows how to do is destroy. Kimberly thought as his hat flew away. Scar, while Kimberly was thinking, somehow got hold of a pipe and threw it at Kimberly, which stabbed through him and into the next cargo hold, pinning him. It's good to know you remember my brother. I'll deal with you just as you did with him. Scar flexed his hand as he walked closer to the bleeding man. It's quite a shame, I've failed to kill the same Ishvalan mongrel when in my sights. Kimberly then smirked as he clapped his hands together and touched the thing that holds each cargo box together. The two pieces separated, Kimberly still attached to the moving train as he said, "It's quite disappointing to leave like this, but don't worry, we'll settle this next time, Ishvalan." Scar began to get angry as his part of the train slowed to a stop. Kimberly. *3*. Damn it, I can't see. I wonder what that sound was. The man looked out the train window as he then gasped, "We're missing the rear cars." Well, what do we do? The military told us not to stop for anything. We have to. If we let this train derail, then we'll be blamed. The man stated as he pulled the brake. The train stopped as the two ran to the back, soon finding a patch of blood on the ground. They walked up to bleeding man as one asked, Sir, what happened?" Kimberly grabbed the man by his collar and said, "What are you doing? Who said you were allowed to stop? Keep this train going. We're heading north." Kimberly let the man go as he looked to his hand, finding blood. "Yes, death, it's closing in, one who spreads death and destruction must accept the pursuit. You'll never be far from either, but what could be more beautiful than doing work that puts your soul at risk? That's what it means to be alive. At least on this battlefield." The next day /somewhere *. I sure hope Mr. Scar and Yoki are all right. May stated as Marco, and she walked through the piles of snow. Since no one has come for us, then that means they're doing a good job. I hope they're safe too. Marco said. Ash held his face and grunted. What's wrong? May asked as she looked to Marco's back. Nothing, my skin is still healing so the wind stings it a bit, that's all. I'm sorry, I wish I could have healed it completely so it wouldn't hurt as much. May stated as Marco said, No, this is the face a man like me deserves to wear, I am content with it. The two kept walking until Marco said, Stop for a second. Look over there. It's the Briggs Mountain Range. Its peaks mark our border with Drachma, the large country to the north. Judging by those, we should be getting close to the place Scar mentioned. Let's see. May pulled out the written-on sheet of paper Scar gave her as she said, It's right over there. The two began walking again. Rush Valley *. What? They're not at the hotel? No, they left yesterday. Do you have any idea where they may have gone? I believe they said they were going north. Oh, all right, thank you. Winry placed the phone to the hook as she sighed. Those idiots. What's the matter? Is something wrong with your friends? Garfield asked. I'm not sure, apparently they're headed north. Oh dear, you know what that means, they're going to die. North *. Aaliyah's POV. Achoo. Ed sneezed as Al and I rode on the back of a cart. Are you catching a cold? I asked as Ed said, Oh, I'm catching a cold all right. Ed muttered as I held on to him. Here, I'll try and warm you up. Shouldn't it be the other way around? Ed stated as I flashed him a grin as he held on to me. The cart soon stopped as the man said, All right, this is as far as we go. If you follow this mountain road, it'll lead you straight to Briggs. Thanks. Ed stated as the man asked Al, Hey you in the armor. Al pointed to himself as the man said, Yes you, is that automail? No. Al shook his head as the man said, Oh, okay, then you should be all right. The man then rode off as Ed asked, What was that about? Beats me. Al muttered as the man shouted, That's military land beyond the fence. Stay on the road if you want to live. The three looked to him confused as they turned to face the path. You ready? Ed asked. Al and I nodded. No POV. Ed and Ally had their hoods on, holding onto each other as they were now in the middle of a blizzard. I know they say the weather here changes quickly, but isn't this a bit extreme? Ed stated as Al asked, what do we do now? We can't even see the road. We should be fine. Teacher said she was out here for a whole month for her training, and she survived. Ally stated as Al said, no way. She couldn't have lived out here for a whole month. Sure she could. She even killed a bear. Ed stated as Al said, the bears around here are more than 15 feet tall. There's no way she could have killed one of them. Al stated as Ally muttered, I sure hope we don't find one of those 15 feet tall bears. The three suddenly heard a stomp as they stopped. They slowly turned around as they saw the outline of a huge, monstrous beast. Bear! The three screamed. As Ed clapped his hands and formed weapon on his arm as the beast, and/or man, attacked. They jumped away as Ed said, that's no bear. The man then shot a net, which caught Al and Aaliyah, Ally landing under Al. Aaliyah. Alphonse. Ed shouted as he looked to the man, noticing the clothes he wore. Wait a minute. Is that a military uniform you're wearing? Humph, it pretty mediocre, but you have automail as well, both of you. Get off, Al. You're too heavy. Aaliyah cried as Al said, I'm trying but I can't get out. Mediocre? Just because it's not tacky like yours. Fool. Obviously you'dn't know a good weapon when you see it. This right here is Combat Automail Model M1913A. Now watch Drachma spy as I show you what this can do. Spy? What are you talking about? Ed shouted as the man charged. The man swung, as Ed dodged, jumping back to get some distance, as he said, did you hear what I said, moron? NGH. Ed felt where flesh and metal meet. It shouldn't be hurting. Come on, Al. Ally continued to move as she finally got her arm free. Yes. Now then, this frustrating. Ally shouted. What's wrong with my automail? Ed stated as the man charged and grabbed it between his claws, shouting, got you. He then flipped Ed to ground, hard, as Al and Ally shouted, brother/Ed. You be bastard. Listen Tome for a second. Ed shouted as the man said, your resistance is futile. He then pulled a string, a motor going off, and started to attack Ed's trapped arm like a saw. Hey! Wait! Wait! Stop! Ed shouted as the man said, this pathetic automail will be easy to destroy. No, you're wrong. I'll destroy your arm. Ed stated as he clapped his hands and touched the arm, only to have nothing happen. Is that supposed to hurt? The man asked as Ed held onto the man's arm saying, stop. 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 What's going on? Why didn't my alchemy work? It's made of iron, isn't it? Aaliyah burns through the net to got out. Al quickly stood up and said, brother. Al then threw his helmet to Ed, who said, thanks Alphonse. Ed then used it to jam the man's chainsaw-like arm, letting him go. You okay? Al asked as Ed landed next to him. This is bad, I hope I die here or Winry is going to kill me. Ally stood up slowly as she looked over to the three, the man saying, that wasn't bad for ordinary automail, but it's all over now. Ahem. Ally stated as she blinked and turned to find them surrounded by guards. Ah. When'd you get here? She shrieked. The Briggs Mountain Guard. Al stated, holding his arms up. This is getting old. I don't want another gun stuck in my face. Ed muttered, holding his arms up, as the man walked over to them. Aaliyah walked with her hands up over to the brothers as she looked ahead of them, asking, was this wall here the whole time? Buccaneer. Who are they? A woman's voice boomed. I'm sorry. I didn't see you there, General Armstrong, sir. I apologize for the disturbance. The man, Buccaneer, stated, standing straight. General Armstrong. Al asked as he looked up, Ed and Ally doing the same. That's who Major Armstrong wanted us to meet when we get here? Ed asked as Ally said, Olivier Mira Armstrong, Major Armstrong's older sister. But, they look different. Al whispered as Ed and Ally whispered, she's not huge. I'll ask again. Who are you? I'm the Fullmetal Alchemist, my name's Edward Elric. I'm the Blue Flame Alchemist, Aaliyah Martin. Major Armstrong sent us here to meet with the general in charge of this post. Could you call off your guard dogs? Ed asked as the woman said, search them. But we're with the military. Ed and Ally shouted as the woman said, sure, but anyone could claim to be famous. This is awkward. Ally muttered as the guys basically felt her up, Ed glaring at them. Hey, he's hollow. Oh, you noticed. Ed muttered. A guard went through their suitcase, asking, what's this? He ran to the general as he handed her the letter. That's a letter of introduction from Major Alex Louis Armstrong. Just read that and then you'll know you can trust us. Ed stated as the Olivier looked to the note, and then turned it over to find a seal. Humph, it's from Alex all right. She then ripped the letter apart as Ed and Ally gasped. Aren't you going to read it? Ed shouted. A letter of introduction means nothing to me. I don't think based off someone else's opinions. I prefer to learn with my own eyes. She then let the pieces fly off into the wind. As they watched the pieces fly off, they realized just how big the wall was. It's huge. Ed muttered as he asked, what is this place? Enter Fullmetal and Blue Flame Alchemist. This is amazing. This wall is really, really, really tall. Ed and Aaliyah stated happily. Olivier turned around with a murderous look and said, quit gaping like an idiot and start walking before I tear both your little bodies limb from limb. As Ed cried and Aaliyah had a distressed look on her face and said, meh, teacher scarer. Be warned, I won't take it easy because you're children. This is the mountain fortress, Briggs. Here, only the strong survive. Chapter 32, Ice Queen. Briggs Fortress / Medical Room *. So after all of that chaos of getting here, we sat in the doctor's office with warm yet damp towels on our automail. Exposure? Ed asked, now confused about what the doc told him. To be honest, I don't understand how I forgot about how dangerous it was to have automail in cold weather like snow. Yes, that's right. You two got lucky, you're close to getting frostbite. The doctor sighed, pointing at Ed and me. We need to be careful to be walking around in a snowstorm. The flesh that's touching your automail will freeze, and you need to oil it or it will stiffen. So that guy, Buccaneer, he has a different automail? I right on cue, he walked in saying. It's no use, Doc. I can't get this thing unstuck. Buccaneer then lifted his automail, which had Al's helmet stuck in the chainsaw automail. Hey! My head! Al shouted. *3*. No POV*. Up here, your automail must be flexible and lightweight. It should also be resistant to the cold. Doc Statedos, a man worked on Buccaneer's arm to unstick Al's head. After some trial and error, we found an alloy that works. A combination of duralumin, carbon fiber, nickel, copper, and so on. And here I assumed it was just iron. Ed muttered. No wonder we couldn't do anything. Aaliyah stated as the curtain was pulled back. Hey Doc, be careful. Do you plan to tell them all our secrets? Buccaneer stated. Why wouldn't I? They are state alchemists. They do have a right to know, right? You're kidding. Ed and Ally flashed their watches as Doc said, they have the pocket watches. You mean these kids are equivalent to that of a major? Buccaneer thought as Ed gained a weird grin on his face. If you're going to be in the north for long, you should switch to a different kind of automail. Do you have a mechanic? Doc asked as she poured 2 cups of coffee. Yeah, but she's in Rush Valley. Ed stated as Ally, and he placed their coats back on. And she let you come here without explaining all that? Aaliyah's POV asterisk. Not exactly, we kind of didn't tell her we were coming. I stated, rubbing the back of her head. Doc handed them the 2 cups as she continued, I recommend you send for her, assuming you two would like to stay alive. Fine. Ed and I muttered as they drank some of the coffee. That would be 100 cents each. The doctor added, extending her hand for the money. Ed spit out his coffee while I stopped and stared at her. We both dug into our pockets and pulled out 100 cents. The doctor took both of our money while we looked back to the cup of coffee. Are you kidding? I asked in a tone of disbelief. It wasn't even a good cup of coffee. Ed whimpered in the same tone as me. This is the North. Get used to it. The doctor stated. So, you come up here with mediocre automail, completely ignorant about the North, and you try to bypass the command center, Buccaneer stated. Oh, come on. We hike up here, state alchemists, with an official letter of introduction, and this is how we're treated? What's wrong with you people? Do you have no sense of propriety? That general tried to tear our arms off. The door opened as Olivier said, Hello, Little Red Runt. Little Red. Ed sadly muttered as she continued, If you have a problem, then now's the time to speak up. Ah. My hair. Al cried as he got his helmet back. He looked in the mirror at the now shortened strand as he muttered, It looks awful. Ice Queen. No POV asterisk. Olivier took a seat as she picked up a picture frame asking, Well now, I hear you 3 are close with my brother Alex, is he doing all right? Yeah. Ed stated as Al said, the big strong guy we know and love. Alex is doing just great. Ally finished happily as Olivier got angry, causing the 3 to get scared looks. No matter, never mind him. Tell me why you would bypass the command center to meet me. I want to know it all, including why your armor is empty. Ed, Aaliyah and Al looked to each other as Ed said, Actually, that's something we don't like to talk about. There's no reason to worry, folks around here have plenty to. Up north has something he or she doesn't like to talk about. Doc stated. But if this information reaches certain ears, we could be court-martialed. Ally stated as Oliver said, Even I have secrets like that. Brother, Aaliyah, listen, I think we really have to tell them. Al whispered. But what about Winry? Ally whispered back. Maybe we can do it without mentioning the Führer and homunculi. Ed whispered as Olivier shouted, What are you whispering about? Start talking now. Fine, then let's just tell her we're trying to get our bodies back. Al whispered as Ed and Ally nodded. *3*. I see. Oliver stated as she looked over the picture of Xiao Mei, so that's why you're looking for this girl with a strange cat. The 3 nodded. Oliver placed the sheet down saying, I understand. So does that mean you'll dash? Ed was cut off. I'm not done. What I understand is this, you 3 are a couple of reckless wretches who cause trouble with every last thing you do. I don't want people like you in my fort. Honestly, how could the people in Central let these 3 run around loose? Get out of here right now. Ed and Aaliyah gazed to the ground as Oliver continued, At least, that's what I'd like to say. I can honestly say I'm interested in this alchemy. You 3 have met this girl before? Yeah, we have. Al stated. She has a skill our country doesn't, right? Ally nodded as Oliver continued, You can never know too much, especially up north where we're close to Drachma. If we use it right, alchemy could be used as an excellent weapon. Wait a second. Alchemy is specialized for medical purposes, you can't just dash. Be quiet. Olivier interrupted Al, You're nothing but lap dogs living safely behind your walls, but we're the ones who protect you. We few who are brave enough to protect the country's border. My job is far greater than yours. I will make use of any knowledge I can get my hands on. She then slammed the hilt of her sword to the ground and stood saying, Leave the task of finding the little girl to me, you 3 will stay here inside the fort. She then walked over to the door, stopping and said, And Major Miles. Yes, sir. Put them to work. What? Ed and Ally stated. Ash turned back to look at them. A man who does not work has no right to eat. You have a point. Ed, Ally, and Al said simultaneously. Armstrong and Buccaneer began walking down the hallways as Buccaneer said, "Those three haven't exactly had easy lives, General. I believe they may have seen their share of carnage, but I can tell on the inside, they remain soft and weak. What's more, they are still hiding something, a secret they aren't telling us." *3*. Aaliyah's POV. "So, what kind of work will you have us do?" Ed asked as Al, Miles, and I then he walked down the hallways. Miles stayed silent as Ed continued, "That doctor said there are many people here with secrets, so what are you hiding, Major?" Miles continued to stay silent as I said, "It's no fair for you guys to ask all the questions and not answer any in return." Miles then stopped and said, "You really want to know?" He then removed his glasses and glanced back to them as we gasped. "Red eyes? An Ishvalan?" Ed and Al stated. "It's true, Ishvalan blood flows through my veins, but my father and grandmother were not from that region, they were a different race. My eyes," he pointed, "are Ishvalan though. My grandfather's blood runs, it was your people who destroyed the land of my grandfather." Ed, Al, and I tensed. "Ishvalan, your people destroyed our countryside and one of you is responsible for murdering my friend's parents." Ed stated as Al said, "Careful, brother." It was silent for a moment until Miles chuckled. "I'm sorry, but that's the first time someone has given me that kind of response." "What? You were testing?" "I know it was rude, but since the war, people always give me pity. To be honest, I'm getting tired of it, but you're different, aren't you?" "Well, Major, an Ishvalan tried to kidnap, kill, and fight alongside us. After all that, our feelings are a bit conflicted." Ed stated as I said, "Besides, I think people should just ignore their race and treat each other as equals." Miles nodded as they continued walking. "Major Miles, were you on active duty during the War of Extermination?" Ed asked as they stopped in front of an elevator. Miles pushed the button as he said, "Yes, I was. I've been under General Armstrong's command since then. The war began after I was posted here. Many of my relatives were killed in the East, including my father. I fell outside the military's purge requirements, so I was spared." "Did you ever hold a grudge against the military?" I asked. "You don't understand how the world works now, do you? We know we're ignorant on some things, if we offended you, we're sorry." I stated. "Ignorant state alchemist, you say? How interesting." The elevator opened as they all stepped in. I did resent the military for a while. I also had doubts as to why General Armstrong would keep me as her staff officer. The presence of someone with Ishvalan blood could cause disorder within the soldiers here. It would have been easier for her to get rid of me. Eventually, I just came right out and asked her. "This is Briggs, no matter what, this territory must not fall. Every soldier here must be strong and flexible. You must move as one cohesive unit, following me, your leader, and all things at all times. In short, we do not have the luxury of discrimination here. The blood of several races flows within you, and with that brings strength and values. You can see this country in a way others cannot. I was born and raised in a mistress, and in order to lead, I need someone with your eyes. Now shut up and follow Miles, understood?" Her words made sense. I knew she was speaking without deception. I even went as far to ask her, "What if my Ishvalan blood can't forgive the military for what it has done to my people?" And you know what she said? "Fine then, bring it. On behalf of the military, I will accept your challenge any time." That was it. What a scary lady. Ed muttered. Maybe she said it because her troops were with her. I asked as Miles had a scared look on his face. No. That wasn't it at all. It was the look in her eye. Ed, Al, and I began to get scared. The elevator had stopped and they began walking off to one of the balcony-like areas as Miles said, "You know what the saying is here? Survival of the fittest?" Ed asked. That's right, without power, you die. If you have it, you might survive. That fact always stays the same, all 365 days a year. It's a simple life really. Whether a private or general, race, ethicists or gender make no difference. I took a step forward, stumbling as Anisical fell down in the place she just stood. Survival of the fittest in action. Your luck was strong, so you survived. Miles stated as I sighed. These icicles all need to be scraped off. That'll be your job for you're finished, one of my men will show you to your quarters. *3*. No POV. Ed and Ally tried their best to scrape the icicles but couldn't reach them. Al, on the other hand, was doing pretty well. This isn't working. Ally shouted as Ed said, if we don't finish, we don't eat, and I'm starving. Wait a minute. I have an idea. Ally stated as she looked over to Ed. Got it. Aaliyah shouted happily as the ice fell to the ground. Hey, watch it. I'm beneath you, you know. Ed shouted. Ally was currently sitting on his shoulders. I'm sorry. Aaliyah shouted as a voice said, is it really you? Al, Ed and Ally turned to find Fallman. Officer Fallman. The Elrics and Martin, what are you doing here? Us? What about you? I thought you were at the Northern Command Center. Ed asked. Yeah, I was for a while but Northern Command bumped me up here. Ed, Ally and Al then noticed the star on his shoulders. They promoted you. Al stated. Yeah. Hey, that's great, congratulations. Ed stated as Ally asked, then why are you knocking down icicles? If they have you doing something like this, then that means. Al trailed off. They've taken you off the career track. Ed and Al stated, causing Fallman to run off crying. Aaliyah just sweat dropped. *3*. Aaliyah's POV. The development sector, Fallman showed Ed, Al, and I the weapons room. Wow, what's it for? Ed asked surprised. It was General Armstrong's idea. This room holds all the latest weapons. Does that include combat automail? I asked. Yeah, now come on and follow me. Fallman lead them lower into a room with huge fans and lots of pipes. This is the lowest level of Briggs. It feels so warm down here. I stated happily as Ed finished, it's not like it was above. This is the fortress's lifelines. Even if we're attacked, this area will stay safe. Ed and I looked around the area until a man pushed through them saying, hey, move it. That's not a great place to stand. Sorry. Ed and I stated. Hey. It's this pipe over here. The man walked over to the pipe the worker pointed out. The man placed his ear against the pipe as he heard a sound. It's coming. He then placed his ear to the ground as he said, from underground. It sounds like someone's digging through the rock. What? Maybe it's spies from Drachma? It's close. It's so annoying, all this digging, it's killing me. The huge muscled guy stated as he dug through the tunnel. I guess dying would be a pain too. *3*. No POV. Kimbley, the Crimson Alchemist? Olivier asked. He was injured on a cargo train headed here. He was checked into a hospital at the base of the mountain. Full cooperation of the Briggs branch is requested. Miles stated. What? Why was he headed north? I thought he was serving time in prison. Apparently he was released, on the Führer's orders. Olivier rested her head on her palms as she furrowed her eyes saying, I don't like this. The sound of an alarm started ringing as everyone turned to the men on the radios. What is it? Olivier asked. We've got an intruder from underground, sir. What? *3*. Aaliyah's POV. A huge, muscular guy stepped out of the hole as everyone looked to him wide-eyed. Upon closer look, Ed, Al, and I realized the guy had an Ouroboros tattoo. Damn it, Do they know we've come here to find a way to fight them? Ed thought. This isn't good. I thought. Before anything else could be done, the sound of snoring filled the room. He's sleeping. Ed, Al, and I shouted. Huh, the homunculus stated as he looked up. What's this? I'm guessing that creepy guy back in Central told you about us. Ed stated. But you see, we're just trying to get our bodies back, that's all. Al stated. Why should I care about you? Ed, Al, and I stared at the guy with blank looks as he continued, go dig a hole, how annoying, really, what a pain. He then began walking off. Something tells me he isn't here for us. I trailed off as a gun was shot near Ed's and mine feet. Ah. We jumped out of the way. I knew it. You really are Drachma spies. Buccaneer shouted. We're not, the three exclaimed. Then why are you talking to the intruder like you know him? No, we weren't. Ed shouted. Does it look like we'd know someone like him? I exclaimed. Liars. We aren't lying. Ed fought back as the guy walked over to a huge pipe, lifted it up and then threw it at Ed, Al, and I. Ah. They quickly ran off as it landed hard against the ground. The guy turned around and looked to the elevator as he asked, what is this place? This place big. He began walking over to the lift as he asked, can I stop digging now that I'm here? The Briggs soldiers pointed their guns, firing at him, only to have it bounce off. The guns aren't affecting him at all. Where am I? He scared aloud as his hand bumped the lever to the lift. The lift stated to head up as Buccaneer said, this is bad. He's heading for development. Let's see if we can help. I stated as the three ran to try something. *3*. No POV. The alarm sounded as Briggs' men raced to get into position. They stacked crates and whatnot, to build the doors to the lift opened as he stepped off the platform. It's warm here. The men were about to attack until Olivier shouted, don't move. A missile was shot and landed a direct hit. Flames engulfed him as Olivier told her men, put it out. The flames disappeared as he stepped out unharmed. I know I hit it. It's no use. Firearms won't work against it. Buccaneer shouted as he climbed the stairs. What? Withdraw all non-combatants immediately. Shut off the alarm. It won't help if Drachma hears we're under attack. General, we have tanks. Are the trial runs finished? We won't need to worry about that, these are the research team's pride and joy. Move the fuses from the shelves. Olivier stated as she jumped into the tank. They aimed the tank as Olivier shouted, fire, the blast hit the guy right in the face. Yeah. Direct hit. Ow. The guy muttered, bringing his head back down. Pain is a pain, pain is annoying. He began walking towards them. Don't just sit there. Load the next one. Fire, the missile hit right in his chest. He pulled the missile and threw it off somewhere. The other tanks began to join in, shooting off one after another. Ouch, go back to work. It muttered. He began walking off as the tanks continued to shoot saying, dig a hole. He punched the nearest items and caused them to fly and almost hit a few of the soldiers, that is until Ed and Ally used their alchemy to shield them. Ed, Aaliyah and Al then ran to Olivier, who was watching them, as Ed said, try as much as you want but it won't work. He won't die. He won't? Just what are you saying? How do kids like you know that? Buccaneer asked. Because we. Ed trailed off as they all looked down. They wanted to say something but knew they couldn't. Drop the act. You will answer all my question clearly. First, how do you know that thing? Are you a Drachman spy? Olivier asked. We're not. Ed and Ally shouted. Is that thing a spy? Olivier asked pointing to the huge guy. I really doubt it. Ed stated. Does that thing know you? No, apparently not. Ally stated. What is that thing? We can't answer. Ed stated. Who does that thing work for? We can't answer that. Aaliyah shouted. Why can't you answer me? Olivier asked with a cold glare. We can't answer. Ed and Ally stated, trying to stay calm. Oliver glanced to them for a minute before saying, This is my last question, are you on our side, or in league with that thing? We're not with him. We don't want to see anyone get hurt. Aaliyah stated. Then tell me, what is that thing made of? His body's structure are probably made to that of a human's. Ed stated. The same as a human's, huh? Oliver trailed off. Buccaneer. Bring me the tank fuel now. We're going to douse it. Sir. We told you it won't work. Ed stated. Even if you set him on fire, it won't work. Ally stated. I understand, I've learned from our last attack we can't kill it. The best we can do is stop or delay it. In that case, we'll hit it with something stronger than fire. Oliver then glanced the guy as she said with a smirk, Now you get to see the Briggs way, kids. Chapter 33, The Shape of This Country. Olivier glanced over to the homunculus as she said with a smirk, Now you get to see the Briggs way, kids. The Briggs way? I asked as a hand was placed on her head, along with Ed's. That's right, come here little alchemist and give me a hand. Buccaneer stated as Ed and I gained panicked looks. Buccaneer then picked them both up as Al said, Brother, Ally. You too, Tin Man. Buccaneer turned to face Al, Hey, hold on. You can't just dash. Ed was interrupted as a gun was pointed at his head. How the hell is he holding a gun with both his arms full? I thought as Buccaneer said, you were forced to help us, got it? Buccaneer then went to take a step as he noticed Fallman standing there. Huh? Who's this? Ed then grinned evilly as he said, He's an old friend of ours. Really? Then he'll help too. Fallman's mouth dropped. Hurry, don't spill any. Buccaneer stated as Al, Ed, and I walked ahead of him carrying lighter fluid. Head to gate 8. The homunculus, or sloth, stood up as Olivier said, Drive it into the elevator. Olivier's tank then rammed Sloth, pushing him to the elevators but not without a fight. Sloth managed to lift the front of the tank as Olivier shouted, Hurry up and push us. The other tanks rammed Olivier's, giving hers a boost as they closed in on the elevator. It's working. Now, turn right. Olivier shouted, kicking the man in her tank. Gee, got it. The gun of the tank knocked Sloth into the elevator as Olivier shouted, Miles, close it now. Miles pressed the button, closing the elevator successfully. The elevator was brought to gate 8, which it opened and he stepped out. Huh? Where am I? Buccaneer ran from the corner and grabbed Sloth's arm, successfully flipping him. All right. Do it now, he shouted. Fallman and Ed poured the fluid from above, as Al and I threw it onto him from behind. Nice. Buccaneer cheered. Okay, what next? Al asked. Yeah, how do exactly plan on getting him through the gate? The elevator dinged as the gun of the tank appeared. Ed, Al, and I began to freak out as they all moved out of the way. Move out the way, you little runts. The wheels began to move as she shot at him. The force managed to knock him outside by the railing. Hey! One more. We're out of ammo. Well, in that case. Fallman stated as he pulled out his handgun and shot the icicles above Sloth. The icicles fell onto his head, and Ed, Al, and I took that as a moment to attack. They each ran and kicked the guy, causing him to fall off the railing and into the snow. Nice, Ed sang as Buccaneer said, that fuel is specially built for the cold. It'll vaporize almost instantly, and as it evaporates, it'll sap his body heat. This blizzard will also end freezing him, right down to his brain. It's so cold, body won't move. Sloth stated as he slowly began to freeze. What a pain. He then fell over, lifeless. You can sleep there until spring, monster. Olivier spoke. She then looked to Buccaneer and said, all right, take these 3 away. Sir. Huh. They tied Al, Ed, Fallman, and I up, dragging them away. Hey. We helped you. Ed shouted as Olivier said, you were forced to. That was the excuse you needed to fight, right? Besides, you aren't going anywhere until you explain what that thing was and what it wanted. That night asterisk. No POV. So sea cold. Ed's teeth chattered as he hugged Ally tighter for warmth. Stop moving, you're making it even sea colder. Aaliyah complained. My be bad, I just thought I could help us both out. Please don't fight you too. Al stated from the other side of the room. Al's right, we shouldn't be fighting. Aaliyah trailed off as Ed muttered, yeah, that's just a waste of warmth. He unconsciously moved his right arm to Ally's stomach as he shouted, cold. Watch where the hell you put your hand. Sorry, I forgot. How would you like it if I forgot? Ally stated as she turned around and started to rub Ed's chest with her right arm. Hey. Stop it. The two continued shouting as Al thought, I wonder if I can get another cell. Next day asterisk. Asterisk yawn asterisk, so cold. Ed muttered as he opened his eyes. He tried to move his arms but found it impossible. He moved the covers only to find restraints. Restraints? Hey Ally, wake up. Aaliyah turned only to hit Ed with her restraint. Ow. What the hell was that for? Huh? What are these? Ally asked as Al said, good morning, nice chains. The two sat up as Ed said sarcastically, yeah, they're just lovely. Hey, you 3 slept well? The mechanic from yesterday asked them. I guess, considering, Ally stated, lifting her restraint. The man chuckled as he handed Ed and Ally each a cup. I heard how you defended the fort. Thanks, Ally and Ed stated, taking a sip. That'll be 100 cents each. The two did a spit take as Ed shouted, you're charging us for this? Again, it wasn't even that good. Ally muttered. So, find anything else out? Al asked, changing the subject. We sent a party down to investigate the hole, they should be back soon, also Major Miles is at the hospital. Did he get hurt? Ally asked. Hardly, he's visiting a soldier who was wounded fighting Scar. Scar's up north now? Ed asked. Oh, here they are. They're awake. 4 soldiers walked up to the cell. Thanks for yesterday. Yeah, you saved our buddies' lives. Ally and Ed smiled as Ed stated, I'm impressed, and you guys sure do stick together. Well, here at Briggs, you have to stick together. You saved our pals back there, so that makes you guys our pals as well. Well then, how about you left your pals out of here? Ed asked as they all said, no, we're not allowed to do that, sorry. It was worth a try. Ed muttered. Hospital asterisk. They didn't find any signs of Scar's body on the site. That doesn't mean he isn't nearby though. Miles stated. That's true. Kimberly stated as he laid in bed. Interesting, first a search for a strange black and white cat and then the search for Scar. Miles thought as he flipped through the report. Miles then stood as he placed the paper into his pocket saying, all right, you can leave Scar to us. All you have to do is focus on getting better. Miles began to walk away until Kimberly said, stop, wait a second. Miles looked back. I want you and your people to stay out of this. The Ishvalan is mine to hunt down. Miles walked over to Kimberly's side and said, I hate to tell you this, but the soldiers of Briggs won't let a serial killer roam around free. Here in the north, the law is survival of the fittest. Miles removed his glasses, revealing his red eyes widened a little from shock as Miles brought his face close. One wrong move and you're dead, understand? You tell me what to do again and you'll never leave this hospital. Miles then stood as he said, This case is ours now, so Briggs Branch will take care of everything. He then placed his glasses back on and said, "You behave yourself." After Miles walked out the room, Kimberly chuckled. "Another Ishvalan, that's interesting." A knock sounded as Kimberly looked to the door questionably. "Hello," Raven stated with a wave, walking in. "How are you recovering, Kimberly?" "Well, hello General Raven. You sure got here quickly." "I heard the news and got here as fast as I could. I was worried about you." "Humph, these are what you're really worried about," Kimberly grinned, revealing the 2 Philosopher's stones in his hand. "Isn't that right?" Raven's face became serious. Ash said, "Very good, now we have work to do. I'm not in the best shape at the moment." Kimberly trailed off as Raven said, "No problem, I brought a doctor who knows alchemy, and we have the stones as well. You'll be fine in no time." The doctor behind Raven chuckled, revealing his gold tooth. "Somewhere in Briggs Mountains *. Alchemy seems to be very complicated." Marco trailed off as he looked through the book Scar's brother left. "This Dragon Pulse business is especially confusing. It's about the chi of the land," May stated from the other side of the fire. "What do you mean by the chi?" May drew the star-shaped array and placed her kunai around it and on a random spot a few spaces away. "I'll try and explain. Basically, it's the energy that exists in all things of this world, like rivers of power flowing through it. Those rivers are far-reaching and touch everything. All you have to do is understand where that power flows in and exits." May placed her hand to the ray as blue erupted. In the other space, blue erupted only to have a statue made of earth in the form of Xiao Mei appear. "You can use it to affect just about anything." "Just about anything, so, a body too?" Marco asked. "Yes. It could be your back," May stated as she slammed her hand against Marco's back as he cried out and fell, "My leg." "Or you neck," she slammed her hand against his neck only to have him cry out again. "Why do my eyeballs hurt when you pressed my neck?" May rubbed his back saying, "Dr. Marco, you should take better care of yourself. All the power in your body is starting to stagnate." "So, that's it, is it? About your theory to transmutation? Then, alchemists don't use the dragon's pulse?" May asked. "They don't, they use movement from the Earth's crust. A great energy is created and released during earthquakes and such. That's what fuels our alchemy in his country." "I don't know, that doesn't seem right," May stated as Marco looked to her bewildered. "I felt something was out of place ever since I got here. I noticed it especially under Central. I can tell there is energy flowing under my feet, but it doesn't feel like it's coming from the land's movement. It feels like a crowd of people squirming around." Briggs Fortress *. That hole is huge. The hole itself curves and continues on for a long ways, but no signs of people in it. "Lower some horses," Olivier stated. "Yes, sir. I also want to see the Elrics and Martin." Tunnel *. Aaliyah's POV. "This is some tunnel," I muttered as they rode on horseback. Ed and I took one as Al and Olivier had their own. "I still can't believe an intruder got this far through our defenses," Olivier muttered. "So, has anyone else made it past your defenses before?" Ed asked. "No, not one time since I reigned here, but once, there was an incident where our mountain guard was attacked during winter. Apparently, a woman stole food and supplies for a whole month." Ed, Al, and I gasped as realization hit. I survived a whole month in the Briggs Mountains. "It was teacher." We all muttered. "This should be far enough," Olivier stated as they stopped. They all dismounted as she slammed the hilt off her sword to the ground saying, "Now then, we're safely away from prowling eyes. You can tell me everything without fearing discovery, and I mean everything." Ed, Al, and I looked to her speechless as she said, "Yesterday, I asked you about that monster, remember what you said?" "I can't answer. You refused me and that, even as a hint, is a dangerous thing to do. I told you to answer my questions fully and completely and with great peril to yourself, you neglected." There is something you're trying to hide and are trying to protect it with your life, something or maybe someone. Their eyes bore into Olivier's as she said, "Don't lie to met his time." "I want the truth." Ed stayed silent for a moment until he finally stated, "General, we need your help. The Philosopher's Stone, homunculi, Führer King Bradley, mysterious man called Father, corruption in the senior staff." Oliver trailed off as Buccaneer said, "There are also hostages as well. Your childhood friend and all of Mustang's men, correct? We've done joint training with them before, so I know Officers Hawkeye and Havoc, and I'd hate it if we lost either. I'd like to help them." "And, what about Mustang?" Fallman asked. "Yeah, I couldn't care less about him. I'd rather see him fall from power, at least that's eliminate another rival." Al, Ed, Fallman and I all sweat dropped. Olivier then stood as she said, "Never mind the question is, what we do next. This tunnel here, I'd like to know what you alchemists make of it." Ed, Al, and I glanced to each other, surprised, as they studied the tunnel. "First of all, the tunnel probably didn't originate in Drachma," Ed stated as he looked down at the map. "This is just a guess, but you'd probably find it dug in the shape of a circle," I stated. "Why?" Buccaneer asked. "It has to do with alchemy. In our field, a circle is used to control power," Ed stated as I took out a marker as she asked, "Lieutenant Fallman, could you please list the major conflicts that happened in Amestris, followed by bloodshed?" "By bloodshed?" he asked as she circled Ishval. He then knelt down as he asked, "What are you getting at?" After realizing, Fallman pointed to the map and said, "First is July, 1588 in Rivi." "Alright, next." October 1661, the Cameron Uprising. February 1791, the Soak Men Incident in Fisk. March 1811, the Wellesley Incident. October 1885, the First Southern Border War. Then 1911, the Second Southern Border War in Photoset. "What about Pendleton to the west?" Ed asked. "There was some fighting with Krita, a lot of soldiers died. Later, in 1914, there was Lior, an insurrection. There were many casualties." "What? An insurrection?" Al gasped. "I don't understand. We exposed the fake priest in Lior and reported it to Eastern Command immediately." Ed stated as Fallman said, "Yes, but Central Forces ran the soldiers out, making things worse." "Oh no. Damn." Ed stated as Olivier said, "No time for that, back to work, Full Metal and Blue Flame." "Fine." I growled as she circled Lior and began to connect the dots. After connecting them, everyone gasped. "How is that possible? It looks just like the one in the 5th lab," Fallman stated. "Is that so? The Philosopher's Stone array that draws power from human lives. If they make a Philosopher's Stone from something that huge, then how many people will have to die?" Buccaneer stated. "Somewhere in Briggs Mountains *. No POV. Once, I asked Envy if they planned to use this country and its people for a Philosopher's Stone, but he simply laughed at my question. He then said, "No, that's not it, but close." Earlier, I had spoken to Edward Elric and Aaliyah Martin and told them that maybe they could find the truth hidden within the truth. 3 truths. First, he ingredients for a stone are live humans. Second, there is a group of people seeking to create an enormous stone. And third, they plan to use this entire country to make it. Even knowing all that, it still doesn't explain everything. What is their ultimate motive? I know you're also seeking the secrets to immortality, but you can't let your search lead you to the stone. By combining our knowledge, we'll figure out these notes, somehow." Marco stated as May nodded, "Right. Briggs Fortress / Underground *. HM. Ed and Aaliyah thought as Ed suddenly though of something. "The first of the conflicts started in 1588, right?" "Right, just after the founding of Amestris," Olivier stated. "They attacked Rivi since it was the neighboring country at the time, and then the military." "Wait." Fallman picked up the map, studying it as he said, "That's right. The military was involved in all of it. Each incident was an insurrection just like Lior. Forces would be sent in, only to make things worse. It's been going on that long? Ally stated. We kept growing. Our country started out as a small nation but soon expanded the more we took over neighboring mean that was all to create this circle. So that means they're not just using this country for what they're doing but, they actually created it for that sole purpose. Ed stated as Olivier stated, my country. Do you think General Hughes? Al asked. It's as Bradley told me, they knew too much. Ed and Aaliyah then thought back to Isaac McDougall and Envy's words. Edward Elric, Aaliyah Martin, you've sworn your life to be dogs of the military. But, do you really know the ones you serve of what their plans are? You life forms never cease to amaze me. You get a speck of power and think you rule the world. You don't even know what that power is. Then you have the arrogance to assume you're in control of this power. Don't be a fool. They'll lead us all to ruin. Both their eyes widened as Olivier slammed her hilt to the map saying, I don't like this. As far as I can see, there is only one place left. If you're right about your theory then the next place to hit is here in Briggs. Those dirty bastards in Central. What plans do they have for my fort? The sound of a horse was heard as a soldier stopped and said, General, you're needed back at the fort. Lieutenant General Raven is here to see you. It seems our time is already up. Olivier stated, anger filling her voice. Excuse me General Armstrong but I'd like to ask a favor of you. Ed stated. She looked to him with shock as he said, do you think you could con some information from the general? Above ground asterisk. General Raven, sir. I'm terribly sorry to have to ask you to wait. Miles spoke. No please, don't worry about it's my fault for dropping in like this. General Armstrong should return at any minute now. This way Miles started but was cut off. Oh and as you can see, I've brought a guest. If it's no trouble, could you show him around the fort? I'd appreciate it, Major Miles. Kimbley spoke, removing his hat. Miles was shocked but hid it well as he agreed. Aaliyah and Winry's apple pie. Al muttered as they walked down the hallway. Ed and Ally asked confused. That was the first thing I wanted to do when I got my body back, but now even that seems to be so far out of reach. You'll have all the apple pie you want, Al. Ally assured as Ed said, yeah, we'll get our bodies back and make those people messing with our country pay. Just you wait. I apologize for the chaos, sir. We were attacked yesterday. Olivier stated, seated across from Raven. By who? He asked. I think it's most appropriate to call it a monster. Unfortunately, we were unable to fend it off. A monster? What do you mean? We killed it but it didn't die, sir. Raven chuckled as he grabbed his cup of tea saying, is that so? I originally suspected it came from Drachma but the Elrics and Martin. She stopped as Raven looked to her confused. Oh, didn't I mention? The Fullmetal and Blue Flame Alchemists and his brother are here. I found it disturbing as they seemed to know about this monster, but they wouldn't talk. Obviously if we have state alchemists working as spies for Drachma, that's a serious problem. I've locked them up. Perhaps you'd like to speak with them? In another room. Certainly, they won't tell you anything. Ed, Ally, Al, Buccaneer, and Fallman listened on the speaker. Correct, they say they came here to research living transmutation or something. How more suspicious could they be? I mistrusted them from the start. Oliver gave a smile before frowning and saying, I thought about torturing them, but I am a woman after all. The thought of hurting those kids, let's just say, it'd break my heart. Ha! Now that's rich. She'd would have tortured you and not even thought about it. Buccaneer chuckled as Ally, Ed, Al, and Fallman's sweat dropped. Raven chuckled as he said, but General Armstrong, aren't you the northern wall of Briggs? Walls aren't that soft. You know General Raven, at my age, women are expected to have a child or two at least, unfortunately, and I'm well past that. Surely there are men lining up to have children with you. Hardly, sir. I hate to say it, but I'm growing older, and so is my body. Everyone leaned in closer toward speaker. Olivier's office. That Drachman monster, it had an outstanding body, an immortal body. She smiled. It was like something from a dream. Raven placed his cup down as he stood, saying, "What if I told you it soon won't be a dream anymore?" In another room. Ed, Al, and Ally gasped. Olivier's office. Raven placed his hand to Oliver's shoulder as he leaned in, saying, "Tell me, General, would you be interested in a legion of immortal soldiers?" In another room. He took the bait. Ally, Ed, and Al thought. Chapter 34, Family Portrait. Dominus, Housewell, Anmeyer, Johnny, Collins, Tony, Willard, Ripley, Nechtel, Mio, forgive me. Hohenheim spoke as he undid his tie and buttons. He opened his shirt as he spoke, "I have to use you." He then dug his hands into his chest, soon removing them as his blood fell to the ground, only to be soaked up. Family Portrait. Hohenheim looked down at the two boys, who were asleep. He had reached out his hand, only to freeze. "You can touch them, you know. They are your sons." A voice spoke. "I don't want the Monsterto spread," he muttered. "Please, if it could spread, don't you think I would have caught it a long time ago?" Trisha asked. Hohenheim stood up as they two walked out of the room. "Ever since I've been given this body, I've seen death as part of the world's flow. It made it easier, somehow. Each time I encountered something new and wondrous, it seemed right that I accepted this body and kept on living. For a long time that was enough. But then, I met you and together we created two sons. Now it's different." Hohenheim stated as he looked out the window to the garden. "I don't get any older, and yet, my sons grow and age before my eyes, and suddenly, I'm terrified." He then looked to his hand as he continued, "I'm now realizing that I am a monster." Trisha gave him a worried gaze. Next day asterisk. Dear, come here," Trisha called. Hohenheim left his study asking, "What is it, huh?" He spotted a man nearby with a camera. "Hello, sir, good afternoon." "A photographer?" "Yes." Trisha stepped up to Hohenheim, fixing his clothes as she said, "Let's fix you up." Hohenheim noticed that she was dressed up. "You know, we don't have a single family picture," she stated, bringing him from his thoughts. "Pretty short notice, huh?" Hohenheim then felt a tug and looked to see Edward pulled his father's pants. Aaliyah pulled Trisha's dress. Alphonse crawled over. He looked down at them and they smiled at him. "Hold Edward and Aaliyah," Trisha said. Van holds them. And Trisha holds Alphonse. "Okay, say, cheese everyone." The photographer spoke as he took the picture. In the picture, it was everyone smiling except for Van, who had tears on his face. Time skip. "My plan was to take this body and extend my life, but things changed. I want to be with Trisha and the boys, to grow old and die with them." Hohenheim finished his research as he noticed something on the map, that bastard. Hohenheim sat atop of the tree, making sure the rope was tight. "There, that should do it." He went to wipe his forehead, only to fall out the tree. He hit the ground with a thud. "What are you doing?" Trisha asked, looking at her husband, who sat in pain on the ground. "Fixing the swing." Trisha chuckled. Ash stepped toward him, saying, "When did you get so handy?" "I haven't been able to do much for the boys and Aaliyah, but I can at least do this." Trisha's eyes widened a little. Hohenheim looked up as he said, "Trisha, I'm going away. Wait here for me." "Okay." She smiled. "Don't tell the children, I don't want them to know about my body." Hohenheim spoke as Trisha helped place his jacket on. "Right, sure you don't want me to wake them?" she asked. He opened the door leading to the hallway and said, "No. I couldn't bear to look at their faces." Trisha followed closely behind with his suitcase, saying, "Silly man, it's okay to cry." They walked to the front door, Trisha handing him the suitcase as Hohenheim gasped. Trisha turned only to find the boys and Aaliyah standing there, wiping their eyes tiredly. "Oh, you guys are up early. What are you four doing out of bed?" Trisha asks, walking up to the three kids. "Al said he had to go potty after that. We wake up Aaliyah so we can play with her," Ed responded. "And of course, Al's big brother help him." "Thanks a lot, little man," Trisha stated, petting Ed's head. "And Aaliyah, you are such great friends to look after. I bet you're lucky to meet them," Trisha said to Aaliyah. "Yeah, they're like my best friend's mom." Aaliyah smiles brightly. Ever since Aaliyah started living with the Elrics, she now called Trisha their mom. Trisha turned as Hohenheim watched both his son looks at him with confusion. His eyes twitched, tears threatening to fall, but he held himself together. He turned to them with a hard gaze and stepped out the door. Opening song. Underground/Briggs *. Anything? No, it's not good. That's just great, we're cut off from all contact. Your orders? What shall we do now? There must be an exit somewhere to dump the rubble, we'll keep going a little further. Smith, go back and report. Right, the man saluted. The man sat on his horse, commanding it to move, but it stayed still. What is it? The man asked as the horse continued to look forward. Fan out, the man commanded, getting his gun ready. The others followed suit, preparing themselves. Soon a sound similar to rushing water was heard, but what they saw wasn't water. A shadow of black covered the cave as an eye and an evil grin appeared from it. The men got their guns ready, only to get stabbed by the creature. Smith, after hearing what happened, quickly set off on his horse, the shadow chasing after him. The shadow covered every foot the tunnel as the man screamed out in pain. Above/Briggs small room *. Would you be interested in a legion of immortal soldiers? Raven asked Olivier. Everyone in the group silently cheered. He took the bait. Olivier's office *. Never dying, never to get old. Raven's face was almost touching Olivier's as he placed his hand atop of hers. You want it to, don't you? He asked, rubbing his hand back and forth. What I want, isto kill you. She thought but kept her same look. Raven asked, looking to her once more. Oh, it's just such an incredible question, I don't know what to say. She gave a small smile. Raven held her hands in his as he said, Well, are you interested or not? There are only two answers. She placed her hand atop of his as she said, Itis intriguing, can you tell me, General, when the day this dream comes true, my men will share in this gift as well or only me? I can tell you when the time comes. He stated, getting up. Does that mean there are no guarantees until then? She thought. Raven sat back down with his closed-eyed smile as she thought, if I agree, then I'll have to follow whatever orders they send, and if I refuse, I'll just be swapped out for another pawn, probably demoted. So, do I accept or decline? A heavy knock was sounded on the door as Olivier stood saying, Excuse me. She opened the door saying, Yes, what is it? I'm sorry sir, but the underground advance team. The man trailed off seeing Raven sitting there. What's this about an underground tunnel? Raven asked. Speak soldier. Yes sir, something's happened to the advance team. In other room. Aaliyah's POV. Very well. I'll be right there. Olivier stated. I'm coming too. Raven stated. Everyone stood as Buccaneer said, Let's move. Hold on a second. I stated as everyone stopped and looked back to Ed and her. Ed transmuted some rope as he said, It has to look convincing. Briggs hallways *. The group walked down the halls, Buccaneer holding their ropes as they met with Miles and Kimberly. Buccaneer, what are you doing? Miles asked. Prisoner transport, sir. I'm moving the Elrics and Martin from the east cells to the west. May I ask who this is? This is Mr. Zolf J. Kimberly. He is General Raven's honored guest. Kimberly, the Crimson Alchemist. I thought as Kimberly lifted his head. Wait, Did you say the Elrics and Martin? You mean Fullmetal and Blue Flame? He then turned to Al and said, I see, now I understand your nickname. Al's sweat dropped as everyone pointed to Ed. Oh, it's this one? If one more person makes that mistake. Ed thought darkly. And this must be Blue Flame. You're as beautiful as they say. Ed began to fume as I thought, EW. I've heard lots of things about you too. Hello. Ed and I muttered. Briggs asterisk. No POV. Sir. What happened? Olivier asked. We lost all contact with the sent-in team. Shortly after, Smith's horse returned, and it came back with what we assume is his arm. Just his arm? What about the rest? She asked. Still missing, sir, and his horse can't lead us back. It's too terrified to be of use. Olivier looked down as she said, Henshaw, get a rescue party dash. I'm afraid you can't do that, General Armstrong. Raven stated, cutting her off. Raven picked up the wrapped arm and said, that tunnel is too dangerous. What have you done with the immortal monster you were telling me about earlier? Olivier stayed silent as Raven walked up to her saying, put him back and seal the entrance. But there are still men dash, I am speaking to the general. See, I know northern law, obey strength and the power. Isn't that the way it works? Olivier sent a small glare at Raven. Cells asterisk. Aaliyah's POV. I am General Raven from Central. I've heard a great deal about you three from His Excellency. Raven spoke as he was locked in the cell with Al, Ed and I, Ed and them being restrained again. Hello. Ed muttered. It appears you've been good kids and kept your mouths shut. That was the agreement. I muttered. You don't seem happy. No, we're thrilled. Who wouldn't want their friends taken captive? Ed stated sarcastically. Do you think you could release us from this cell soon? The deal was if we didn't mess with you, we could continue our journey. Al asked. There's no need to worry. I'll have you out of here soon. Raven grinned. That tunnel, is it part of what you're planning to? Ed asked, glancing from the corner of his eye. If they find out. Again, you don't need to worry. I've already spoken to the general and she's going to put the homunculus back in and seal the tunnel. Ed, Al, and I gasped. General Armstrong is on our side now. Fullmetal, Blue Flame. We each tensed. Briggs asterisk. No POV. Sir, aren't we going to go in and search for the missing team? Quiet, Henshaw. But those men may need our help dash, I said quiet. Be quiet and obey. She looked to him with a cold glare. They say obey the one who holds the power. They call her the impenetrable wall of Briggs, yet she still yields to authority. Kimberly stated as Miles and he watched from afar. Well, that surely is the wisest approach. The elevator was brought down as the men pulled a vehicle to pull on the platform holding the homunculus. Oh, so that's the monster? Kimberly asked, amusement in his voice. Sloth stirred, standing up as Raven said, well, good morning, Sloth. Did you have a good rest? Who are you? I'm still sleepy. Sloth trailed off. You'd best wake up. There's still a lot of work to be done. Pride did explain it to you, right? Huh. I guess. Sloth spoke, taking a step off the platform. What a pain, go in. I have no choice. He then walked over to the hole. Such a pain, I forget, why is it a pain again? Too much of a pain, tormember. He jumped into the hole and began digging. Not to worry, he is a chimera doing work for Central Forces. He's helping to make this country better than it already is. Of course it is still top secret information, so let's close this hole and keep our secret. We're counting on you guys. It's people like you who make this country what it is. Olivier continued to glare. Abandoned house/mountains asterisk. All the important parts are written in Ishvalan, there's no way for me to read it. Marco closed the look down as she asked, does that mean we give up? If Scar were here, he'd be able to read it. Hua's an Ishvalan monk, so he'd know about their ancient writing. May stood and walked over to the window saying, "Where are they? Could something bad have happened?" "We found her," one of the brig's men stated as they watched from afar. "The girl with the black and white cat." "Right, let's go." The men went to take off but were attacked, falling to the ground unconscious. May and Marco looked to the door as they watched who walked in. "Mr. Scar. Mr. Yoki. Did you find the research notes?" Scar asked. "Yep. They're right here." May smiled happily. "We need to relocate. The Briggs soldiers know where we are." "Move." Briggs *. The men had already begun sealing off the hole. "You see, General? We are the immortal ones who will receive almost godlike bodies. We'll rule the entire world." Olivier closed her eyes as Raven asked, "The name was Smith, wasn't it? There was nothing we could have done to save them. Those who aren't chosen, will they be sacrificed for those who are?" Olivier asked, her eyes glancing to him from the corner. "Yes, the survival of the fittest. The people will become the foundation of the country while we take our place on top." "Is that what happened in Ishval?" "Indeed, they were part of the plan. They were weak and deserved to die for their betters." Phone room *. "Is that right?" "No, I'll take care of it," Kimberly stated, hanging up the phone. "Sorry to keep you waiting." Kimberly and Miles then walked off towards the hallways. "You seem to be making rather frequent phone calls." Miles trailed off. "Can you tell me where General Raven is? I need to speak with him," Kimberly asked. Miles stopped as Kimberly looked back to him confused. "You were hurt one day but completely healed the next. What sort of magic can do that? That information is none of your business. Then another thing, you were imprisoned for killing officers, why would they release you? Do I have to say it again? It's none of your business," Kimberly repeated. Briggs *. "Tell me, when did all of this begin?" Olivier asked. "From what I heard, since the country's founding. Now my generation will see its completion." He then placed his hand to her shoulder saying, "We are grateful for your cooperation. I will speak with my superiors about saving a seat for you." "Humph. There's no need." Olivier spoke. Why's that?" Raven asked. Olivier removed her sword, stabbing Raven through the arm. "Ah. Which arm did Smith lose in the tunnel? The left or right?" Everyone turned to watch, wide-eyed. "Wait. What are you growing old is truly terrifying, isn't it? You would know, right, General? Before you became afraid for your precious immortality, you had an honest love for your country. You can't. You were going to be one of the chosen ones. You would have been one of us. I don't need a new seat from you, you're going Tolos, the one your moldy ass has clung to for so long." "Right about now, Raven," she removed her blade as he backed away. "Traitor," she then slashed his left shoulder, all the way down as he fell into the concrete mixture. "But, immortality was right, before our eyes. General, you are among the weak who will create this foundation for the country." She then wiped the blood from her blade and placed it back into its sheath. "I was going to be immortal." He was then buried under the concrete. Olivier placed her gloves into the mixture as she said, "Now that that's done, get in touch with Major Miles." "Sir." Buccaneer stated, handing her more gloves. "The rest of you, we have work to do." She began walking off as she said, "I want that concrete nice and level." "Right." Hallway *. "You're not a fan of me, huh, Major? Is it because I'm an alchemist who served in the Ishvalan War of Extermination? What information can I give you to make you happier? Do you want to know about the war, how your countrymen died in it?" "Watch your mouth, Kimberly." Miles spoke as Kimberly looked to him with agrin. "What? You don't want me to tell you?" "I said watch your mouth," a door opened as a soldier said, "Major, may I have a moment with you?" Miles closed the door behind him as the man said, "I have a message for you from the general." The man then whispered, "She says operation complete. No need to stall anymore." "Roger that." Miles then looked through the glass as he said, "I'm just glad I'm not stuck talking Tot Hat Man anymore. I don't know how much longer I could have lasted." "Kimberly," Miles stated as he stepped out the door, "apparently, nobody can find General Raven. Do you have any idea where he might be?" "The general is missing?" "Seems like it. This is a fort, but it still isn't safe for an outsider to be wandering around. If anything happens to the general, I for one would welcome it." Miles looked to Kimberly shocked. "If anything were to happen to the general, then I can act in any way I see fit." That order came directly from the Führer himself. Kimberly then began walking as he said, "Now then, perhaps you could provide me with a car to drive me down the mountain. You should act quickly, it is in your best interest, I promise. Now orders from me are from the Führer." Miles stayed silent. Briggs *. "Please wait, General." Henshaw stated as he followed behind. "We must search for Smith and the others before we seal it." They turned a corner as Henshaw went silent. Buccaneer sat near an opening for the floor that lead into the tunnel. Fullmetal and Blue Flame saw this coming, so they made this secret passage into the tunnel. Buccaneer opened the door as Henshaw gasped happily. Cell *. Aaliyah's POV. "She killed him?" Ed asked as Al finished, "General Raven?" "Yep. That's all I was ordered to tell you." The mechanic walked off. "Hey. Wait a minute. When will you let us out of this damn place?" Ed asked, running toward cell doors. "Who knows, take it up with the general," the man stated, walking out the room. "Damn it," Ed muttered angrily. Getting angry won't help Ed. I stated as Al finished, "You should just rest for now. I can just sit around while this all goes on." The door was then opened, revealing Kimberly. "Hello children, I was hoping I could have a word with the Fullmetal and Blue Flame alchemists." Ed's face darkened as I glared at him. "Oh, don't tell me you have a reason to hate me too. You should be grateful, I brought a visitor to see you as well." The door opened as Ed asked, "A visitor?" Winry stood in front of them with a smile. Ed, Al, and I all gasped. "Winry?" Ed and I shouted as Al shouted, "Why did you come here?" "Why? Why do you think? You have to adjust your automail for the north, don't you? And by the way, why are you in a cell? We didn't ask you to come here." Ed shouted. "What's with you idiots? Someone contacted me from the military, so I came." "Military?" I asked as Kimberly placed his hands to her shoulders saying, "Don't be so hard on her, you three. The Führer was concerned about you and wanted to make sure you were safe." Ed and I gritted their teeth as Kimberly smirked to them. Chapter 35, The First Homunculus. 4 men stepped into the Briggs fort as a worker asked Miles, "So, what's the deal with these guys? They showed up saying they were here to escort Ms. Rockbell, but I'm not buying that." They only answered to Kimberly. "He's got some kind of plan for us here, but what?" "The first homunculus. You should have told me you two were heading to the north," Winry stated as she had finished Ally's leg and started working on Ed's arm. "Sorry, but we didn't get a chance. We were in a hurry," Aaliyah stated as Winry said, "And when are you not in a hurry? Anyway, what did you two do to get locked up?" "It's only a misunderstanding. I'll have it taken care of in no time," Kimberly stated with a smile. "Thanks a lot, Mr. 3 are lucky to have someone like you watching over them." "It's nothing." Ed tugged on Winry's wrench as Ally and she leaned in close. "Listen, I wouldn't trust Kimberly if I were you." "Huh? Why?" "He seems nice." Winry trailed off. "Ms. Rockbell? Is it true your parents lost their lives helping people during the war?" Kimberly asked Winry as they were on their way to Briggs Fort. "That's right." She looked down sadly. "I thought so, He was part of the group that went to recover their bodies. Winry glanced over to him as he continued, we were dispatched to help them, but it was too late by the time we got there. I'm sorry. Thank you for trying, she stated, looking down again. They stayed true to their duty and helped the needy right until the end. I respect their bravery. I wish I could have had the chance to meet them. Winry's eyes seemed that they would spill tears at any moment, that is until Kimberly said, they were holding a picture of a little girl when we found them and I knew right away it was their daughter. The thought of you kept them strong during most of the war. Winry gave a smile as Kimberly gave one in return, saying, it's an honor to meet you. Do you have any idea what that psychopath did in Ishval? Ed stated as he suddenly stopped. But what do I know? I only have Lieutenant Hawkeye's experiences to go on. And she. So when's the wedding? Were you thinking about having children? Ed's glance fell to Aaliyah as he began to blush madly. Don't freak out, think about something else. Hydrogen, helium, lithium, carbon. Ed continued to name things off the periodic table. Ed? Aaliyah asked as Winry said, I sometimes wonder what you see in him. She then turned a screw as Ed screamed out in pain. Ow. Winry. I thought I told you to tell me when you connect the nerves, alright? Yeah, now your leg. It's so light, it won't be weaker than my last automail, right? Ed asked. Not really, it's slightly weaker but I doubt you'll notice. Winry then closed her toolbox as Ed punched the air. Buccaneer stepped into the room as he asked, what are you two doing out of your cell? I don't know, maybe some people respect the fact that we're state alchemist. Finally upgrading for the cold, huh? Are you upgrading too? Aaliyah asked as Winry began to fangirl. Are those claws diamond-tipped? Buccaneer blushed for a moment before saying, yeah. It's fully modified. Edward, Aaliyah. You want me to upgrade you to one of these? No thanks, the two shouted. Who's the girl? She's our mechanic. Buccaneer looked from Aaliyah to Winry as he growled. Buccaneer's mechanic stepped from behind the curtain, only to see him claw Ed. What did you do that for? Ed yelled as Buccaneer slammed the door open. 'Cause life isn't fair, he then slammed the door shut. That was messed up. Ed stated as Winry said, real northern automail. That's the first I've seen. Oh yeah? You want to check out my work shed then? Please? I'd love to. Don't go off by yourself, Winry, and be sure to keep on your toes. Ally stated as she said, okay, I will. I see she's got her parents' enthusiasm. Now that your upgrade is taken care of, let's find a place to sit down and chat. Ed and Aaliyah's eyes narrowed. Cell asterisk. Excuse me. Can you tell me why you're keeping me in this cell? Al asked Kimberly's two men. Because that is where Mr. Kimberly wants you. We were only given specific orders to release the Blue Flame and Fullmetal Alchemist. You just sit tight and behave. Good job, Kimberly. He's keeping it safe by keeping us apart. Not to mention bringing Winry up here, he just wants to remind us he has collateral. I never realized how nervous we make them. I have to be patient and wait for my chance. Al thought. Inside Briggs asterisk. The scout team took a week's worth of provisions with them. That's cutting it close. Olivier muttered as the man said, I'm also worried about their sanity, an entire week in total darkness. Briggs' men don't get scared of the dark. Olivier stated as Buccaneer got into the passage. General, there's no telling what will happen while we're down there. If we're not back in 24 hours, seal the hole with concrete. Very well then, I'll do so. Buccaneer gave a small smile as he closed the door. The men placed a crate atop as Olivier said, I want you men to listen closely, I'm the only one responsible for the incident with General Raven. You weren't there, you didn't see anything, or hear anything. If Raven's fate is discovered, then place the blame solely on me. Yes, General. They agreed. Underground asterisk. A man slid open the sliding door as they ran out into the tunnel, guns pointed. After checking the area, Buccaneer gave the command. Let's go. Central City *. Is that so? Indeed, they could use an offensive lead about now. The old woman stated as she began wrapping the flowers in bouquets. Briggs is a good defense, but you need more than that to make the first strike. With your Eastern Forces offensive genius, Madame Olivier thinks they have a chance. I'm honored that she'd choose me as her partner in arms. Oh no, she needs the arms of your army, not you. She said you might as well get lost. I have to ask, it's kind of risky telling me this. What's stopping me from telling Führer Bradley? Well, you are. She assured me you aren't that kind of man. The woman then turned saying, that'll be 33,000 cents. I appreciate it. Roy stated, handing her the money. She began to walk off with her cart until Roy stopped her. Hey! Who are you? She undid her bandana as she said, oh, just someone who's served the Armstrong family for generations. Well, Hughes, it turns out that our closest allies are the ones we fought side by side with, but Roy was surrounded by thousands of flowers. What do I do with these flowers? Underground *. The men continued down the tunnel until their lamp shined on a fallen horse and blood. It's a massacre, it's exactly like Smith's arm, even the metal was sliced clean through. Führer's house *. No POV. I'm sorry for stopping by so late, but I have some urgent documents that the Führer need to look at. Riza stated to Mrs. Bradley. Oh dear, I'm sorry but my husband isn't home right now. It'd be wonderful if he could look these over by tomorrow. Riza stated, handing the folder to her. Well, thank you, I appreciate it. Riza stated as she suddenly felt like something was behind her. She turned around quickly only to Selim standing there. Salim, shouldn't you be in bed? I was, but then I heard the door and thought father would be coming home. This is your father's assistant, Lieutenant Hawkeye. It's very nice to meet you, Lieutenant Hawkeye. It's nice to meet you too. You must be working hard to be up so late. Not really, I just had to drop off some documents to your father. I should be going now, good night Salim. Yes Salim, you should get all the rest you can. Otherwise you might oversleep. The butler stated. I know. Salim bowed and walked off. He seems like a pretty sharp kid. He certainly is, he's the pride of my life. I know I shouldn't brag about my son but it shouldn't apply since he's adopted. I really shouldn't be surprised though, he is related to my husband though. Riza looked to the woman shocked, he's not related to you? Oh no. Riza's eyes widened. This doesn't add up. The colonel told me that the Bradley was brought up as a test subject. He doesn't have any family. He didn't even know his parents, and I got that strange feeling from Salim. Could it be? Riza thought as she walked from the Bradley's house. Are you putting it all together? A dark voice asked. Riza stopped as it continued, all thanks to my stepmother. She just doesn't know how to shut her mouth. But your presence also gave it away. I recognized it somehow, but just now realizing why. It's the same bloodlust I felt from Gluttony when he tried to attack me from behind. So Salim Bradley, what is your true identity? You've got some nerve to ask me a question like that, considering the bravery. Arms slowly reached out towards her as he continued, you've also showed good judgment by keeping your gun holstered. Such a move would only get you killed. I'm guessing you're a homunculus, like Gluttony? No. You have a kind of pressure coming from you, something he didn't have. I'm offended you'd put me and Gluttony in the same vote. You ask my name? It's Pride, and I was the first homunculus. You say you were the first homunculus, correct? What do you mean by that? Just what I told you. Are you actually trying to get information out of me? The hands slowly climbed their way up Riza's body as he continued, you're a courageous one, aren't you? Have you considered switching sides and joining us? Why would I? I'd just be a pawn to you. Riza stated as the hands wrapped round her neck. So that's a no? That's too bad, oh well. He tightened his grip on her, placing a cut onto her cheek. Are you trying to humor me with your empty threats? Riza smirked. It's just wasteful to kill your hostage. Heh, how perceptive you are. Pride called back his shadows. Just remember LT, I'll be watching you from the shadows. Riza quickly turned, only to find nothing. Briggs asterisk. Aaliyah's POV. You've got a job for us? Ed asked. That's correct, you are state alchemists aren't you? Actually, it's a few jobs, 3 and they're all from the Führer. First off, he wants you to hunt down Scar. All you have to do is find him and I'll take care of the rest. Secondly, he wants you to hunt down Dr. Marco who has most likely fled with Scar. Why is Dr. Marco with Scar? I asked. The only thing you need to know is finding them. Last but not least, he wants you to carve a crest of blood here. A crest of blood. Ed muttered as Kimberly said, just like what I did in Ishval. It's very simple, we kill everyone and soak the land with their blood. Ed slammed his hands onto the table shouting, I would never take part. Ed then became quiet as Kimberly reminded him about Winry being outside the door. Did you two really join the military thinking you wouldn't have to kill someone? We were determined not to kill. I stated. Well, how original of you, I suppose you could take just as much from that decision. Listen Kimberly, do you have any idea what they're doing? What you're helping them to achieve? Ed asked as Kimberly said, I'm curious to see how the world will change. Both sides clashing, will against will, live versus life, humans, or the homunculi, which one will win? Which side will the world prefer? The homunculi like to see themselves as the next step in humanity, but that's for history Toadside. I just plan on helping it make up its mind. Have you forgotten that you're human? How could you just take their side? I asked. Because they've given me complete freedom to use my alchemy however I want. You're insane, Kimberly. Ed spat. My standards do tend to stray from society's, however if we do win, then the world would have chosen my sanity over yours. I'd stake my being, the very core of my existence, this is what I'm willing to bet on this battle. Kimberly, you don't make any sense. That's unusual, and here I thought all alchemists were self-centered. Kimberly placed his hand into his jacket, removing something and placing it onto the table. Well then, let's see if I have something you do selfishly crave. He removed his hand, revealing a philosopher's stone. Something, you two and that brother of yours crave, and if you do as we say, I'll give it to you. Ed and I froze. A philosopher's stone. They both thought. I have to consult with Al and Winry Oswell. Ed stated as Kimberly asked, why the girl? Because she has no idea she's being involved. Despite what you ask of us, we refuse to hide the truth. I finished. Well then let me give you a little more insight in this. Kimberly stood up as he walked behind me and placed his hands to my shoulders saying, you may have that Winry is the only hostage. Even though she's important, it doesn't mean we can't badly hurt her. Ed quickly stood up as he said, if you touch her don't worry, I won't have to hurt her. That is, she'll be under my watch the whole time. As I glared at him. Cell asterisk. No POV. Winry, you were only brought to Briggs as a hostage. Ed stated once they got into the cell. What? She asked. What does he mean ally? You must be joking. We've been ordered by the Führer to fulfill our duties as human weapons. In other words, they want us to help commit mass murder. Aaliyah stated as Winry stood. Why don't you just refuse? Ed and Ally stayed silent as realization hit her. I see, that's why. Winry then sat back onto the bed with a thud. I'm sorry, they're using me to hold you down. Winry's voice began to crack. I'm sorry, I won't cry. I'm just upset with myself for being naive. I'm sorry but all you were trying to do was get your bodies back. About that, they actually offered me a Philosopher's Stone as payment. A stone? But Al started as Ed interrupted, that's right, Kimberly has one. But we can't, brother. The ingredients for a stone are I know. Ed and Al had a staring contest before as said, just do what you want. I will. Kimberly's men opened the cell, releasing Ally and Ed as they said, we're in. The first thing we want to do is find Scar. Aaliyah said. Why's that? Kimberly asked. Scar murdered Winry's parents, so they deserve vengeance. I see, fine with me. I'll also need Al with me since he's vulnerable to Scar's bodily destruction. Well, that's sure ish'll fool. You're okay with this, Al? Winry asked as the others left. The Philosopher's Stone? They can only be mad to be sacrificing human lives. Winry's eyes widened. Don't worry, brother and Aaliyah would never actually use one. They don't need it. We think we can use Zinji's alchemy to get our bodies. There's a girl who's working with Scar, we think she can teach it to us. So then, are they going after Scar to get to this girl? Al nodded as he said, I think so. I see, I guess I need to hurry up and come up with a believable excuse. Next day / outside Briggs *. Aaliyah's POV. Ed, Al, and I had just gotten into the car, ready to head out. It was a tight fit, not even one more person could fit. Kimberly reluctantly decided to let them ride together. Hey! Make room for one more. Winry shouted as he opened the door, throwing in her tools. She squeezed her way in, pushing me onto Ed's lap, both being squished between us. What are you doing, Winry? Ed asked as Kimberly stated, I'm sorry, but you must wait here at the fort. We're not going for a picnic. And neither am I. I've just completed a complicated upgrade on their alchemy that I've never done before. What if there's a malfunction? It'd tarnish the Rock Bell name if I'm not there to fix it. Do you even realize how obsessed with your job you are? Ed stated with a sigh. You're a workaholic. And proud of it. Then Ed and Winry began to argue, Kimberly allowing her to come along. This could turn out really badly for us. Ed muttered. Yeah. Winry muttered. But still I can't just sit there and wait anymore. Winry thought. Chapter 36, Conflict of Baskel. Riza stood in front of her door, hesitant at first, but soon placed her hand on the knob. She slowly opened it, only to find a pair of eyes looking at her. Her eyes widened as Black Hayate walked from the shadows. She let out a sigh, turning on the light and closing the door as she walked up to the nearest wall, only to slide down it. She placed her head into her hands, Salim's words ringing in her ears. No matter where you are, I'll always be watching you, from the shadows. The sound of her phone brought her from her thoughts. Startled, she looked at the phone, soon getting Yupan placing the receiver to her ear. Hello? Hello there, madam, this is your neighborhood florist. Ah, what are you talking about, Colonel? Riza asked, a little annoyed. Sorry, I kind of got drunk and somehow bought a car full of flowers. Want to do me a favor and take some off my hands? Roy asked. Riza held her head as let a nervous sigh escape her lips. Roy, hearing this, asked quickly, what's wrong? Her eyes widened at his words. Did something happen? No, sir, it's nothing. Are you sure? Yes, sir, everything's fine. Cerrito let you down, but I don't even own a flower vase. Thanks for thinking of me though, good night. She placed the phone back down, turning to face Hayate with a sad smile saying, it's amazing how uncanny his timing is. She knelt down, hugging Hayate. Roy glanced down at the phone with a worried glance, knowing surely, something was wrong. Opening song. Baskel *. Aaliyah POV. We've got a report that Scar was sighted, we believe he's here. Miles spoke. An abandoned mining town? Kimberly asked. That's right, Baskel's pretty much a ghost town ever since the mines were closed, leaves plenty of buildings to hide in. This could be tricky. Kimberly stated as Miles said, we'll need to split into search parties. All squads are to contact us here if they spot Scar. Yes, sir. Ed, Al, and I turned around, looking at the two men who were supposed to be watching us. We have direct orders to keep the three of you company. Yeah. Ed muttered as I sighed at this. You think they're Kimberly's men? Al asked us. No doubt about it. I said. Conflict at Baskul. As we walked around a building I was thinking away. Let's see, what do we have to do to ditch these guys? And apparently I wasn't alone. Because when I stopped my partners did the same. We gasped and pointed to the left. Ah! There's someone over there. All three of us yelled at the same time. There was? A soldier asked. He went this way. Ed yelled as we ran into the closest building to the left. Hey! The soldier yelled as the two guards ran after us. Wait for us. One of the men yelled. When we turned around the corner we transmuted wall to block their path. Luckily they didn't catch us. Where are they? Nice going, Ed. I acknowledged with a smile. He smirked at me as we ran further down the hall. We made it out and started to run on the rooftops. And that's that. Ed yelled, jumping over rooftop. I'm pretty sure we lost them. After a while off searching and looking around we started getting annoyed. This place is. I started in a moan. Too damn big. Ed and I exclaimed in frustration. It's gonna take weeks to search every one of these buildings. Al muttered as Ed and he searched yet another building. It'd make things a hell of a lot easier if Scar and that girl came to us. Ed muttered as a little girl's voice shouted, Alphonse. Alphonse. I can't believe it's you. Huh? As May tackling Al to the ground. She did come to us. Ed muttered. What in the world are you doing here, Alphonse? May. I didn't think we'd ever find you. Al stated as May's eyes held hope. You came all this way, just so you could find me? Yeah, I really needed to see you. May's heart jumped at that. Oh my sweet Alphonse. I need you to tell me all you can about alchemy. Can you dash? He was cut off by May talking about, he full-wed me for hundreds of miles. He said he needed me. Al's not the only one, I need you to little girl. Ed stated with an evil look, scaring the poor girl. Edward. Don't scare the poor girl. I shouted at him. Tell us everything you know, you're not leaving until we've got what we want. Ed stated as May continued to fantasize. Oh no, both brothers are falling desperately in love with me. I'm sorry, Edward, but you're just not my type. I rolled my eyes at this. Don't play games with us. Ed growled as a knocking sound was heard. Let me out, Al. Winry's voice called. Oh. Sorry. Al unstrapped his chest as May's jaw dropped at the sight of Winry in Al's armor. MMH. I kept bumping my head, Winry muttered as May shouted, Excuse me. Who is this woman, Al? Al and Winry looked to the girl, questioningly as May began to cry. How could you do this to me? Am I not enough for you, Alphonse? No, it's not like that. She's just a friend. Al stated, waving his hands as he thought, wait, why am I explaining this to her like I cheating on her or something? Hey May, you shouldn't go running off like that. Marco's voice called as he walked into the doorway. Ah, the Elric brothers and Martin are here? Huh? Who's that? Ed asked as Marco walked into the room. That's right, my face, I'm Dr. Marco. What? Dr. Marco? Al asked as Ed said, but you look, what happened? Why don't you tell me what you are doing here first? Official business. Al said as another man walked in shouting, the Elric brothers and Martin are here? And who are you? Ed asked uninterested. Don't act like you don't know me. How could you forget the great proprietor, Yoki of Uswell? Rather easily, are you sure we've met? We have. Aaliyah stated as Ed and Al questioned, huh? How cruel. And after you and that girl destroyed my life. Huh? Ed asked confused. 1914/Uswell. There was a mining town called Uswell, ruled by Yoki, who was part of the military. The people living there had a rough life, especially with their taxes raised to their highest. Yoki would threaten the townsfolk who couldn't pay their share, even knocking down children who appeared before him. But one day, Edward and Aaliyah appeared and after seeing for their own eyes what goes on, decided to make gold, something you're not supposed to do with alchemy, and traded it for the deed of the coal mine. Yoki agreed instantly, stating that it was given up freely. Sometime later, after realizing that the gold was fake, Yoki ran back to the two alchemists only to find that they had given the deed to the inn's owner. The townsfolk soon came together and attacked Yoki, who had no control over them anymore. Yoki was soon banished and a wanted criminal. Soon Yoki set out to recreate his life only to fail miserably. He ended up at the Ishvalan refugee camp where he was taken care of. After Yoki told his story, he realized no one was listening the whole time. It's not right. I'll never let a thieving hussy like you take him from me. May cried as Winry asked, did you, just called me hussy? I've already told you she's just a childhood friend. Al stated as Ed said, you should think about something else, like alchemy. You're better to listen to me, damn it. Yoki shouted. Yeah, how sad, life is hard, trust me, I know how you feel. I said, then turned back around as Yoki shouted, are you patronizing me? *3*. No POV. So you're telling me you lost the girl? Kimberly asked the two men. You're not the most competent soldier, are you? I'm sorry, sir. The soldier stated, turned his head away and stuck his tongue out. I'll lead a search team. I'll need 2 men from Charlie's squad. Miles stated. Yes, sir. Don't forget Major. I know Scar is our main objective, you'll be the first to know if we locate him. Miles cut Kimberly off. Miles and the 2 men walked off as Kimberly sent a glare. *3*. Nothing here either, nothing edible that is. Scar muttered as he dug through boxes of empty food. Scar then heard footsteps and saw 2 men stepping into the room. One was tall, with glasses, as the other was short and dark-skinned. You must be Scar. We'll need you to come with us. The tall one stated. Mr. Kimberly is waiting for you. I'm impressed with your tracking skills, but do you honestly think you two can take me against my will? Scar asked. The tall one removed his glasses, saying, we'll see, but we do have a slight advantage. The 2 removed their jackets as their bodies began to change. The short one looked almost frog-like and the tall one maybe a porcupine. Let's just see how this plays out. The porcupine stated. Chimeras, huh? Let's go. Scar stated, flexing his arm. *3*. Aaliyah's POV. I've learned a lot since we've met, like what it takes to create a philosopher's stone. Ed stated as Marco kept his glance forward. I know there's something wrong with this country and there's something rotten with its alchemy. We decided to look into the possibilities of Zinji's alchemy and thought she could help. I stated as Ed pointed at May. You're on the right path, but you're not the first to put these pieces together. Marco stated as he pulled a small notebook from his jacket. This notebook is a collection of his research and theories. Ed, Al, and I gasped. It's written in code, but we think it holds all the answers we need. If we can decipher what's in there, then Al, Ally and I. Ed trailed off. Perhaps, I believe so. But it'll be impossible with the assistance of Scar. What do we need him for? Ed shouted angrily. Boom *. What do you think that was? May asked, standing up. Marco walked to the window, seeing the smoke, and said, that's the building Scar was in. You think it's the military? Look, you all need to just stay put here and hide. Al, Aaliyah, and I will find out what's going on. Ed stated as Al, and he walked out the room. So, Scar's here. Winry muttered, her gaze hardening. No POV. Sparks of blue shot out as Scar used his alchemy on Jerso, the short one, who only dodged. He's fast for his size. Scar thought as Zampano, the porcupine, sent the needles from his back at him. Scar managed to dodge them all, only to have Jerso spit something at him. Scar once again dodged as Jerso and Zampano stood next to each other. You tired yet? We know about your alchemy. Jerso started as Zampano finished, so we'll just keep our distance when attacking. Scar growled, running to the left as Jerso and Zampano both sent a flurry spit and needles at him. One of the needles managed to cut Scar's left arm, causing him to stop in pain. He went to bring his hand to use his alchemy, only to have Jerso spit on his hand, rendering it useless. We studied your file enough to know you destroy the ground when things get bad. We'll beat you to a pulp before turning you over. Aaliyah's POV. When we came into the building that was smoking, we saw two large creatures in front of Scar. His right hand seemed to be stuck on the ground by something that looked like, weird looking. Well, looky here. I sighed as I walked into the room. I guess we got here in the nick of time. Ed replied. Al inspected them carefully before turning to us. Brother, Aaliyah, I think these are Kimbley's goons. I blinked and stared at them. They are? I gasped before inspecting them like Al did. Yeah. It seemed like it was them. But not the ones who were asked to look after us, it was two other men that worked with him. Yeah. You're right. We already got this under control. You just sit tight while we take care of Scar. The pig-like creature demanded. Al then punched him in the cheek while all three of us screamed. Ah! Talking monster. The man-beast held its cheek with blood coming out of its mouth from the punch. The toad-like creature just stared at us in shock. What's wrong with you? We're all on the same side. The pig creature defended. Then I uppercut him with my hand. We'd never team up with any freaky-looking monsters. Then Ed, Al, and I brought our hands together in a pleading way and kicked our ankles up one by one. Help us. They're pretending to be our friends so they can eat us. Ed whined in a tone of distress. The chubby one has an enormous mouth. It can eat you in a single bite. Al added. Obnoxious brats. Settle down. The toad-like creature demanded before spitting at us. Ed and I then ran to him quicker than before while dodging the balls of Slavia shooting towards us. The creature gasped and blocked each of our punches. We then knocked him backwards. Oh wow. When I said this was light, I meant it. It was like the automail wasn't even there. In combat it was amazing. Ed and I got a look of insane happiness and started to giggle as if we were high. Ed soon gained an evil-like grin as he began laughing to himself as I looked at him with a concerned look. Brother? Al asked as Jerso spit again, saying, What are you laughing at? Ed dodged effortlessly and punched Jerso square in the face. As Jerso hit the ground with a thud, Ed began to punch and kick the air, saying, It's so light. It's incredible. Amazing. It's like they're not even there. This cold weather automail is magnificent. He then began to jump for joy. You're going to regret messing with me, kid. Huh? So my punches are lighter too? Ed asked as some of Jerso's spit landed on Ed's right arm. Ha! Let's see how fast you move covered in my spit. Your special power is saliva? Ed exclaimed, as I said, That's nasty, as Jerso shot more out. Well, if that's the case. Ed dodged each one, clapping his hands, sliding under, and appearing behind him as he used alchemy on the spit. Let's break it down, and revert it to water. He yelled while turning the spit into water and splashing it onto his man squirmed and tried to reach for his back. It's freezing. And now? Ed stated with an evil glint in his eyes from behind Al. He kicked Al, who hit Jerso's back, causing him to begin to freeze against him. What do you think you're doing, brother? Al shouted as Jerso cried out, don't move, my skins is peeling. I think from now on, I'm gonna call that attack, the wet tongue on a freezing flag pole. I chuckled, they are this. Precious. Then a bunch of spikes were shot at me which I skillfully dodged. It was the creature I punched before this whole fight started. For the last time, stop attacking us. The pig creature demanded. We're supposed to be on the same damn side. You shut your snap, pig. I've never seen you before in my whole life. You must be the enemy if I don't know you. I then began to taunt him, saying, I bet you can't even prove to be on our side. Fine, I'll transform back to prove it to you. Zampano's needles disappeared as I took my chance. I used my foot to knock Zampano on the head, shouting, Thanks for the opportunity, sucker. Zampano. Jerso shouted, still attached to Al, it's stupid to drop your defense during combat. Damn it. Let me go. Jerso shouted as Al snapped his neck, saying, Why don't you take a little nap? He exclaimed, knocking him out. Al used alchemy on the ice to turn it to water and detach him from the chimera, as Scar used his alchemy to free himself as well. He just had to go and free himself. Do you really think you're going to get away? Ed stated as Al said, Give it up, Scar. It's time to pay for what you've done. I will kill you if you try and stop me. Scar stated as he flexed his right hand. This made me glare right back and purse my lips with a tiny hum. There was a silence before Ed, Al, and I charged at him. I wasn't there whenever the brothers fought Scar last time, so I'm going to fight him twice as hard. He then flexed his hand with his stare on us getting darker. You'll sacrifice your arm to me? Then I'll take it. He yelled, grabbing Ed's automail hand. Ed said, I hate to tell you, but my arm isn't steel anymore. Scar's eyes widened as Ed took that chance to kick him behind the leg. Don't make this difficult. Ed shouted as Al and he clapped their hands. Before they could do anything, Scar used alchemy to cause the ground to rise. Ah! We screamed as Scar jumped into the air, his right arm ready to attack. Don't hurt them. Winry shouted. Scar's glance turned to the door where Winry stood. Ed, Al, and I took their chance and knocked Scar back, trapping his right arm in stone. What are you doing here, you idiot? Ed exclaimed as Winry began to take a step, only to stop when a hand was placed to her shoulder. That's close enough. Miles stated as two soldiers rushed into the room. You brought her here, Major? I asked him. What are these creatures? A soldier asked as Miles said, I guess they're the result from some ungodly experiment by our superiors. Try both to the column. Yes, sir. And as for you, Scar. Miles stated, walking over to Scar with a gun pointed at him, as for you, I regret having to treat one of Meown people so harshly. He spoke as he pulled out a gun to point at Scar. But I can't have you walk away after what you've done. Your own people, huh? You three can leave, we've got it from here. Miles stated. Before we could speak, we noticed Winry walking over to Scar. Stop, Winry. It's too dangerous. I stated as she said, let me go, it's all right. It can't be any less. Miss, you need to stay back. Miles stated as Winry said, just let me, please understand. Winry requested in a pleading tone. I could now see her face as it rose up. You have to let me talk to him. I need to. The two reluctantly let go, allowing her to walk over to Scar. Why did you kill my mother and father? There's nothing I can say that won't sound like an excuse. Scar stated. And nothing can change the fact that I'm responsible for their deaths. Winry's eyes twitched, as if tears were about to fall as Scar tried to move him arm, only to sigh. *3*. No POV. Boom *. There a blast sounded and the Dercetian. What happened? That's where Major Miles was. He said nothing while keeping his gaze to the area. Underground /Briggs *. Buccaneer and the others stood by the ladder, Buccaneer grunting while looking to his watch. This isn't good, looks like we've gone over the 24-hour time frame, and you know our Ice Queen. They all looked up the ladder to the door. Patience and compassion aren't really her strong suits. We did the best we could. We didn't know we'd have to grope our way in the dark. Maybe if these guys didn't have us kill the lights so their monster wouldn't come, we'd have made it. Buccaneer knocked on the door, waiting for a moment, then heard silence. He looked down and sighed as the doors finally opened. Huh? He asked confused. Welcome back, sir. They made it back. Take these men to sick bay. I'm sorry. One of the soldiers who was trapped spoke. There's no reason to be. Buccaneer turned to face the old man as he asked, I thought you were ordered to seal this hole after 24 hours? Yes sir, but as you can see. He pulled out a cracked pocket watch, it hasn't been 24 hours yet. The two looked to it, speechless as the old man continued, it's a nice watch, isn't it? General Armstrong gave it to me when you guys left. Buccaneer and Henshaw looked to each other speechless. Briggs/Roof *. General. Olivier turned to find Buccaneer standing there, saluting. Did you find the advance party? She asked. There were only 2 survivors. Is that so? Buccaneer walked till he stood a few feet behind her. May I ask what you're doing? I'm looking at the mountains, I like the winters up here, everything's black and white. I appreciate the pure simplicity of it. That's not true, sir. Olivier turned to him questioningly as he pointed up. You can see blue if you look up. There's nothing entirely black and white. He then gained a huge grin as he said, and thanks for showing your men a little mercy. It means a lot. Olivier smirked a little saying, that's nice, but I don't know what you're talking about. From the roof, they spotted cars driving up to the base. It appears we have guessed. Buccaneer stated. Military men stepped out the cars as Olivier and her men saluted. Long time no see, General, to drop in like this, but it's somewhat urgent. Central Command has a few questions that they'd very much like to have answered. The man in charge stated. Baskel *. Aaliyah's POV. When the explosion erupted, I quickly ran out of the puff of smoke. I was coughing the whole way while cursing under my breath. Then instead of warm yet suffocating smoke, I was greeted with cold and freezing air. Damn it. Ed cursed loudly as he followed me out. What's going on, Blue Flame, Fullmetal? As I heard Kimbley's voice. You bastard. I snarled, this is all your fault. You were supposed to be watching Winry. One of the men looked up and gasped. Mr. Kimbley, up there. He pointed out. I looked up and saw Scar holding Winry, who was knocked out with a sinister glare. Chapter 37, Daydream. Scar stood upon the roof, his bloodied arm bandaged, as he had a glaring match with Kimbley. Tell Mesamething Kimbley, you remember when we first met? It seems we've changed places. Scar shouted as Kimbley shot back, you shouldn't be so confident. Daydream. Aaliyah's POV. Kimbley. Damn you. Ed shouted as he grabbed the man by the collar. Tell me why is Winry here? We finally had Scar cornered and she's been taken hostage because of you. Whose knows? Stand back. Kimbley muttered, removing his gloves. Kimbley ignored my yells and my demands and just started removing his gloves. Stand aside. He ordered in a deep and calm mutter as he gasped. What the hell are you doing? I shouted, running towards, grabbed his left arm while I grabbed the right to stop him. Stop this now, Crimson Alchemist. He ordered loudly. Can't you see Winry Air up there? We won't let you attack. I shouted, holding his arms back. Why can't you just stay out of the way? Scar lowered his hand to the building, destroying the front of it as he made his getaway. Not so fast, Ishvalan. Kimbley shouted, Abuto run, but was held back by a soldier. It's too dangerous to get to the building. Fall back. It's a snowstorm. Winry. I muttered. Come on, Carrie, we have to get to shelter before the storm hits. Ed stated, helping her up. As I give him a side eye and said, do you think he buy it? Proper bly. *3*. No POV. That was a great performance. Miles trailed off as Ed said, it wasn't a performance, I'm every bit angry as I sounded back there, I feel worthless, having to put on this stupid charade. Aaliyah held on to Ed closer as Miles, Ed, Al, a few soldiers and she, walked through the upcoming storm. Winry then stood in front of Scar while glaring daggers at him. Why? Why did you kill my mother and father? There's nothing I can say that won't sound like an excuse. Scar started off with his tone a little bit calmer. Oh hell, that is the understatement of the freaking century. And nothing can change the fact that I'm responsible for their deaths. He clenched his fist that was held down by frozen restraints. I killed them. There was assilence as he calmed himself again and let his hand relax. Young girl, you have every right to pass judgment in me. Winry turned around and walked over to a few boxes, grabbing a piece of cloth, and walked toward Scar. Your arm, you'll die if we don't bandage it. Winry muttered, wrapping Scar's cut arm. Winry. Ed exclaimed, speechless, as Winry said, shut it, Ed. I think, this is what my parents would have wanted. After all, Mom and Dad did save his life before, there has to be a reason for that. Does that mean you're forgiving me? Scar asked. Don't get me wrong, I don't forgive your continuous murdering. The room stayed silent until Winry stewed, Ed muttering, Winry. It's all right, I won't cry. As she smiled and said, didn't I promise that next time I cried, they would be tears of joy? As I smiled at her and give her a side hug. All right, promise. Winry nodded and said, promise. Ed then turned to Scar as he said, listen Scar, no matter what Winry says, I still want to beat you bloody and drag you to the Rockbell grave to pay your respects. Scar simply closed his eyes and looked down. Major Miles? Scar called out. Can I ask you something? What? He questioned. Earlier you said that I was one of your people. Scar reminded. Yeah, that's right. I'm part Ishvalan on my grandfather's side. Miles stated, showing off his red eyes. I wish we didn't have to meet like this, red-eyed brother of mine. How can you bring yourself to be part of the military? Scar asked. In a hard was a pause from this. It was eerie and uncomfortable. I couldn't help but hold my breath and wait for someone to speak. My objective is to work from the inside to change the people's views on Ishval. He stated, which made Scar's eyes widen in shock. Scar recovered quickly and stared up at Miles. I don't think that task will be easy to accomplish. Who knows how long it'll take. But still, mixed blood does give me a slight advantage. Miles replied firmly. I'm an Ishvalan pebble tossed into the ocean of the Amestrian military. Maybe in time, the ripples I create will become waves. Miles then set his glasses back on and continued to speak. And do you want to know what the most ironic part about this is? It was an Amestrian who set me on this path in the first place. Scar lowered his gaze and stared at the floor. Look at me. He sighed. I have a wound of hatred from the Ishvalan war. I am thankful that there is someone like you out there. Major. An officer called out, holding a phone for him. Miles took the phone without a word and spoke. Copy, Major Miles here. We captured Scar and holding him in Area D, informed Kimberly. He ordered, now handing the phone back to the officer, who hung up. No matter the circumstances, I cannot let you go. You must accept judgment. Footsteps were heard as a voice spoke, hold on. Who's there? Miles asked. May and Marco looked around the corner of the door as Al shouted, May. Dr. Marco. Ed finished. Please don't take Scar as your prisoner, we need him. Marco spoke. *3*. No POV. This doesn't look good, the weather is changing. A soldier stated as Kimberly, Carrie, and the others walked through the snow. The clouds are moving in fast, a storm is headed this way. Kimberly grunts and said, hurry then. Aaliyah POV. Deceiver notes? Miles repeated. Yes. May answered. It's groundbreaking research that tried to fuse Amstrian alchemy with Sinji's alchemy. But all the important parts are written in ancient Ishvalan. Scar's the only one who can make sense of it, don't you see? Marco spoke, glancing at Scar for a second, then went back to Miles. Miles hummed in thought and turned to Scar. He stared at the man, then turned back to May. So you're the alchemy girl? I have orders to bring you back to the fort. He then started to freak out. Me? What do they want with me? She exclaimed fearfully, then hid behind Marco. The redhead's eyebrows rose at her, then turned to Miles. Don't worry, you'll receive a warm welcome, I'm sure. Miles reassured and cupped his chin. Now, let me think, Scar needs to be kept free, and it would be just as bad if they found out Dr. Marco was with. I think it might be best if we brought him back to Fort Briggs to hide you from senior staff. I stepped in front of Miles with a look of protest. Hold on. What are you saying? We can't bring Monsieur with us. I stated. We have to decipher those notes, right, Martin? Miles stated in a hard tone. There is not a damn thing I want that guy's help with. Ed objected. Just hand him over to Kimberly. The transmutation circle. Miles stated, making my eyes go wide. The one this country was formed to make. I heard all about it from General Armstrong. Weck knows something is about to happen that will affect all of Amestris and its people. We need to know what the notes is more important than anything else. I grunted at this. I was also told that they're using the Rockbell girl as a hostage against you. If we act now, we can outsmart Kimberly and hide her in a place where they won't be touch her. As I sighed at those homunculus and, Father, our get a ray all hurt coming. Listen up, Scar, if you're willing to work with us, I'll postpone your judgment. It doesn't look like I have a choice. Scar sighed. I'll help you decode the notes. I have your word on that. Miles promised. You do, I swear on my Ishvalan blood. Scar swore. You can trust me, my red-eyed brother. We have a deal then. Miles stated, now lowering his gun. My apologize, Miss Rockbell, you have to wait a while before we can punish your parents' killer. Winry nodded. Fine. Then the two chimeras we fought started to come to, now finding themselves tied up. Oh yeah, I've forgotten about them. Dispose of them. Miles ordered. Hold on a second. Ed yelled with disapproval. You don't have to kill them. Al and I countered at the officers now raising their guns. I see no reason to let them live. Kill them. Miles ordered. No. A life is a life. What better reason do you need than that? Al questioned. Humph, showing us mercy, how adorable. Jerso stated. You're just a sentimental fool. We didn't ask for your help, did we? Zampano stated. Al turned to the two, speechless as Jerso continued, look at our bodies, what kind of future do we have? If you're going to kill us, then do it. Al stepped up to the two as he said, I don't understand, don't you have families, loved ones? Sure we do, Jerso stated as Zampano finished, but as soon as we got these bodies, they were all told we were dead, and to them, we are. Don't I want to see them again? Al asked. Even if we did, how could we go back to them like this? Jerso asked. So, you don't want to get your original bodies back? You're content the way you are now, is that it? No, how could we be? Zampano shouted. Of course we want our true bodies back. Al pointed a finger to Themis. He said, there's your answer, I don't want to hear a bunch of nonsense. Why not live and find that Shancito, get your bodies back? Jerso turned, saying, how could you possibly know what we're going through? And what chance do we have going back? Al removed his helmet, showing them his seal as he said, well, I am going back. No matter how long it takes. I won't give up. Major, a soldier called from the window. Miles walked over, asking, "What is it?" "It's not good, a snowstorm. We can't pull off a snow ward march with this equipment. We have no chance of reaching the fort." "What do we do now?" Winry asked. "This is a mining town, isn't it? Why don't we just go through the underground tunnels?" Yoki stated nonchalantly. Everyone looked to him as he started to panic. "Huh? What's wrong? This is a pretty large mine, right? So there's got to be a tunnel to lead us beyond the mountains, I think?" "That's it!" Al and Ed shouted. Exclamation point. Give me some credit. This is what I did for a living. He's right, the tunnels lead past the mountains. Right. Miles began to jot something down, then handed it to Marco saying, "Once you get to Briggs, hand them this. Ivy explained our arrangement so you shouldn't have any trouble with them." "Thank you," Marco stated. Marco then turned to face Winry as he said, "But there's still the situation of the young Miss Rockbell. She cannot accompany us to the fort, of course, but when word gets out that she's missing, won't the brothers and Miss Martin be the first person they suspect?" "We can handle ourselves," Al stated. "I hate to brag, but I've got a pretty smooth tongue." "No, this is Kimberly we're talking about. He's automatically going to be suspicious of what you tell him." I hate to be the one to suggest this, but what do you think Kimberly would do if I was taken hostage by Scar?" Ed and Al looked to the girl dumbly. "You want him to kidnap you?" I asked. "Hold on, Winry, you're saying you want us to let him go?" Ed asked, pointing to Scar. "Right, Scar runs away, carrying me. Then you and the others try desperately to stop him, at least, that's what you pretend to do. You understand? You can't. Hat. You're crazy. I don't have a choice, do I? I'm a hostage either way, so I might as well choose my captor. Besides, if we were to do anything else, he's a masked murderer." Al yelled. "Al's right. There's no reason for you to be rickying out life." Ed stated as Winry said, "Don't you three get it? It's time you realize you don't have to do everything alone." The two looked to her speechless. "Make up your minds, the storm is coming in. If we don't hurry, we won't make it out," Miles stated as Ed and Winry glared at one another. "I can see Kimberly's forces now." Ed gasped as he suddenly became angry. "Damn it. Scar, if you hurt her I won't harm the girl, I keep my promises." Ed freed Scar as Jerso said, "Us too. You have to take us with you. I know you don't trust us, so you understand if you want to keep us tied up. Kimberly will show us no mercy for failing our mission. One way or the other, we're dead. Besides, we don't want to give up either." "How do we know you mean that?" Marco asked. "You realize if you do anything to get in our way, this whole country could be destroyed, including your families and everyone you care for." The two gasped as Jerso said, "Wait. What are you saying? The Central Forces weren't told anything about this. Please. We need to know more." The two chimeras were turned into their human forms. The toad creature's name was Jerso and the other was named Zampano. They put on their jackets and had their wrists tied up. "Are you sure about this?" Miles asked. "Yeah, I'm sure everyone would feel better if we were tied up." Jerso turned to Scar with his firm stare. "Give us a good performance." "I know what I'm doing." Scar growled. "And you will keep your oath?" "Your solemn word as a true Ishvalan." Miles muttered, which made Scar nod in response. *3*. When the explosion erupted, I quickly ran out of the puff of smoke. I was coughing the whole way while cursing under my breath. Then instead of warm yet suffocating smoke, I was greeted with cold and freezing air. Damn it. Ed cursed loudly as he followed me out. "We've finally got Scar cornered, and now he's taken her hostage. Because of you. Time skip." Outside, a blizzard was blowing. You couldn't even see an inch outside. Ed and I sat next to each other. Asal sat a little ways off. It was so boring with Kimberly, I pretty much just looked at the scenery. And how was it? Ed asked sarcastically. I sighed, closed my eyes and looked at Ed as his brought his lips upon mine, which soon turned into an open-mouth kiss. Once we remembered where they were, we quickly got a hold of themselves. No POV. I worried about what happened to Zampano and Jerso. Two possibilities, either Scar did them in or they're out there in the snow. Two of Kimberly's men stated. The storm should keep Scar trapped, too, another soldier stated. We know has to be somewhere in this town, sir. Since we're stuck here, we might as well start planning our next search. Miles continued to stare out the window, thinking, we were lucky this storm really saved our hides. Please let them reach the fort safely. Excuse me, Major, Briggs is on the line for you. Miles grabbed the phone, speaking. Yes, Miles here, what did you say? His eyes widened. Underground. So it's true then? You're actually the daughter of the Rockbells? Marco asked. Yes, did you know Miprance, Dr. Marco? Winry asked. Of course I did. There wasn't a single doctor in Ishval that didn't know your parents' names. They did their duty without any regard for themselves. Winry smiled as Scar watched from behind. I don't forgive your wanted murdering. Winry stated. This is something you must abide. But how could I forgive the military for all they've done? Scar asked their master. I said nothing about forgiveness, there is no forgiveness for wanted murder. Any good man must always condemn it, but still you must abide it. You must sever that chain of hatred once and for all. If hatred and fear were allowed, then this world would be swallowed by them, but if we can reach ultimate understanding, then it can be reached. We may still have a chance to be saved from ourselves. That's my motivation. That's why I study alchemy. Scar's brother stated. Scar soon came from his thoughts as they entered a small room. Yep. This is it all right. Yoki stated, shining the lantern through the area. What is this place? Zampano asked. The mine staff room, we need something from here. Yoki stated, looking though a few things. Now let's see. Ah. There it is. Yoki picked up a piece of paper and placed it onto the table saying, here's a map of the tunnels in detail. Looks complicated, I can't tell what's what, Jerso stated. Yoki pointed to the map saying, we'll go through here, here, and we're out. You sure know how to read a map? Zampano stated. Oh, it's nothing, Yoki sung as Jerso said, at this rate, we'll make it across the mountain faster than we thought. Excuse me Dr. Marco, but, do you think there could be some hints to getting our original forms back? Zampano asked, hope in his eyes. At the moment, I can say. It's a possibility, but this is an alchemy I know nothing about. Marco stated. I'm sure you'll find a way, Doc. I can't wait to see my family again. Jerso stated with a smile. Are you really that eager to get back to the old ball and chain? Zampano chuckled. I'm sure you miss your daughter but not your wife. What about you? You were such a drunk your own son didn't like you. You think you'll be able to face him now? You have to bring that up. Zampano muttered. May looked sadly at the map as Marco noticed and asked, May, what's wrong? It's just, my entire country is waiting for me but, I don't think I can return to them. Silence filled the area as May continued. The Philosopher's Stone is created by sacrificing human lives. No one should be allowed to create something so full. If our king found out how to make one, he wouldn't hesitate to do it. He'd be willing to sacrifice millions of our people to make it, but we need it. What am I supposed to do now? It's possible these notes show a humane surset to helping you. Let's hurry to the fort and translate the notes. May gave Marco a smile saying, right. Baskel asterisk. What do you mean the fort is no longer safe? Ed asked as Miles said, I mean General Armstrong has been summoned back to Central Command. Central forces have now taken over the fort in her place. There's not out there following the Crimson Alchemist orders. While back at the fort, I remember him making rather frequent calls. This is bad, without General Armstrong there. Aaliyah trailed off as Miles continued. A commander hand-picked by Bradley will be posted in her place. What do we do about Winry? Ally asked. Hiding her and the others will be difficult. If they're not careful, they bound fall into the enemy's clutches. We have to find a way to warn them. Ed stated, walking around the room. There's no way we can catch up them in a storm this bad. So we sit here and do nothing? I'll go tell them. Ed stated, looking out the window. You can't, Ed. It's too dangerous out there. You could die in that storm. Ally shouted as Ed clenched his fist. There is a way. Listen. Al suddenly spoke. Everyone turned to Al as he continued, send someone who doesn't have a body. That storm won't freeze me to death. *3*. This is worse than I thought. Al stated as he struggled to walk through the snowstorm. Let's see, the mark. He looked to the map for help. There. Al stated. He tried to keep going, only to have the wind stop his movements. I can't see anything at all. Suddenly, Al was surrounded by white. He gasped at what he saw in front of him. There was a huge stone door, and before that door stood a blonde-haired, nutrient-deprived boy. The boy held his hand out to Al, who reached his hand out as well. Al's hand went taut out his, only to have him disappear. Al soon snapped out of it to find himself back in the storm. What was that? Was it my body? But how? A body can't survive with someone else's soul shoved into it. Barry's words rung inside Al's head. A body that shouldn't have a soul, it's being rejected? Al dropped to his knees. Does this mean my body is pulling on my soul? Al held his head as he said, Stop it, snap out of it. He quickly rose as he said, I have to hurry. Beneath Central Command *. Alphonse Elric. Father placed the figurine down. Then there's Edward Elric and Aaliyah Martin. He placed the two figurines in the same spot. There's also Van Hohenheim. He placed another. Izumi Curtis, she's a possibility. He placed another down, only to place it on its side. He looked down at his board as he stated, that leaves one more. Chapter 38, Homunculus, the Dwarf in the Flask. Briggs *. So you think General Armstrong had something to do with General Raven's disappearance? It seems so, however, she's too smart to leave evidence behind. Yes, that's true. Well, anyway, the only thing we have to do is hold down the fort. As for the general, I'm sure the Tigers in Central will make sure she's taken care of. Two higher-ups spoke inside of General Armstrong's office. Central *. Olivier walked the halls of Central, on her way to Bradley's office when she spotted someone. General Armstrong, how nice to see you. Mustang spoke. TCH, they posted you in Central Mustang? You're well connected. No, it's solely based on merit. Olivier furrowed her eyebrows as she said, That's rich coming from you. The two were now walking amongst the halls talking. What brings you here today, General? Roy asked. Furrer Bradley summoned me, for an extended stay I imagine. Is that so? Roy then gained a grin upon his lips as he said, Well then, sometime we should grab some dinner. Your treat. I hope you know I could eat you into bankruptcy. Maybe we should skip dinner then. I see, you're short on both money and nerve, huh? They reached the corner as Roy said, Maybe I could offer some flowers instead? Humph. She began walking away as Roy said, There are many fine flowerists in Central. Are there? She waved her hand continuing forward as Mustang turned the corner. Knock, knock *. You may enter. Bradley's words rang from the other side. Sir. Olivier called as she opened the door. She walked in and stopped at the coffee table as Bradley said, "Now then, General, we need to talk about General Raven's disappearance." "Just what have you done?" "I won't be able to hide it all." She thought as she stated, "Pardon me, Your Excellency, but I can't see why you would employ someone so incompetent like him. Is that the reason you sought fit to dispose of him? Surely you don't need him. It can't be good to have someone so talkative on your staff." Bradley clasped his hands together as he said, "You have me intrigued. Just what did he speak of?" "Immortality, the history of this country, Your Excellency's identity. He told me all sorts of things without some sort of prompting." "Ahem. And after learning all of this, you still responded to my summons?" "Yes, sir. I assume you'll need someone to fill that fool's vacant seat?" Bradley began to chuckle as he said, "Interesting, I like the way you play. Very well, you can have General Raven's seat, but my men will take over Fort Briggs, agreed?" Olivier bowed saying, "Of course, as you wish. My soldiers are extremely strong and well trained. I guarantee they'll serve you well." "I'm sure they will. I appreciate the sacrifice, General." Bradley grinned as Olivier furrowed her brows. "Briggs. To steal a tiger's cubs, you have to enter her den. It seems like the General has landed herself right in the middle of it." Henshaw stated as Buccaneer said, "Yeah, now this place is there too. But still, there are one things they don't know, although our leader may be gone, we still stand as one. We act with one will, that is the Fort Briggs way." Buccaneer clenched his automail fist as he said, "From here on, the bears will fight the tigers." Homunculus, dwarf in the flask. Riza sat by herself at a table eating when she suddenly noticed someone in front of her. "Is this spot taken?" the voice asked. "No," Riza stated as Roy sat down, placing his work on the table. "So, how is work treating you?" Riza asked as Roy began eating. "See for yourself, I have to work through every meal or I can't keep up." Roy began writing with one hand, holding his sandwich in the other. "What about you?" he asked, glancing at her. "I've been keeping busy too, especially with everything I've had to learn." Bradley does work efficiently, so that helps. He isn't a slacker, that's for sure. Roy's eyes widened a little as he suddenly became gloomy. "This sounds like it's going to be a dull conversation then." Riza brought her cup to her lips, drinking, as she slowly brought it from her and to the table. "Well, apparently." She tapped her cup to the table 2 times before placing it down. "Scar is in the north. The Elric brothers and Martin are there as well." "I see." Roy tapped his pen twice, as he began writing again. "My former classmates Lucy and Ian are stationed up there. They keep me informed." "Ahem. Aren't the North and East doing exercise this spring?" Roy asked. "Yes, I think you're right about that, I forgot. I hope Major Miles and Buccaneer don't show us up like they do every year. *3*. Miles, Buccaneer, okay." Roy was in the bathroom stall, writing down pieces of his conversation with Riza. And York, Ida, and Sugar all spoke to her too. He circled the first letter of each word as he continued, Havoc, Oscar, Mike, Yuri, Nora, Charlie, Yuri, and Lucy again. As he began writing each letter, the realization hit. Yuri once more, and then Sterling. Across the top of his paper read something he thought he'd never see. "Salim Bradley is a homunculus." Roy quickly set the paper light and flushed it down the toilet. "I'd say impossible, but then again, there's no such thing. What in the world is about to happen here in Central? Underground/Central Command *. Father kept his eyes closed as he thought back to the past, where everything began. A boy with long blonde hair and gold eyes sat sleeping against the broom he held as a voice called to him. "Hey!" The boy or slave opened his eyes only to shout, "Oh no! It's all right," the voice stated. The boy stood, looking around as the voice spoke again, "Look. Over here." The boy turned to the flask which held a mysterious black being. Yeah?" the boy asked, not too interested. Hey now, can't you at least bring yourself to act a little surprised or something? What do I get for acting surprised? He asked, hand on his hip. You show no fear, I like that. What's your name? I'm number 23. Not your number. I want you to tell me your real name. I'm a slave, I don't have one. A slave? Do you mean a person without any rights or freedom? Someone trafficked and deeded as a possession? Deeded? What's that? The boy asked, confused. It's when a piece of property is transferred to another person. Huh? The boy asked, still confused. It seems you're not all that bright, are you? Hey! Get out of here, the boy shouted, annoyed. How could I have possibly been born from someone as stupid as you? The black mass asked himself. You are the one who gave me blood, right? The boy looked at his bandaged arm as he said, I guess so. He said he was going to use it for an experiment. I exist today because you gave me your blood, thank you. Let's see, number 23 just won't cut it. I think I'll give you a name of your own. Give me a name? Who are you? You'd want a noble-sounding one. Let's see, Theophrastus Bombastus. That's too long. Oh yeah, you're not that smart. Maybe it shouldn't have too many syllables in it. Hey, you. I'm plenty smart. Well, how about Van? Van Hohenheim, how does that sound? So Van Hohenheim, huh? I think I can remember that. It's spelled O. You don't know how to read or write, do you? I don't need to read or write to do my work. Your slave work. The black mass trailed off. Don't you even want freedom? Are you going to live out the rest of your life as a slave, without the rights of a real man? Van was speechless. In that case, you're no different from me. Trapped inside this stuffy flask. Let me teach you, Van Hohenheim. Van nodded without hesitation. Hey, who are you? What are you? What do I call you? The mass gained arms and a face as he said, I'll tell you what, Van Hohenheim, you can call me the dwarf in the flask homunculus. *3*. Day in and out, years even, Van studied everything there was to know about anything. All things are made from one, and in the end, all things return to one. In other words, one is all. Van spoke to his master. Indeed, and all is one as well. All is the ultimate one. So if all isn't included in the one, then all is nothing. You have passed. You are now an alchemist, Hohenheim. Well, done, child. Van gave a small grin as he said, I'm still only fit to be an assistant. My skill is nothing near yours, master. *3*. I'm grateful to you. Oh, for what? The dwarf asked. I live as well as I do now because of the knowledge you gave me, and I've also earned the master's respect. Thanks to you, maybe one day I'll be able to get married and have a family. A family, huh? How inconvenient for you humans, unless you form communities and breed, your species can't continue to exist. Don't call it breeding, and whether or not it's a concept you're able to understand, that's where humans find happiness. We live for our bonds with friends and family members, that's who we humans are. Sure, whatever you say. Okay then, what is it that makes you happy? Van asked. Well, I'd hate to be guilty and ask for too much, but I think I'd be happy if I could just leave this flask. *3*. Immortality. Why would someone who has everything need something like that? The dwarf spoke. Watch your tongue. You are in the royal presence, the two guards spoke. If you continue with this insolence, I'll smash your flask. You wouldn't dare to destroy such an important source of knowledge. The dwarf spoke, causing the two to gasp. That's enough chatter, immortality, is it possible or not? A voice bellowed, the king of Xerxes. Growing impatient in your old age, are we? How lamentable, king of Xerxes. The king furrowed his brows as the dwarf gained a huge grin. Okay, I'll tell you how you can achieve immortality. *3*. What are you digging here for? Around the whole country was a circle dug into the ground. Irrigation canals, the king ordered them to be dug all around the country. Heh, that's the king for you. He even cares about the well-being of us commoners. Yes, he does. That night, men rode in on horses with torches and swords. Remember, there must be no survivors. The men set everything in a blaze while killing anyone who filled their sights. The palace. Hurry. Quickly carve out the crest of blood while there's still time, the king spoke. Next day, people in the town whispered to one another about what happened the night before. What an awful tragedy. Van spoke as the dwarf muttered, yeah, real tragic. Time skip. As time passed, more killings of villages and such went on. The king was nearing his end as if finally came time for his plans to come to light. Your Majesty. At long last, your transmutation circle is complete. The king rose from his bed as he muttered, Took long enough. Finally, it's done. He glanced at the dwarf who was in Van's hands and asked, everything is ready? Yes, you'll now become immortal. Everyone took their positions as the king used the dagger to slice his finger. Blood fell into the urn as a few steps away, Van spoke, incredible, the king will achieve immortality. The king looked into the urn, only to panic at what was happening. Yes, this is an amazing moment indeed. The room began to glow an eerie purple as black smoke filled the room. The smoke soon cleared, only to have black hands rise. This is immortality, no. You must be wrong. The king spoke one by one, and his men dropped down, dead. I don't understand it. You said if we stood in the middle of the circle, we wouldn't be harmed. The king soon fell to his death as Van said, what's going on here? Hey! Homunculus, the dwarf faced Van as he grinned saying, the true circle for the transmutation circle is right here where you're standing. It is? Surely you remember that your blood is within me. I used it to open the doorway, blood brother of mine, Van Hohenheim. Right now, we are at the center of everything. An eye soon opened from beneath Van's feet, sucking him and the whole Xerxes village with it. Van found himself in a white void, being disintegrated as he screamed out. Next day/morning. Van awoke, only to find everything in ruins and everyone he once knew, gone. There must be somebody left. Van spoke as another voice spoke from behind him. It's no use, all of their souls have been taken from them. Majesty. Are you all right? Van knelt down as the man continued, tell me. Van looked up as the man continued, your body, how is it feeling? It's me. Using your blood, I created a reciprocal for myself. Finally, I can walk on my own two legs. Van's eyes widened. Are you, the homunculus in the flask? What is this? What have you done? To thank you for your blood, I've given you a name and I've given you knowledge. Now, I've given you a body that will live forever. I'm immortal? Van asked shocked. The dwarf pointed to Van saying, focus within yourself Van Hohenheim. Van did as told, only to hear voices. He held his head as the dwarf said, you hear them, don't you? Those are the voices of everyone that was sacrificed, everyone you once knew. They were used to make you immortal, wait, half of them were used for me, actually. Van looked down at his hands, shaking as the man continued, I appreciate your cooperation, Hohenheim. Van held his head as he screamed out, ah. Train asterisk. Hohenheim awoke from his sleep, startled. You're Van Hohenheim, right? A woman's voice asked. Van turned only to see a middle-aged woman with dreadlocks. I knew it, she smiled, looking back at her rather large husband. Somewhere asterisk. Finally, I get the chance to meet Ed and Ael's father. And I get to meet the one who taught my sons and their friend. I'm sure they were a handful. Oh no, they were fine children. The woman, or Izumi, suddenly dropped to her knees, coughing. Izumi, are you all right? Sig asked, next to her. Let me get your medicine dash, may I have a look at her? I know a bit about the medical field. Van asked. Sure. Sig stated. Van placed his hand on her lower back as she muttered, I'm all right. This happens. Van gasped before saying, No, you're not all right. Mr. Sig, find us a car quickly. Hurry. Right. Sig ran off as Van placed his hand on Izumi's shoulder asking, Mrs. Izumi, you have seen the truth? What did you sacrifice? She looked away as he said, Please, I need to know. My insides were taken, I was trying to bring my child back to life. I see. Van took in a breath of air before drawing his hand back. I'm sorry. He then dug his hand into her, causing her to cough up blood. Sig, watching the whole thing, ran to Van and punched him square in the face. Izumi, hang on. Izumi, he helped her to stand as she said, Calm down dear, please, I'm all right. He shoved his hand into you. But my breathing, it's easier. Sig gasped as he asked, How can that be? Izumi looked down at her blood-stained shirt as she felt around. There's no wound. That's impossible. Van picked up his glasses, placing them onto his face, standing up as he said, Your insides were taken as a testament to your sin and can't be brought back, but I did rearrange your entrails to make it easier for your blood to flow. Mrs. Izumi, you can't give in to your fate just yet. You're the boy's father, but who are you? Who am I? I'm a philosopher's stone, in the form of a man, that's what I am. Chapter 39, The Abyss. Underground tunnels. This place is like a maze. Jerso stated after a while of silence. Try not to get separated. Zampano spoke as May said, All right. Before Winry could say anything, she stumbled over a rock, falling to the ground. Ow. Winry muttered, sitting up. Winry, are you okay? Marco asked, kneeling in front of her. I'm fine. May looked to her right, only to find a box. Huh? What's this stuff? She asked, picking up the item. D-dynamite. Marco stated, shocked. Winry and May began to panic as Yoki said, Nah. These are all sopping wet. Relax, they won't blow up, even if we wanted them to. Marco, May, and Winry released a breath of relief as Scar said, Quit dawdling and let's go. They could be right behind us as we speak. Right, sorry. Marco stated. Baskel. Aaliyah's POV. The storm has finally passed. Start preparing. Miles stated, walking from the window. Yes, sir. We can't take any risk with Kimberly and his men, so the first chance we get, take them out. The men nodded as I glanced at Kimberly. My face saddened a bit as arms wrapped around her from behind. Ed rested his head on my shoulder as I sighed. He's going to make me follow him around again, I just know it. Don't worry, I won't let him do anything to you. That makes me feel a little better, but I still have to part from you. I gave a small smile, grasping his hands in mine as he hugged me tighter. Even though that may be, I'll still come back to you. I'll find a way to get you away from him. I turned my head to face Ed as he said, I'll never leave you alone. Me either. She stated, placing my lips to his. The abyss. No POV. Miles watched as Kimberly gave commands to his men outside with Aaliyah next to him. You're the only ones to know of this mission. You are to not mention it outside this room. Miles stated. Hold on. You're not planning on killing them, are you, Major? Ed asked. Of course we are. We can't do that with Ally next to him, and besides, shouldn't we take him prisoner and ask him questions? Do you really think he'll tell us anything? He's too dangerous to live. Miles simply stated. We don't know that about his men. For all we know, he could be manipulating them somehow, forcing them to obey. You could be right, but we can't take such a possibility. Yet, you're still willing to kill them? This isn't like it was for General Raven. There may be another way. Have you forgotten the first law of Briggs? The careless are the first to die. You show mercy here, and I guarantee it'll get you and your friends killed. Have you forgotten? Ed looked to the ground, a saddened look as Miles and his men walked out the room, saying, "We won't be careless. We're killing Kimberly and the 2 men with him." Ed's fist clenched. *3*. I had almost forgotten he's still a kid. The man stated. Indeed he is, especially if he's naive to think he won't have to kill anyone. Miles stated. I have to admit, I used to think the same thing. So did I. Miles smirked. But once you live through a couple of wars like we have, you'll learn some things like killing someone isn't as hard as letting them live. The Elrics and Martin have certainly chosen the harder path. I guess they like to go against the grain. Yeah, Miles' smirk grew wider, but in a way, I envy them. Underground tunnels *. Scar and the others decided to take a seat and rest for a while, and took the chance to look over the notes. As Scar and Marco spoke, May took notes. So these terms are others' words for gold. Marco spoke. I guess that's because Mr. Scar's brother was influenced by Zinji's alchemy history when he wrote them. And why is that? Marco asked. We refer a mortal Tohats called a Hashido. It means true being. These true beings are considered perfect souls. Since gold is considered a perfect metal, these beings are also sometimes called beryllium. Winry, Gerso, and Zampano's heads were spinning with all the big words and other things they didn't understand. So in other words, a perfect soul is seen as a golden being? In a sense, it comes from the man who brought alchemy to Xing. The legend says that he was an immortal being with golden eyes and hair. That's where the term first originated. May spoke. An alchemist with golden hair and eyes, that sounds a lot like Ed and Al. Winry stated as Yoki came from around the corner. Hey! Over here. It's the exit. Wow, it's so bright. Winry stated, covering her eyes. I was starting to wonder if we'd make it. Marco spoke as Gerso said, it's clear. For now, let's head to Briggs before the weather turns again. Zampano stated. All right everyone, follow my lead. Yoki started as he fell into the snow. Looks like the snow is pretty deep. We'll walk ahead and get y'all a safe path Tokapon. Gerso stated. Thank you very much. Marco stated as Yoki continued to cry for help. Help, a voice called as Winry stopped and looked back. Hey! Is someone there? Help me, please, help. Winry spotted a foot sticking out of the snow, only to notice who it belonged to. That's Al. My Alphonse? May and Winry both ran to dig him out. Al soon rose from the snow, on all fours as he said, You saved me. I got stuck in the snow and the blizzard buried me. What are you doing out here, Al? Winry asked. May clung onto Al's arm, fangirling, as Al said, I crossed the mountain to warn you guys. You crossed over? In the middle of that storm? Marco asked, surprised. Yoki pulled out a map and said, so you went straight through, dogging all the mine's twists and turns. Al stood up, May still clung onto his arm as he said, it was the only way to warn you guys. Warn us? About what? Winry asked. Briggs has been taken over by troops from Central. Winry's eyes widened as Al continued, General Armstrong's gone. They summoned her to Central headquarters. You'll be walking into their hands, if you go there. Well, then what are we supposed to do? We can't just hide in the mines. Gerso asked. I don't know. We'll have to find someplace else. Al stated as Yoki said, there isn't any place else. Scar glanced to the mountains as he said, just follow me. Where are you taking us? Marco asked. There's a mountain village nearby called Azbek nearby. It shouldn't take us long to get there. Scar began walking as he continued, I've been told that some of my people have taken refuge there in the slums. An Ishvalan refugee camp? Gerso asked. It's not like we have much options. Zampano stated. Great idea, sir. Let's get going. Yoki stated, following after Scar. The group reluctantly followed after Scar as Winry asked Al, "Are you sure about this, Al?" About what? Al asked confused. Won't Mr. Kimbley be suspicious if you suddenly disappear? It's okay, don't worry. Brother got it all taken care of. Baskel asterisk. Each squad is ready then. Spread out and carefully search your sectors. Miles stated as everyone nodded. Kimbley and Ally walked off with Kimbley's men next to them. Ed watched Aaliyah as Miles said, "Let's go." "Yes, sir." Alphonse stated. "Don't get carried away, Alphonse. There's no reason to call the major, sir." Ed muttered. "It's hard to move around in here." "Couldn't you have made it lighter?" the soldier inside of the Alphonse armor asked. "You're strong, you can handle it. Now come on, Kimbley is watching." Ed began walking with the soldier trailing behind. "Hold on, brother," the soldier spoke in a high voice, causing Kimbley to look back. "We're so dead." Ally thought. *3*. Did you overhear where Kimbley and his men are searching? Miles asked the man next to him. You saw that mine shaft in the center of town, didn't you? They're headed down there to search the tunnels. Ed kept a certain amount of space from them so he could hear the conversation. It seems he doesn't trust the northern soldiers, so he's only taking his men and Martin, sir. Miles furrowed his brows. I guess he's figured us out then. We'll head them off. Be sure to place snipers around the mineshaft. Yes, sir. The men turned the corner as Ed quickly followed after them with a plan of his own. *3*. Check the entrance for tracks in the snow. We'll follow them in if you find multiple scents. Kimbley stated as the men nodded. Yes, sir. They began walking off as Ally thought, so they are Chimera. From a building nearby, men pointed their guns at Kimbley. Is it clear? Miles asked. Kimbley's men have just left, although he is keeping Martin up close. He must suspect something. What the? What's Edward doing? The man holding the gun asked. Kimbley glanced over his shoulder as Ally asked, Ed? Hey Kimbley, you should probably let the Briggs soldiers check the tunnels instead. You could get lost in there pretty easily. Ed stated. The fact that you're here proves we're in the right place. Kimbley spoke. And how's that? Ed asked. Look, I want to catch Scar and Dash. You're trying to buy some time for your snipers to get into place, aren't you? Kimbley asked. You knew about that? Ed asked, a little shock on his face. I can practically smell the murderous intent here. Why do you think I've been keeping Martin here close as well? They're just talking. What should I do? Can you still target, Kimbley? Miles asked. Amaya's still too close. Miles clenched his fist. Kimbley suddenly raised his arms into the air and then touched the ground, causing red sparks to erupt. The move caused steam to rise and cover the area like a thick fog. Damn it, Martin. Where are you? Ed called. Before she could answer, a hand was placed over her mouth and she was dragged along with someone. Ed was able to spot Kimbley and Ally walking into the mine shaft. Kimbley! Ed shouted, getting ready to charge until something tried to claw at him. Ed managed to dodge and turned, only to have someone throw a fist at him. Through the fog, Ed was only able to catch glowing eyes. I should have known you were Chimera. Kimbley continued to drag Ally down the steps. Now then, Martin, I know you know where they went, so why don't you go ahead and tell me? Ally glared at the man as he suddenly noticed something. Hm. Looks like you won't have to tell me. Ally glanced down, only to find lots of footsteps left in the snow. Her eyes widened as he said, looks like we're in the right place. He continued to drag her into the direction the footsteps followed. *3*. Ed got into a battle stance as he tried to locate the Chimera. The only thing he could rely on was the footsteps in the snow. Damn it, Kimberly. Ed muttered as he remembered that Kimberly had ran off with Ally. I have to hurry. Even though I can't see them, that means they can't see me either. As Ed spoke those words, a hand grasped his throat, tightly. There's no point in trying to run, Fullmetal Alchemist. The tiger-looking one spoke. You can't hide from us here, we may not be able to see you, but we can still smell you. Ed clapped his hands, forming his signature blade and stabbed through the arm that held him. After that, he kicked the man, causing him to let go. The other gorilla chimera decided to take that as his chance to attack. Miles and his men appeared outside the building, only to find the steam still there. What's going on in there? Edward, answer me. The two soldiers stated. I would guess guys are chimeras. They know how to fight in low visibility. Ed shouted, trying to defend himself the best he could. Stay out of here. Trust me. Ed shouted as his foot suddenly slipped, causing him to fall down the shaft. In other words, the place Ally and Kimberly were, except he didn't take the steps. Ow, falling like that will stunt my growth even more. Ed held his bruised head as he looked around. Dynamite? There's one perk to fighting in a mine. The two chimera jumped down, landing a ways from Ed as he said, better watch it. These aren't exactly cigars that I'm holding. You idiot, that stuff won't do you any good, it's too damp. You sure about that? Do you happen to know what dynamite is made of? Ed asked. It's nitroglycerin, isn't it? The tiger asked. And nitroglycol, sawdust, isn't there ammonia nitrate too? The gorilla asked. Yes there is. Ed sung as his back faced the two. What's ammonia nitrate made out of? Ed asked. That's easy. Nitric acid and ammonia dash. The two suddenly realized what was going on. Ed turned around with an evil grin, something stuffed up his nose as he clapped his hands. Oh the chimera cried. Kimberly and Ally turned to find an explosion from the room they just came from. What's that disgusting smell? Kimberly asked as he looked to Ed, who was next to two unconscious chimera. That's ammonia. Ed stood up as he continued, I feel sorry for their strong noses. I doubt they'll be much use to you now. Your attitude has changed, although you seem to forget I still have a hostage. Kimberly stated as his grip tightened on the girl. Let's just make this easy, tell me everything you know and let Ally go. Oh, is that all you need? I've recently just got out of the hospital and don't want to get banged up by a kid. Not to mention I don't have the time either. Kimberly pulled something from his pocket, showing off the red Philosopher's stone. Guess I'll speed things up with this. At least I won't have to search for it now. Ed thought as he charged at Kimberly. Have you forgotten your precious girlfriend? Kimberly stated as a foot suddenly kicked him in the face. What the dash? Ally used that chance to get out of his grip, as Ed ran up to him and knocked the stone from his hands, causing it to fall lower down the shaft. Kimberly then went to clap his hands as Ed shouted, too slow. Ed used his blade to slice Kimberly's circle on his right hand. He's lost his circle and can't transmute. Ally thought. You think you've won? Kimberly asked. So you're determined not to kill, how admirable of you. You do realize the advantage this gives your opponent now, do you? Instead of killing me, you've given me a second chance to kill you. Kimberly opened his mouth to reveal a round Philosopher's stone. That sense of mercy is about to get you in a load of trouble. Kimberly stated as the stone dropped from his mouth, to his left hand. No. Ally ran forward, only her efforts wasted. Red sparks shone bright as an explosion occurred. *3*. I must have fallen down the mine shaft. Ed muttered as he glanced around. He found the two chimera under a bunch of rubble. He turned to the left only to go wide-eyed. Aaliyah laid unconscious under a pile of rocks. Aaliyah! Ed shouted, trying to get up, only to feel a great amount of pain. He looked down to see lots of blood falling from him. He turned around only to find a pole stuck inside of him. You're kidding me, no. Ed thought as he fell to his side in pain. Soon after, he passed out. Briggs Mountains *. Al suddenly dropped to the ground. Al? What's wrong? Winry asked as May and she walked up to him. Alphonse. May cried as everyone stopped. Al. Al slowly got up as he said, "Oh no. I'm being pulled back again." What? Winry asked confused. My body, it's pulling my soul. An image of his body appeared in his thoughts as he fell to the ground, lifeless. Al. Winry cried. Do you know if something like this has happened before, Winry? Marco asked. I don't know. Al. Please wake up. What do I do, what do I do? Baskel. Is this really how it all ends? Surely you must be capable of much more. Ally's eyes slowly opened as she grunted in pain. Am I, at the bottom, of the shaft? She asked no one in particular. She tried to sit up, only to feel a great weight pressed against her. She turned, noticing a huge pile of rocks atop of her. She tried to break free, only to find it a worthless effort. She did the one thing she could think and used alchemy to lift the pile of rocks from her body. Once freed, a rush of air hit her lungs. She began to cough from the suddenly intrusion but then realized it wasn't from the sudden air. Everything hurts. She thought as bleed was slipping from her forehead, after the deed was done, and she looked over, only to spot Ed against the ground. Ed, she cried out as he stayed lifeless. Edward, she tried to get up, only to cry out. She felt a sharp pain run through her back and right leg. She looked back, only to find 2 huge gashes. Tears began to fall from her eyes as she realized she couldn't stand. Aaliyah slowly, although painful, crawled over to Edward. Well, it wasn't crawling, more like dragging her lower half while her arms pulled her about. As she got closer to the boy, her eyes widened at what she saw. No. Edward. She reached him, only to find blood coming from his wound. A pole was stuck right through him. And no. Please don't let him be. She couldn't finish her sentence. Please wake up, please. She cried. You promised you wouldn't leave me alone, the moment I need you the most. Please wake Ed, she cried into his chest. She suddenly felt a hand pressed to the back of her head as a faint voice said. I promised I wouldn't make you cry again, and over something this stupid. Aaliyah lifted her head to find Ed's eyes gazing onto her with a saddened look, which only caused more tears to fall. Please don't cry, Ally. Ed muttered, placing his gloved hand to her cheek, wiping away a few tears. How can I not? I thought you were dead. Didn't I make a promise to you? I told you I'd never leave you alone, right? I do intend to keep my promises to you. Ally gave a saddened smile before placing her lips to his. Don't ever leave me. She muttered against his lips as he wrapped his arms around her saying, the thought never crossed my mind. He gripped her tighter as she let out a small cry. What is it? He asked, worriedly. It's nothing. She stated as he said, to hell it is. Your head is bleeding, badly may I add. I'm fine compared to the amount of blood falling from your wound. She retorted. Ally, I'd hate to ask such a thing but, will you help me heal my wound? Of course I will. You do understand the price for using that type of alchemy, right? I don't care. A world without you would be death, she shouted as Ed kissed her. If we weren't in this mess, I can honestly say I'd have my way with you. Ally blushed as she said, Ed, focus here. Right. He muttered as he used alchemy to help the chimera and shorten the pole that was inside of him. Damn, Kimbley's going to pay. The gorilla stated. The two looked to the 2 kids as they asked, Hey Fullmetal, Blue Flame, you still alive? What made you decide to rescue us? Don't get the wrong idea, we can't pull this out of my stomach yourselves, I could use a bit of your help. We were just enemies a few seconds ago and now you want us to save your life? Basically. Ed muttered. We weren't given orders to kill you so. The gorilla grabbed Ed as the lion asked, Are you able to stand Martin? She shook her head sadly. The chimera helped her next to Edward as he said, You know kid, and you'll bleed to death quickly if we pull this out of you. Not if I heal it, as soon as it's out of me, we'll close the wound, with alchemy. What? Have you ever performed some kind of medical alchemy before? We've done research on it. Ally trailed off. Just research? Your guts have got to be all messed up. You'll need a philosopher's stone to make this work. I will be using my healing power to help Ed. The two gasped. How are you going to be able to do it? I have to, so watch me. Ready? The lion asked, placing his hands to the pipe. Ed took a breath of air as he closed his eyes. Yeah. Ally closed her eyes and her hands started blowing and she reopened her eyes so Ed get ready as he began to pull on the pole. Ah! Ed screamed out in pain. The sound of his screaming brought tears as Ally's eyes, but she knew she had to be brave. I must picture myself as a single mass of energy, I must use that energy, just like the stone, I am a single philosopher's stone in the form of a person. Remember what it felt like at that moment, remember how it felt to use souls to harness life. The pole was removed as Ed and Ally used their alchemy, blue and green blending throughout the room. Don't ever leave me, the thought never crossed my mind. The lights eventually faded at the two chimera side. Did he make it? You can't count me out, that easily. Ed muttered. You mean it worked? I've managed to stop the bleeding and rejoined my damaged organs. Ed trailed of the lion said, Then you need a doctor. Ally began to feel lightheaded as she muttered one last thing, I'm glad, you're okay, Edward. She then fell to the ground. Aaliyah. Ed slowly stood up as the man said, You can't be up. Before he could take a step he dropped to the ground, next to Ally. He reached his hand and laced his fingers through hers as he muttered, From here on, I'll always be next to you. His eyes closed. Idiots. The gorilla muttered. The lion took a step, noticing something red glowing from the corner of his eye. What is it? The lion picked it up as the gorilla said, The stone. Mr. Kimbley must have dropped it. Quit calling that freak, mister. He's not our boss, not since he almost killed us. That is a good point, how about we make our resignation official? Let's just hold on to our freedom and let him think we died in the rubble. The lion spoke. Well, what do we do about them? We can't just leave them here to die. The two picked Ally and Ed up, carrying them out of the area as the lion said, We do owe them our lives after all. First things first, we have to find them a doctor. Right. Chapter 40, Signs of a Counteroffensive. Briggs Mountains / abandoned house. Winry sat on a crate in front of the now taken apart owl. She was scared and worried, she didn't know what was going on. She released a sigh as she glanced at the others around the fire. Look at this, it mentions that phrase again. Marco stated, showing May. Yet another term for gold, it's got to be a pattern. May stated. What are you trying to do? Winry asked, walking over to the others. We believe there's the chance that these notes were written in code. You think so? Alchemists tend to be very protective of their research and methods, they hide it all underneath a bunch of metaphors and allegory. But these, they're almost straightforward. There's something else going on. We notice he uses various terms for gold throughout several passes. So we're checking to see if they're connected. May stated as Winry asked, and you think that could be the code? We're hoping so. May muttered as they heard a voice. Huh? Where am I? Alphonse. May and Winry rushed over to the newly awakened Al. I'm glad you're okay. Winry stated, kneeling down in front of him. I was so scared you wouldn't wake up, I didn't know what to do. Sorry, I didn't mean to freak you out like that. So where are we? And why am I in pieces? Al asked confused. *3*. And that's basically it. Winry finished. As for why you're in pieces, you were too heavy to carry whole, so we had to dismantle you. Scar stated. That makes sense, sorry to put you guys out like that. Has this ever happened to you before? Winry asked. Just once, when I was trying to find you guys. Marco, noticing the glum mood, decided to lift everyone's spirits by saying, well, I can't imagine it being comfortable in pieces like that. Why don't we start putting you back together? Please, if you don't mind. Al stated as Marco handed May the black notebook. You hold on to this while we fix him. Marco grabbed 2 pieces, trying to put them together as Winry chuckled and asked, isn't that part of his right shoulder? Ah yes, it seems to be. I guess we should reassemble him correctly. May watched everyone place all parts together as she muttered, reassemble the pieces. She then looked down at the black notebook and removed the strings that held it together, causing the pages to scatter across the floor. At the sound, Winry turned to see what May did. What are you doing, May? Ah. What have you done? Marco exclaimed, running over to the girl. How could you be so careless, May? He bent down and started to pick up the pages, Winry and Scar joining as May said, we need to rearrange the pieces. What if we try connecting occurrence for the words gold and immortality by physically overlapping them? May began place the papers as Scar and Marco looked at each other, soon helping. *3*. After placing all the pages in their correct spots, everyone stood around it, confused if they were supposed to see something or not. I wonder if we... May grabbed a pen and began connecting certain spots on the map. Scar and Marco gasped. It can't be. Marco muttered as May stood. It's the countrywide transmutation circle. Al stated as Marco sat down, saying, it's too late for this to help us now. Wait, you're saying what I think? You mean these notes are useless to us? Zampano stated as that Gerso said, you can't be serious. But what about our families? What's going to happen to our country? I'm sorry, I should have known this was an act of futility. It was naive to think someone else's research could save us. Marco stated, his eyes closed, facing the ground in defeat. Brother, is this all you were trying to tell me? Scar thought, looking back to the circle. After all your research, you couldn't see a way to stop this? We're missing something. Al started as everyone turned to him, we've only broken the first code and I bet there's more. There's got to be some other hidden message in there. Marco nodded as everyone looked back to the circle, in thought. After a moment of silence, Yoki sneezed, blowing some of the pages away. Whoa! Watch it! Can't you cover your mouth, idiot? Gerso shouted. Well, thanks for caring that I'm getting sick. I can't help the fact that I'm catching pneumonia. Yoki pouted. Who cares? You can't even tell which side of the page is right side up anymore. Zampano stated as Al got an idea. That's got to be it. You take a bad situation and turn it around. There are 2 sides. We've got to put it back together and then flip it over. After putting it back together, everyone flipped it over just as Al said. May then used the pen again and connected the points. Well? Al asked as May stopped. You were right, Al. This is it, a new Amastrian transmutation circle, but it's activated through Zinji's alchemy instead. Signs of a counter-offense. Kimberly walked through the tunnels, licking his cut hand's blood as he stopped at the corner. There's no evidence that someone has come through this way, I may have taken the wrong path after all. He thought as he began to turn around, only to spot something. He walked up to a door that had a giant red X painted across. He opened it, revealing a set of walk down the long flight of stairs until he reached the end. It was a room with a track and carts. Well, what do we have here? Kimberly stated. They must have used this to get rid of the excess rubble from Sloth. Out of nowhere, a huge, black figure appeared with eyes, behind Kimberly. You must be the Crimson Alchemist, it's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Pride. Can I help you with something, Pride? Kimberly asked, not moving. Any new developments with Scar? I'm actually pursuing him now. Worry about him later. As for now, go ahead and carve the crest off Blood at Briggs. With all due respect, Pride, the Briggs soldier is much strong and resourceful than you realize. It's not exactly a simple task. Then use their strength to your favor. Sloth is nearing completion of the tunnel, so there's little time left. So it's an urgent matter. Well, if you insist I carve the crest of Blood at Briggs, I'd be happy to oblige you. Kimberly smirked. Briggs. Welcome back to the fort, Major. Buccaneer and Fallman saluted as the elevator doors opened. Any changes to report? Miles asked, stepping out of the elevator. None since we spoke. The situation is still normal here, but we've heard Kimberly has gone missing. The three began walking down the halls as Miles said, You heard right. There was an explosion in one of the mine shafts. No one's heard from Kimberly or a few others since then. We did a thorough search through the rubble but nobody's turned up. Buccaneer released a sigh as he turned to Fallman, then back to Miles asking, Are any of the men Briggs soldiers? Miles stopped as he said, No. They were two of Kimberly's men, and the Fullmetal and Firework Alchemist. Fallman and Buccaneer gasped as silence took over. North City/West City. Is that so? Fullmetal and Blue Flame are missing? I hope they're all right. Bretta spoke into the phone. Me too. So are things any better over there? Fallman asked. Afraid not. The border war at Pendleton was a massacre. If the military was hoping for casualties, they sure as hell got them. Breda then whispered into the phone, It's as you said, they're sending in men just to be slaughtered for this transmutation circle. What's going on in the south? Have you spoken with Fury? Fallman asked. We talked on the phone a while back. It's just as bad down there. They're locked in combat with Ergo. Fury ran through the ditches with his comrade until a sudden blast knocked them down. Keep moving, Thomas. Just don't stop, Thomas. Fury turned only to find Thomas dead. Damn it. Fury stood up once again and began running. I'm going to survive this. I'm going to live. I won't die for this. That's terrible. Fallman spoke as Breda said, I guess it's to be expected. The higher-ups aren't our biggest fans. Have you been in touch with the colonel? Yeah, we've been using a messenger that's close to the Armstrong family. An image of the woman who gave Roy the flowers appeared as Breda said, Good to hear. Just be careful with everything going on up there. I am, well, trying to be. Bradley's got his soldier everywhere up here, working around the clock to create hell on. Worst part is, there's nothing we can do. Underground. Sloth pushed through one more time, causing an opening to form. Tunnels connected. I'm all done working. Does this mean I can rest? Can I, Pride? The time draws near, the day of reckoning is almost in our grasp. Father spoke as Pride face held a smirk. Lior. Hey everyone. Go ahead and line up. Rose called as the townspeople stopped what they were doing. It's time to take a lunch break. Yeah. You know, Rose, I'd love to try your 3 meat pie sometime. Well, I promise to make it as soon as we get some meat. Rose stated as the man walked off, chuckling, I'll try to be patient. Pardon me, I confess I haven't been able to do any work, but would you please give a little food to these children? An old lady asked with 2 kids in front of her. Well, of course I'll feed them, Rose gave a smile, but you have to eat too, okay? The 3 left with smiles on their faces as the next man in line asked, Hey Rose, pile it high. You know I can't, everyone gets the same amount. Excuse me, miss. Rose turned to find an older man in a brown coat on the ground with his arms stretched out. May I have some food, if you don't mind? Ah. Thank you. You saved me. Van smiled after scarfing down his food. Where are you from, if you don't mind me asking? The man asked. I'm not really from anywhere, I tend to travel mostly. And what brings you to Lior? We don't mean Topri, we're just surprised to have a tourist. Rose spoke. Most people tend to avoid Lior, there's not much here after Terios. Your cooking is a good enough reason to visit. Van spoke. That's sweet of you to say, but I don't know about that. I just wish there was more for me to do around here. Don't underestimate yourself. A delicious meal and the smile of a lovely young lady is more help than you can imagine. Rose gave a smile as Van continued, I hate to impose more than I have already, but can you point me towards the church? Which church? Well, I'm actually looking for the church of Leto where the riot started. *3*. This is what's left of it, there's nothing left inside either. Do you know if there's a passage that leads underground? Van asked. Why yeah, I can show you where it is. Rose stated as she led Van and the man underground. Van walked up to the edge, looking into the purplish-looking water as he asked, what's this? The water turned toxic, no one's sure how it happened. Rose stated. I get the feeling this was put to keep people from going further in, so. Van started walking as Rose and the man called for him to stop. As he took a step atop of the water, a platform was created. With each step he took, a path continued forward, leaving Rose and the man to gasp. It's some kind of miracle. The man muttered. That's no miracle, but I know what it is, that's alchemy. Rose muttered. I'm going to go farther in, do you mind waiting for me? Van called. As he reached the end, or wall, he created a door, or hole in the wall, to get through. He found that there was a huge passageway with railroad tracks and decided to follow them. It's enormous, I'm impressed. They certainly went all out making this. Hohenheim stated, looking around. Van soon stopped after hearing a faint noise and waited for a minute. Found it right off the bat, didn't I? Van muttered as a black, shadowy figure covered every spot of the cave and raced towards Van. Van began running away, using alchemy to try and at least slow it down, only to have it go through everything like it was nothing. Well, that didn't slow it down. Let's see if I can trap it. Van sealed the path with stone, only to have it break through once more. Oh dear. Van muttered, backing away slowly, facing the figure. I'm afraid that's all I got. He muttered as he soon backed into his doorway. The figure charged at him, stopping at the very ends of the hole. Something wrong? Aren't you going to attack me? Van asked, standing up. You look just like you must be Van Hohenheim. The figure spoke. So I'm assuming this must be the end of your container, you'll die if you pass it, correct? You can't survive outside your container, can you? It's not much different from you Flask, is it? I'm guessing you can only move freely within these tunnels and the city, am I right? The figure stayed silent, gritting its teeth as Van said, I'll take that as a yes. What's wrong? Why the silent treatment? Did I hit a nerve? The creature started to glare at Van as Van asked, Are you angry? I'm never angry. Anger does not exist within me. I've no need for such things. I left all unnecessary emotions in Father, all but one, my name is Pride. Pride the arrogant, that makes sense. I can see your deceit. There are 7 deadly sins within man, lust, greed, sloth, gluttony, envy, wrath, and of course, pride. You're obviously the first that he separated. Pride was his strongest trait, and the fact he gave time and energy to give you his original appearance, that act alone shows how egotistical he are the pure essence of your father. I insist you come with me to see Father. Don't try to rush me, Pride. I don't need an invitation to call on him. Van turned around, but you can give him a message, tell him Slave 23 will be dropping in soon. Van began walking back down the path as he continued, just tell him to wait in his chair and be patient because I'm coming. Underground/Central. I am waiting Van Hohenheim, yes, I'm waiting for you. Father spoke, looking down at his board of sacrifices. Lior/Underground. Oh, here he comes. When Van got close enough, the man asked, Did you find anything? Yeah, dangerous and disturbing things not meant for ordinary people. Please tell everyone to stay far away from here. Van spoke as his path dissolved into the water. What exactly were you doing in there? Rose asked. Ahem. Van spoke, turning to face the way he just came, sending a declaration of war. Briggs Fort/Roof. You're relieved. What took you so long? We've been miserable in this storm. I think some terrible coffee should warm us up. Ha, enjoy it. The soldiers glanced out into the blizzard, spotting thousands of men headed towards the fort. No way. What the hell? It couldn't be. It's Drachma. The men sounded the alarm, alerting all men in the building. These soldiers headed to the roof, placing their cannons and getting a good aim as the others stood with guns. We are rather fortunate that the northern wall of Briggs has been called away. Good timing, Mr. Kimbley. The leader of Drachma stated. And on top of that, I've got a number of my top men stationed inside the fort. They'll spring their treachery when the fighting starts. The ensuing chaos should weaken them from within. Kimbley spoke. The man smirked, saying, My country has dreamed of the day we could breach those walls. Fort Briggs will belong to Drachma by nightfall. Well, let's send a declaration of war. Kimbley stated as the tanks behind him got into place. Let's say we give them a good fireworks show for starters. Fire, the leader shouted as each tank sent a blast, one after another, leaving Kimbley standing there with a smirk. That's the end of this tale for now. Thank you for watching and I'll see you in the finale. Peace.